Very good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are in the world, particularly to our listeners in New Zealand who may be joining us for the start of play in the anticipation or the hope of a rare series victory in England. Maybe not today, almost certainly not today, you would think, but they are in a very, very strong position to set themselves up for victory on the fifth day. They will resume now in a couple of minutes' time on 120 for 3, a lead overall of 204 with two men well established at the crease. They were yesterday evening anyway, and Daryl Mitchell on 26 rather, and Rachin Ravindra on 60. Alongside me, Steve Harmison and Jarrod Kimber. Harmy, it's all to do for England, and without getting too ahead of ourselves, this could be a seminal day in the future of English cricket for the next couple of years.
You're right, Manners. Good morning, mate. Is it as simplistic to say that England have got 2 hours to save this regime? Because I think if New Zealand are still batting 2 hours and 1 minute, basically at 1:41 this afternoon, then this game's gone for England.
It may be simplistic, but it's a good line. We'll take it.
Yeah, so we'll take it. Yeah, I think if New Zealand are batting after lunch, that's 300 plus, and I don't think England can get 300 plus on this surface. So they've gone to their leader. He's gone to himself. He is the one that needs to make this open. England need to get these 7 wickets very quickly.
Two slips, Gully, leg slip, Stokes in. First delivery to Mitchell, pushes it square of the wicket on the offside, and there's no run. Good morning, Jarrod Kimber.
Morning, I love the idea. I'm going to change it from 141 and go 12:59. If they're still batting at 12:59, that is the current England team's doomsday clock. Can we get a doomsday clock counter up on the screen, Scott? Do you know what a doomsday clock is? No.
The way the lunches have been, if he had doomsday clock for me, it could be 1:41.
See, the rider to that is that they only scored 57 runs in the first session. So if they are still batting and they've batted very slowly, then it could be delayed. Here's Stokes to Mitchell, pushes it up towards mid-off. Are they going to have the courage of their convictions and take the game to England, or are they just going to bat?
I just think
Rachin did yesterday.
Yeah, and then he slowed down, didn't he? So I think he hit 6 boundaries in his first 25 balls and was a runner ball, maybe even ahead of runner ball, and then he didn't hit a boundary for 15 overs. I think today he'll try and strike a few early on again.
Yeah, I agree with that, and I think that was the wrong thing from England's point of view. It was the right thing from Rachin's point of view, because England tried to bowl straight to him. He belted them for 20-odd balls. Then they went wider. Well, they didn't. The wider on this surface is not the way to go. So they let him get in even more.
Here is Stokes once again, bowls. Mitchell drives through the offside. Firm push, really, rather than a full flow of the bat. And they'll come back for 2 as Gus Atkinson does the chasing. Actually, Ravindra got to 30 off 25 balls. He was ahead of...
Yeah, that's what it was. I couldn't quite remember, but it was he was runner bally for ages, wasn't he? And then he hit a bunch of boundaries and then just stopped.
Stokes bowled a dry spell to him, though.
Yeah, they had 3 guys on the leg side, didn't they? And they went with 2 on the leg side, everyone outside off stump. And as Harmy said, they were just bowling it across. But Rachin was like, fine, I've done the work here.
Yeah, the hard work's been done. 100% hard work's been done.
That shot there, I think, shows that they are looking to score. Even though it wasn't a full-blooded drive, he doesn't play that ball unless he has to.
Here is Stokes again. Bowls. Oh, it's gone past the outside edge. Good delivery. Full. Wide. Maybe strained a little bit. Nipped away. Mitchell pushing and well beaten outside the off stump. That's a fine delivery from Stokes. I thought I heard a noise moment. Oh, it did. Decked that, didn't it?
Sheesh, what a delivery that was. And that's, again, bowl straight. Bowl at the stumps. Stump to stump, that's the key, that's the way to go. Rachin Ravindra was playing shots yesterday, and you want him to keep playing shots. He's a shot player on an up and down surface. Keep all modes of dismissal in play. That was a beauty from Ben Stokes.
2 slips, Gully, leg slip, point, mid-off, mid-on, and that one keeps low. Shot along the ground, beats the outside edge again from Mitchell, who turns away in sort of phlegmatic shrug of the shoulders. Nothing you can do about that. If we are going to get up and down bounce, but that one, that may have bounced as low as any other delivery in the entire game.
Yeah, it's just gone rolling along the floor, hasn't it? It's bounced on oh my word, it's gone rolling on the floor. You watch, you talk about people turning away, people shrugging their shoulders. You watch 6 batters from England's point of view. If this ball goes through the air and goes up, ball goes up as opposed to goes down. It's all right when it's going down. The minute it starts going up, it's a nightmare.
Here's Stokes again, bowls. Mitchell comes forward. This one bounces regular, pushed up towards Atkinson at mid-off, and there's no run. Good over, tight over. Couple of runs from it, but Ben Stokes knows that it's not about dot balls, and it's about wickets. 122 for 3, lead of 206.
I don't know the exact measurements of where the stickers go on the stumps, but that ball didn't go above the stickers. So is it the Rosse stickers? I don't know who sponsors the stumps.
Yeah, it'll be Rossley, won't it?
Yeah, I would assume so. So those stickers are what, about a third of the stumps, and that ball didn't get above.
Yeah, I'd say a third. Yeah.
Yeah. So basically the ball bounced what, 2/3 of the stumps. I mean, you don't get many deliveries like. I think that's the first one that's really kept low.
But it went under the bat, didn't it?
Yeah.
It's bounced again a second time halfway to keeper Jamie Smith. Well. It's another very, very good crowd, many of whom are still outside.
I was going to say, I thought it was a sellout today, but maybe I'm misremembering.
It was very close.
Yeah.
It was, I think, last I heard, there was something like 200 or 300 tickets left. Here's Jofra Archer for his first over, the second of the morning. Bowls to Ravindra, opens the face of the bat, steers it into the gully. Bethel dives, knocks it on. They go through for a single.
I came in very, very late this morning, and as I came in, there was heaps of people.
Did you swallow a fly on your way in? You have some of that Cornish pasty on the way in. He's gone. He's gone. We've finally broken him. Yeah, Jarrod's finally lost for words.
I think it may have been the ham and cheese croissant.
Don't be silly, I had eggs this morning, and you know that. What I was going to say is there were huge crowds outside and they couldn't get in. People were getting quite frustrated. I've noticed this is not a great ground to get people in quickly.
There aren't many.
No.
In all fairness, anywhere in the world, you know.
Well, the American stadiums are really good at getting you in quickly.
Here comes Jofra Archer, and there's a big appeal for leg before wicket. Up goes the finger. Mitchell's gone unless he reviews, and it's a successful review. Archer kept a bit low, definitely nipped back. Mitchell's only hope, and he looks like a condemned man as he consults with Rachin Ravindra, is that it may have done too much and missed leg stump. I think they've decided to take the review, but it's given out on the field, and it looked pretty out, didn't it?
Yeah, it did. I mean, the only way this is not hitting the stumps if it's gone under them. I mean, it's gone rolling along the floor. A little bit like what Jarrod mentioned from a Stokes delivery before. It's literally gone under the. Oh, it hasn't. Yeah. Has it kept low?
I was going to ask you that because the ball. I thought
so. It did.
It felt like it kept low, but the ball went up off the pads.
Yeah.
And generally, when that's the case, it's going to go over. That's really high on a man who's 6'2", who's outside of his crease.
I think it's just clipping
Yeah.
the top of middle stump.
I think it's going to be given because it's been given on the field.
Well, I mean, it has to be just
I'll go over for
touching
fun.
the top of middle stump.
There we go.
Well, my goodness gracious me. It's going over. It's going over the top. Mitchell survives on 28, and Jofra Archer's celebrations are curtailed, as are England's 123 for 3, lead of 207.
Wow.
It's weird because he played it like it kept low, but as I said, because I saw the ball go up, I was like, well, wait, it must have hit fairly high on his body. Oh, a little dance from Daryl Mitchell. He started to walk.
He was off, wasn't he?
He suddenly did a little jig.
Daryl Mitchell was off. He was walking. I think they're walking towards Rachin Ravindra to ask about the decision, and I think 90% of Daryl Mitchell's mind was, it was a polite ask to Rachin Ravindra. I don't think he thought he had a prayer there.
I said at the time he looked like a condemned man, didn't he? Archer in again, bowls to Mitchell, and straight back to the bowler.
The funny thing was that when he talked to Rachin Ravindra was gesturing like he thought it was going down leg. It was not going down leg. It did move quite a bit, but it was over the top of middle. So there was no issue with that. But yeah, he's a tall man. He also bats out of his crease, right? Let's have a look how far down he is. He wouldn't have been that far down, but he would have been out of his crease. Yeah.
You can understand why the umpire gave it, in all truth.
100%.
Really, it didn't look like bad decisions. It looked like a very good decision. Archer in again, bowls. Mitchell drives down into the ground. Archer leaps up high to try and stop it with his right hand, but doesn't get to it. And it is fielded by Josh Tongue at mid-on, no run.
I think part of the reason he gave it, and Harmy gave it out straight away, and I was pretty close, I might have given it as well, is because Mitchell made it look like it was lower than it was. It's only when you see the first replay you're like, oh, that's really high. So I can understand why the umpire gave that.
Because it hit him, didn't it? It was like it hit him. It felt as though it kept low because it sort of nipped into Darryl Mitchell as opposed to him coming into the ball.
Here is Jofra Archer again, up to the crease now, bowls. Mitchell forward, steers it to backward point, fielded by Shoaib Bashir. And there's no run. Mitchell 28, Ravindra 61, lead is 207, 123 for 3.
Just wonder psychologically what that's done to England. You know, what that's done to England. You know, they've come out, they know they're going to get quick wickets. It's been a decent over from Stokes, asking the question. A decent start from Archer, then all of a sudden he has the LB, which everybody probably in the ground, including Darryl Mitchell, thought it was out. The euphoria of that, thinking that's it, we get the morning started, we can really sort of put pressure on New Zealand, and then from a DRS decision, that all goes away.
Here's Archer once again, steaming into Mitchell, and I think beats him outside the off stump again. He played at that, and then he withdrew the bat guiltily, but has gone past the outside edge. Mitchell 28, Ravindra 61. We said before the start of play that this could be a seminal session for this England administration. What do you think, wherever you're listening? We want to hear from you. Wherever you may be, Crete, Croatia, Lithuania, Uzbekistan, Iran, wherever you are listening. You're probably not listening in Iran. They've probably got a blocker on there.
No, I think we're the ones they listen to.
Wherever you are overseas, if you're an England follower, do tell us who you think's most vulnerable.
Panama? Or it's too soon for Panama?
Panama were better than England last night.
I did watch a minute of it.
I got half an hour. I tell you what, I enjoyed the football last night for the first half an hour because I fell asleep. It was brilliant, honestly.
Did England not play very well?
Well,
the television picture kept breaking up in our
first half
hotel.
an hour.
Yeah, you had that too.
Yeah,
that's why I just went, there's no point. I can't see a thing.
No, I wish my telly had gone off. Half an hour. I watched half an hour. That's as good as I got. I was in the land of Nod from then. I enjoyed me tapas, good food. I was asleep by 10:30.
It was sensational. Stokes in again, bowls outside the off stump, very wide. Tempting Ravindra, not tempted, and he leaves it alone.
So I turned the TV on when I got back to my room, and I think, is it Ant and Deck? Are they the?
Yeah, Ant and Deck.
They were on the screen, but it took me about 20 minutes to work out who they were because the screen just kept disappearing. So I could tell who Mark Pugach and the footballers and Laura Woods were, but I didn't know who these, and I thought they were footballers for ages. I was like, why are these, what's happening here? And then eventually I worked out it was just random celebrities. So I don't think watching the game would have helped me anymore.
2 slips in the gully, no leg slip for Rachin Ravindra. Full and wide outside the off stump. The extra fielder is at the catching cover. That's Ben Duckett, 123 for
I'll tell you what I wouldn't like doing, and obviously I've done the football for talkSPORT for a few years now. In Newcastle, when it rains, you get wet. It's one of the best seats in the house, and it's one of the best seats in the house, not corporated, because you get soaking wet when it rains. But boy, I'm seeing some of the pictures that Alan Shearer was putting on last night. They were in the gods, in the highest part of the stadium with no roof on, and it was hammering down.
Here is Stokes again, full and wide. Again, it's left alone by Rachin Ravindra. Just for those who aren't following the Football World Cup, and there won't be very many of them, but what was the stadium, and what does it normally hold? Is it an American football stadium?
Yeah, it was a MetLife Stadium in New Jersey? I think it's New Jersey, not New York.
Newark, isn't it?
Yeah. So, and I think it's got about 80,000. And the media guys, I was working for BBC, so it was Alan, John Murray, I think somebody else. They were on the very, very top of the stadium.
In the wind and rain with no roof. Here comes Stokes again, wide of the off stump once more. Ravindra leaves it alone.
Yeah, big ponchos on. I mean, they had the oilskins. Actually improved Alan Shearer's dress sense, to be fair. They had this great big oilskin on. So actually trying to make notes, it would have been unbelievable trying to make notes on what's happening in the football. He just ends up just being paper mache and throwing it away. But I must admit, it was a tough watch for the first half. I did watch it again this morning, the second half.
Here is Stokes again. He wants to get straighter, doesn't. It's wide of the off stump again. So 5 balls, 5 leaves.
It's where the World Cup final is going to be held.
Yeah, it's the New York Giants, New York Jets use it. It's in Meadowlands, which I think isn't it that pretty close to where the they made the cricket ground for the Cricket World Cup.
I think it's on the same site.
Yeah, I think it's in that area. Yeah, I think so.
Sports camp, like sports campus type thing.
The T20 World Cup.
Yeah.
That was a pop-up stadium.
Yeah, but wasn't that in Meadowlands as well?
Here is Stokes again, full and wide outside the off stump once more. 6 wide of the off stump, 6 leaves from Rachin Ravindra. Can't help thinking that Stokes has done that on purpose, just to see whether Ravindra can be tempted. I don't think it was.
It wasn't. Okay, sorry, maybe I just missed
New York was in Central Park, wasn't it? It was close to Central Park. New York, wasn't it?
It was Long Island.
Long Island, sorry. It was in a big park, though, wasn't it?
Yeah, the pop-up stadium. Yeah, 50,000 seater pop-up stadium. The next day, it was gone.
The park. It was a park.
Yes.
Yeah, you were running through it like
the
you were
Eisenhower Park.
You were running through it like
me.
this morning, yeah.
I think we've got our answer about what England are going to do with Ravindra, though. 2 men on the leg side, everyone outside off stump, and dumping it wide again. So they're being patient with him.
I think we've also got the answer to what we were discussing yesterday about Fancy Dress Day. I think it could be today rather than yesterday. It's traditionally on a Saturday, but we've got 2
Knights?
I think they're Roman gladiators. Full wide outside the off stump, left alone again, taken by Jamie Smith. Were they not Ben-Hur hats? Helmets?
Romans, yeah,
They could have been, yeah.
Might not afford the tickets yesterday and come this morning just for a laugh. I don't see too many.
It's not a big dress-up crowd, is it, Trent Bridge?
I associate it with Edgbaston and Headingley.
Edgbaston and Headingley, yeah. But the actual plan, if this is the plan to Ravindra, I mean, you're tiring bowlers out when you're behind the game a little bit.
Tiring the ball out too. Archer is in again, and with that one bounces and it hits Mitchell on the bottom hand. Yesterday he made a 3-course meal out of being hit on the hand, and it was into the last half an hour's play, but he really did have serviettes and lots of cutlery, and called the staff out and medical staff and killed as much time as possible. He's not going to bother doing that today. Batting quite a long way out of his crease against Jofra Archer. Saying to Jamie Smith, come and stand up to that then.
Can you imagine Jamie Smith coming up to stand that now?
No. 2 slips and a gully, and a leg slip as well as Archer is in. Mitchell just pushes it out on the onside, sets off for a single. Emilio Gay picks up, and he actually goes through the motion of shying at the striker's end in order to make Ravindra hurry, but actually the ball had slipped out of his hand.
Isn't that fake fielding?
Yes. Yes, it is.
I mean, technically, what he did there was what we've all done as kids, which is you still pretend you're going to throw it, so you make the person run the run anyway. But I thought in modern cricket that's fake fielding.
It's against the law of the game, the laws of the game. Yeah, you're not allowed to. What is the word they use in the law? Feigning, I think it is called, rather than fake fielding. But I think you're not allowed to feign that you have the ball. It's misleading the batsman, and therefore is construed to be an unfair advantage. It's actually a law that upsets me. I think bowlers are tricking batsmen all the time. I mean, that's what
batters the same. Batters coming out of their crease and moving around.
So why can't fielders pretend they got the ball? And
I miss the days when wicketkeepers would pretend that they've missed the ball down the leg side to see if the batter takes a step.
I think it's great. I mean, conjuring, and that's a bouncer from Archer, and Ravindra leaves it alone very, very well indeed. Gosh, he's watching it closely. Swayed out of the way of that one. Yeah, I just think that trickery is part of sport. I mean, it's like the sidestep in football and rugby.
Deception, yeah.
Deception, that's it. Deception. That was a word I've been striving for from the last couple of balls. Still lots of people outside, and as Jarrod was saying, it's quite very frustrating. If you want to, I guess they'll say, well, arrive half an hour earlier, but yeah, there's things to do on a Sunday morning. Kids to drop off to sport, pushed away by Ravindra, back down the wicket, church services.
Public transport probably won't run as frequently on a Sunday, and you've got 3 sides of this ground. You've got big main roads, so you can't the cues are not as easy to.
And there are
sort of
traffic
marshal.
cameras
Yeah.
around. We tried to get a taxi last night, and he couldn't stop.
Couldn't
he wouldn't
stop,
stop because he would get a ticket straight away because stopping in the wrong place. So the patience is required. Get into Trent Bridge. Here's Archer again, bangs it in short. Ravindra tucks it away out on the onside. He's playing very, very much within himself, is Rachin Ravindra. No doubt he has a very strong sense of how important his presence and innings is. 39 overs gone, lead of 209, 125 for 3. Biggest moment of excitement was Daryl Mitchell being given out, LBW reviewing it, and it was overturned against Jofra Archer. How long does Stokes go, Harmy?
I think he'll go quite a while, to be fair. I don't envisage Shoaib Bashir getting a bowl this morning. I think it'll be Stokes from this end, Archer from that end. Tongue to have a burst with Atkinson, and I think Stokes needs to bowl straighter to Ravindra. Bowling wide to Ravindra, I don't think it's the plan.
Here is Stokes and bowls Ravindra. It is straighter. Makes him play for the first time in 7 balls, and he drives it crisply up to mid-off. Fielded by a tumbling Emilio Gay, and it's a single.
This pitch has got something in it. I'd want Rachin to be playing his shots. You're 210 runs behind. You're just hanging it out there and letting him leave it. He left it well last night. He's left it well this morning. There's something in this surface between stump and stump. I think you've got to hit the pitch and utilise the unevenness and hope that he might play a shot. He might get you away a couple of times through extra cover, but at least if you get him playing that shot, if one does misbehave, he's in a position where you potentially could take his wicket.
2 slips, gully, leg slip, cover, mid-on, mid-off. Here's Stokes, bowls, forward comes Mitchell. Guides that one again defensively, broad face of the bat up to mid-on.
The other issue is that Ravindra's seeing the ball really well. So the one time that Stokes hasn't bowled it wide, he's got to run anyway. So it hasn't really had the effect that they're looking for. And that could have gone for 4 as well if Jofra had not saved it. It was well struck.
He's asking for Jamie Smith to come up to the stumps here.
And Jamie Smith's asking to not.
He's sending for Ben Hur's coat of armours.
I feel for Jamie Smith.
I feel enormously for Jamie Smith. You've got to be.
Show the people your problem tooth.
No.
Okay.
That's way too early in the day. No. I had my teeth rearranged, standing up to medium pace. He wasn't even a fast bowler. But this is. Keep it outside off stump, Ben. No bouncers. Forward comes Mitchell to the next one from Stokes, playing it defensively again. Back to Rachin Ravindra, who fields it at the non-striker's end. And I think quite possibly Nitin Menon said something to him. Ravindra turned round as if he'd been told off. Fielding at the non-striker's end, 126 for 3. There's a tension, there's a tension in the air. I think the crowd who have managed to get in are very, very well aware that England's chances are slipping away minute by minute of winning this test match in this series. That's outside the off stump. Jamie Smith doesn't take it cleanly, even though he had full sight of it the whole way. Mitchell left it alone. Did
that hit his helmet? Did you hear the noise, everyone?
Yeah, his hands went off his grill, didn't it?
Yeah. Bruce French, isn't it? That they're showing in the grandstand there. Who's the man who helped Matt Pryor do this?
Bruce French with Mick Jagger's hair.
He's always had good hair, hasn't he, Bruce French?
No, not when he was playing for England. He was going to go out and short back and sides, neat and tidy. Here is Stokes again, and that one bounces, and Daryl Mitchell is hit in the ribs. And he walks away in obvious discomfort. The Moose doesn't like to show pain, but he can't help it now. Maybe it hit him on the elbow and then in the ribs, actually.
I think you're right. I think that got him on the elbow on the way through. He's just showing it to Rachin Ravindra at the moment. We're going to have another delay as it comes on. I can tell you the one person in the world that was happiest that hit Daryl Mitchell, and that was Jamie Smith.
Yes. Oh my word!
That is launched. That is a dangerous ball. That could really hurt Jamie Smith, because I don't know how he takes that. Jamie Smith was about a foot away from that ball if it had got through Mitchell.
That's gone over Jamie Smith's head.
Yeah, maybe over his shoulder. Yeah, you might be right.
That's gone over his head. Jamie, that's a sort of good length ball, which would have gone over Jamie Smith's head. And that's what I mean about bowling wide to Ravindra. When you've got stump to stump, something's happening like that. Yeah, you might be wanting to play shots, and maybe he's in a good place where he's got 63 and he's hitting them well, but every now and again one's misbehaving and it's going through the top, and that will send messages or send shivers around the batters in this game that's left to bat. I mean, not that much a shiver, because Joe Root's at the feet end, Harry Brook is at the hands end, and Jacob Bethel's been shuggy bolted by England's two fine batters. So they're not really too distressed that off a length Daryl Mitchell's just been hit
on the point
of the elbow, which would have gone over Jamie Smith's head. They're not too worried about what's going on with this surface, needing 210 to win, 7 wickets left.
There isn't very much at all that you can do as a batsman or a batter, is there? When Devon Conway was hit in the back of the head by a similarly behaving delivery from Jofra Archer yesterday. That was from the pavilion end, the Stuart Broad end of the ground. There was more uneven and unpredictable bounce from that end in the first, or on days 2 and 3 anyway. So this end, our commentary and the Ratcliffe Road end, has been a little less excitable, but that one certainly misbehaved, and that's pushed away by Daryl Mitchell, who's happy to scuttle down to the non-striker's end, get down off strike. He's on to 30 as well now. Rachin Ravindra 63. 40 overs gone. New Zealand's lead is 211, and they are just going to keep tiptoeing, aren't they, for the time being?
Why wouldn't you, Manners? Why wouldn't you? And I mean, yesterday, I think up until the 24th over that I'd seen, there was 10 balls were hitting the stumps on a wicket where you're going. New Zealand have put themselves in a winning position by bowling Folkes and Smith stump to stump. After 24 overs yesterday, there was 10 balls going to hit the stumps. 3 of them were from Jofra Archer, and not one ball, I don't think, this morning was hitting the stumps.
No, we've had 30 balls so far today, and not one would have gone on to hit the stumps. What does that tell you, Harmy?
It tells you, what it tells me is like what a lot of people are accusing this team. They're making things up as they go along. They're not looking at the finer details. They're not understanding what it is to make a plan, to execute a plan, and to go through with what they're what their game or the situation needs. And that, for me, is bowling at the stumps.
Jofra Archer is in again. That one certainly was straight, and it's clipped by Mitchell up towards mid-on. Jarrod, there are those who play cricket who will be listening to us who will be saying, if you bowl at the stumps to a top-class, world-class batsman, you more often than not get whipped through mid-wicket.
Yeah, you would. And that's what Kevin Peterson used to shout at us when we were bowling at numbers 9, 10, 11. Why not bowl at stumps? But there are times where you can set a straight field and bowl at the stumps, or bowl fuller and bowl a bit straighter.
Archer in again, bowls to Mitchell and defends this one, and looks as if he's just faced a nuclear hand grenade, and his arms go out and he's scared it might explode, having defended it.
There's a bloke in the crowd trying to tie his coat up, Lodge. I think the actual zip itself was a nuclear hand grenade, because he couldn't do it.
For 4 minutes they had him on the camera, and everything was wrong with it though. His pockets inside out. He was trying to zip it to the wrong part of the jacket for a bit, and eventually they went back to him and he's just taking it off. He's like, I'd rather be cold.
Given up. Here's Archer again to Mitchell, pushes it out towards mid-wicket, fielded by Emilio Gay. Who's going to give the meteorological update for the day? What is the weather forecast?
It's supposed to be about 23, 24, isn't it? I don't think we're expecting rain delays.
Jon Norman will be on shortly, but he heard or saw a forecast which suggested there may be a scattered shower or two.
I mean, it does look cloudy, but the app I'm looking at the moment says no rain for the day.
Windy as well. The wind's going to push them through. It's a strong wind going. To be fair, it's going across the ground.
From right to left as we look from the Ratcliffe Road end, and that one is clipped out by Mitchell to Emilio Gay at mid-wicket, but it was into the ground first of all. 1 or 2 confused viewers, probably from side on, wondered whether that was a catch, but
I think Jacob Bethel, Jofra Archer, and one of the slips also for a minute thought maybe he'd hit it into his...
I thought Jofra Archer that was a sarcastic celebration.
I thought he thought for a second he hit it into his shoe and then just went, no, he didn't.
Actually did look as though he's hit it up, didn't it?
That's why I thought
yeah.
I mean, we're on the wrong angle for this, but I thought it might have hit it into his shoe.
Here is Archer again, bowls. Mitchell is forward, pushing that one up to Ben Stokes at mid-off.
Because it also didn't go like a bump ball normally would. It went like it hit something else on the way through. Now, it's possible he hit the ball into the ground and hit the shoe on the way up. No one's looked at it again, so obviously not an issue. But
because he just scooped it up in the air.
I can certainly see why Bethel, from his angle, was interested.
We've only had 7 runs so far this morning. And England thought they had dismissed Daryl Mitchell, LBW. He reviewed and looked to be going, or was shown to be going over the top of middle stump from Archer. It is Archer again. Short pull shot from Daryl Mitchell. Hook, actually. That was head height. And he's completely mistimed it. Splice of the bat, fielded by Emilio Gay. And another dot ball maiden over from Jofra Archer. Well, normally you would say, if you're not taking wickets, stop the runs from being scored. So England have done that, but it's wickets that they need. It's wickets that they need. And
yeah, the game's not getting away from them at this point, though. But the 2 bowlers, probably most likely in this game, are looking more and more tired. I think Josh Chung should bowl well on this wicket. We haven't quite seen it from him yet. And Atkinson should keep the stumps in place, so it's not as if everything can go wrong there. But you really want the wickets to come from these 2 guys on this kind of a surface, I think.
Yeah, I think the difficult part, Jarrod, on this could be getting your innings started. And I think if a new batter coming in, you'd like a little bit left in the tank from Stokes and Archer for when that partnership's broken, that they can really try and make hay with the new batters.
1 slip now and a gully for Rachin Ravindra, and it keeps low and it scuttles past the outside edge and bounces a second time before reaching Jamie Smith. There isn't a great deal you can do about that.
There's not, but if you're bowling a foot outside off stump and he's going to leave it for the last however many. Ben Stokes has bowled 9.1 overs, and I would say 80%, 85% of the balls to Rachin Ravindra have been bowled wide outside off stump, and he's been comfortably left. Yeah, he's been on the drive when you bowl that full and you're a bit straighter, but you're not in a luxury in a position. You need to get him out, so you've got to bowl at stumps.
Here is Stokes again. He does bowl at the stumps, and Ravindra is forward playing defensively out to extra cover.
Ravindra at the start of this over as well, he was on a middle stump guard, I think, before, and he took an off stump guard, so he's trying to get outside the line as well. So if they're going to bowl this, especially from around the wicket, line to him, and I think what Stokes is hoping now is that the same ball that happened to him will happen to Ravindra. But what Ravindra's trying to do is get outside the line and have it hit his pads so it doesn't come back and hit the stump. So it's good batting by Ravindra.
Ben Stokes runs again away from us, up to the crease now. Short, pulled away by Ravindra. It's a glorious shot. First boundary of the morning, through mid-wicket. And it's the first one he's actually tried to hit.
Yeah, and it's a drag down. Ben knows that. You can see by his body language. It's a complete drag down. He didn't want to go short. He didn't go full. He's got the shake of the head. He's just seen it on the big screen, and it's a comfortable shot for Rachin Ravindra. You go and I fully understand what Jarrod said, and 100% right as normal. But what he's doing, what you do with that is, if you do get him on the pad and he is outside the line, you put indecision in the batsman.
Oh yeah.
Here's Stokes again, bowls, and that's better length, and Ravindra has to play it defensively. It's straight as well. That was certainly asking questions, that one. Ravindra 67, Mitchell 30, New Zealand 131 for 3.
I mean, he's trying to bowl straighter now. He's got the extra fielder on the leg side, and that's all we're really asking for, right? Just to keep those stumps in play as much as possible. Harmy, did you change your guard much during an innings? You were facing someone and you went, oh, yeah, I think I'll move around.
I tended to go away from off stump.
Thought you might have.
Yeah, I tended to. There was elastic band between me and the square leg umpire, depending on how fast the bowler was bowling. That elastic band got a bit shorter.
Stokes up to the crease again, bowls, and Ravindra rides the bounce very nicely here. This one bounces a bit more rather than less than expected, and he guides it away to Shoaib Bashir, sweeping on the backward point boundary. And they go through for a single, 132 for 3.
I once asked Darren Lehman, he was at short leg at Perth, I asked him just to take a step back. He said, we're going to end up standing on you here.
Yeah, I don't want to stand on you.
I don't want to stand on you. I've got size 12 feet, but I might be coming your way as opposed to going towards Brett Lee.
Would you have called him Buff as an opposition team?
Yeah,
or was
probably
it just
would.
his teammates?
No, yeah, I probably
everyone
would.
called
Yeah,
him Buff.
everybody calls him
Yeah.
Buff. What a great man. Well, I mean, one of life's great men.
Here is Stokes once again to Mitchell. It tucks this one away off his thigh pad down past square leg, Bashir Fields, and they go through for a single. Stokes was quite stompy after that delivery. He's stomped up to the umpire and taken his cap in a brusque manner. Not that he has an issue with the umpire, but he's just a bit grumpy, I would suggest. 133, 3 more from Harmy, and it'll be Jon Norman.
I think he's grumpy because of the short ball, Jarrod. I think the grumpy is not the little tickle around the corner from Mitchell or the one that Ravindra could get off strike. I think it was the drag down short ball that really upset the England captain. It wasn't a great ball.
It was seven runs of 6 overs,
Yeah.
and then that, it just released it a little bit, didn't it? It was a drag down, but it didn't get up either.
No, and that's what annoyed Ben. Bowling. There's no conviction with a short ball. If you're going to bowl it, get it up towards head height. But unfortunately, it wasn't there.
Ratchan loves that when he can kind of just flat foot slap it away.
Archer in. This is left alone by Daryl Mitchell. So New Zealand have taken the first half an hour of play this morning.
So we're only 90 minutes to the current England setup's doomsday clock.
89 minutes, isn't it? 12:59, wasn't it?
Threat level midnight.
Yeah. I think New Zealand are just playing the game situation perfectly, really. It was interesting that Stokes brought himself onto bowl first. I think the feeling was he should have brought himself on a bit earlier yesterday.
Absolutely, yesterday.
England's two best bowlers is operating, and this is pushed up to mid-on by Daryl Mitchell, who overturned a leg before decision to Jofra Archer when he was on 28. The ball shown to be going over the top of middle.
What over did he come on yesterday?
Who, Stokes?
Yeah, was it 17th?
Be something like that, because Atkinson bowled 3 from one end. Archer bowled 4, possibly 5. Then Atkinson came back for 4 or 5 after. So maybe he's looking at 8 overs, 9 overs from the Stuart Broad end.
Yeah.
So you're looking at 17.
Bashir came on before him, didn't he? It was Archer, and this is ducked by Mitchell.
Yeah, Bashir was at the other end though, wasn't he?
Yeah. They did a double change, didn't they?
But I think, I do think he made a slight error in probably not bringing himself on earlier. But I think the reason it looked worse, that's why I asked what over it was, is probably because that Ravindra was scoring so quickly. So otherwise, I don't think this 17th is probably roughly when he comes on normally. It's just that the score was further.
I thought the situation at the time when Ratchan came in, who I thought played a gem of a first 20 balls, a brave 20 balls after the way he played, the shot he played in the first innings. I thought that was for Stokes to come on to try and get into that contest, identifying that situation.
Here is Archer again, and this is pushed out to Joe Root at mid-wicket. They went full to Ravindra, didn't they, early? I would say that all of his boundaries were driven, and there might have been one that maybe went down to third.
There was a Yorker from Tongue we got wrong and he flicked it down the leg side. And there was one that he hit square, but again, it was still a foolish ball. So yeah, they were bowling quite full to him.
And then they stopped bowling full, and they haven't bowled full to him again.
They stopped bowling straight to him. They bowled straight to him, full and straight. They're asking him to play shots, and he obliged.
And he did.
Yeah.
And he always will. And then they just kind of hung it outside off stump for quite a lot. As Archer is in, and this is pushed out to mid-wicket where it's fielded. I think Ravindra's played a nigh perfect test inning so far.
They seem to have more of a plan to Mitchell, don't they? I know the pitch has probably played up more to Mitchell, maybe because they haven't bowled as wide to him. But with Mitchell, even that field just there, they have the short mid-wicket in, but then they have the sort of the backup mid-wicket behind him. So you've got almost, 2 options to stop the single on the leg side, and it's hard for him to get away. Whereas with Ravindra, it's bowl wide or hope, I suppose.
This field is exactly what New Zealand had for most of the yesterday.
Yeah, this is down the leg side. Gets away with this one. Smith behind the stumps. Fields. How many has Archer bowled then today?
4.
How many overs? 35 overs. So we've had 8 overs. Who's bowled 4? Yeah, he's bowled 4. He did bowl 5, didn't he? Bowled a 5-over spell yesterday. But I wonder whether that might be it for Archer. Stokes is going to continue.
That last one was a full toss down the leg side, but it was well, depends on how you want to look at it. It was an attempted leg cutter. I suppose it was a leg cutter, but they need to hit the pitch to actually do the leg cutting part of it. But I saw Rod Tucker go up to, because I wasn't sure what slower ball it was until I saw Rod Tucker doing this behind. Rod Tucker, I don't think, is an elite decision maker as an umpire, but he's certainly one of the better sort of father figure umpires we have left in the game.
Yeah.
Players really respect him.
Absolutely, you can really feel it, can't you, when he's officiating as Stokes continuing round the wicket. And this is straight, and Ravindra just drops it down in front of Jacob Bethel in the gully.
I saw when Daryl Mitchell was hit, Rod Tucker was talking, to Daryl Mitchell, and then he went over and started to chat to Jamie Smith, and I think he might have said, "Good luck."
Yeah. I really struggle with the standing up behind the stumps to Jofra Archer.
I think you would struggle if you had to do it.
I just wouldn't do it. I'd walk off. Unless I was in a suit of armour, which does restrict movement. This is flicked away off the pads, and Ravindra comes through for a single. Decent stop from Emilio Gay.
I don't know if a suit of armour would help. I think I'd want the Ned Kelly.
Yeah.
The full
well,
body.
you are from Victoria.
I grew up around where he's from, but but I think the suit of armour, wouldn't it still dent into your arm? Or so I think the Ned Kelly big cast iron sheets, the ball would just bounce off me. Jeremy, thoughts?
Could you imagine batting in the Ned Kelly? You'd have to be really just straight on, right? You just have to face on.
It's more for the keeping, isn't it? Also, the helmet's not ideal to keep with, I wouldn't have thought.
Oh, of course, yeah, you're not... the sound of leather on metal.
Chainmail.
Clang. Okay. Jamie Smith up behind the stumps then as Stokes comes in, and that just lifts off a length, and Daryl Mitchell just wrings his hand. He's been peppered a bit, hasn't he? He's worn a few, and every single time he gets hurt, the England fielders and bowlers show complete indifference.
I think the Stokes change of ends reflects what's on the pitch.
Go on.
From the middle section of the pitch, there is quite severe cracking, not only going across the surface, in other words, laterally across the pitch, but also going lengthwise, and they continue towards the Stewart Broad end at the far end of the ground.
Here is Stokes, is in, and Mitchell defends. He's got a leg gully, slip. There's a gully point, as well as a mid-off. Mid-on is pushed back a bit, square leg, and there's a man down backwards, deep square.
And so everything that's happened, and on the other side of the pitch, at the far end of the ground, the one that Stokes is bowling towards at the moment, for a left-hander there are quite large targets of where O'Rourke has run when he's bowled from that far Stewart Broad end throughout the match. So there are a couple of things that bowlers can work with.
Here is Stokes, and it's gone past the outside edge, and Smith drops it.
Now,
so that's where Folkes was so accomplished yesterday with the dismissal of Stokes.
That's right. Stokes, he used the left-handers, those footmarks I was talking about, and just hit the inside part of those. They're right on the edge of the allowable kind of place where you can put your feet. That rectangle, that is the area of the pitch that no one can go, really.
I'm not sure if you saw that, Jeremy, but that last delivery leapt up, beat the outside edge of Mitchell's bat, and it's just gone straight into the grill of Jamie Smith. Would have essentially hit him in the chin. He's missed that by some distance. No ball as well, I think, as this time it is defended by Mitchell up to the leg side, no run.
So the things at the moment are happening bowling from the Radcliffe end, and it's much more pronounced. I don't think we've seen quite so much happen when Archer's bowling from the other end in terms of variable bounce and one creeping low. we watched a 7-2 field, which is absolutely a no-no for me on a pitch like this, where you need to bring the stumps into play. You need to bring LBW into play. And to have 7 men on the offside. What did Stokes do in his first over from this to the left-hander? Particularly, Ravindra.
Just hung it
6
outside.
balls outside the off stump, which he let go. And that's just not the way to bowl. They're not thinking about the game and the pitch. And then he changed it to a 6-3 by bringing a mid-wicket, and he brought Duckett over to the leg side. Then he could start to bowl at the stumps, and it was a much more dangerous kind of... the whole game changed.
We will get another over from Jofra Archer. So this will be his 5th of the morning. The sun beats down, and he's coming round the wicket, and this is drilled to the mid-wicket boundary, off the pads from Ravindra, who moves to 73. Just searching maybe, Jofra. Just felt like he was just starting to feel the effects of those overs towards the back end of over number 4.
Yeah, it's just a little, he loses his length. He's looking perhaps to get in and beat the bat, but Ravindra's ready for that now. And he's just flicked it nicely between the 2 fieldsmen, mid-on, mid-wicket.
This time it's blocked out to cover.
This is an important hour, a critical hour really for both sides, because the clouds were in, they're now starting to roll away, and some blue sky above us at the moment. The wind has changed slightly, it's coming from right to left as we look at the surface of the pitch. And so at the moment, Archer is running into it just slightly.
England not quite desperate, but certainly need a wicket. And Ben Stokes is asking Jofra Archer. This delivery is just hit back to him. And apart from that moment of excitement when England felt they had Daryl Mitchell out leg before wicket, overturned it on 28. I agree. I don't think Archer's caused the kind of problems that certainly we saw in the first 4 overs yesterday, first 5 overs with that new ball. But now the ball is 44 overs old, and from the Stuart Broad end, so far, New Zealand are seeing him off as he comes in again. And this time, Ravindra opens a face and pushes this out to deep backward point for a single. Score moves along, 139 for 3. New Zealand lead by 223. And whilst they did fall away very, very quickly, and surprisingly in first innings, even if they did so again, you're kind of feeling like England are going to be chasing 300 at a minimum now.
Well,
not that you're Nostradamus.
No, we can't do that, but certainly it's allowed Mitchell to bat out of his stumps until Smith comes up to the wicket. Maybe the old guys who used to stand up to all the seamers and so on knew something. Maybe they had actually thought about it.
Here is Archer over the wicket to Mitchell, and this is just popped out to cover. Ravindra comes in quickly, and Stokes at mid-off picks up the ball, turns and actually fires it towards the non-striker's end, hoping that Daryl Mitchell would be unaware that the ball would be coming to his end. But there's a little bit of back and forth between those two. There was a few words at the end of Stokes' last over. Mitchell just gave him a big smile. He does seem to get under the England captain's skin at times.
Oh, he's a feisty character, you know, he's a fighter, he's a bit of a homemade batsman, but he has his strong, sensible methods.
Ravindra 74, not out, and this is fielded at mid-wicket, and Ravindra just taps his bat on his pad in frustration because it's a touch square up, and that would have been another 4 to the score. But that is the over navigated. Stokes is going to have another, but I think that will be it for Archer now. And no doubt he will be replaced by, well, who do you think from that end? Josh Tongue or Gus Atkinson?
Yeah, I'd probably go Atkinson for a start. It's where he has been bowling from recently, and just have a look. And even if I have to swap him round, that wouldn't worry me too much. And talk to him. You talk to each other a lot. I'm not sure how much the England side do that. They come out with slight plans that make absolutely no sense to me. And just talking cricket, and so you'd talk to your best batsman and you'd say, which were the deliveries that you found the most difficult and what end did they come from? And you do that to various people, and you find from the bowlers, where did you feel most happy bowling from and why? And so you gather together some information from the team that you've got with you to then put plans and to implement them.
It's very unfashionable. Stokes pushes this up to mid-on.
That's why
no run.
We've got all these other people nowadays to try and do those things. But players tend to know they've got a natural bent, and they've got a natural, and of course the most interest in what's happening on this surface. This is a deteriorating surface, and as I might make the point that not just runs, but time comes into this, because the longer the time that New Zealand bat.
As Stokes comes in, and Mitchell shapes to run, but Gay is forward and there's no single there out to cover.
The more that this pitch, the longer the time that New Zealand bat, the more this pitch, it's not going to get better. No. If anything, it's going to deteriorate more. And
well, we've seen already this morning 2 or 3 balls keep very, very low.
Yeah.
And then, of course, as we saw yesterday, some leap up. So that's not going to change. Stokes is in, and this is dug away through square leg. Fielder's very close in for Mitchell. He's got a leg slip as well as a regulation slip gully. There's Emilio Gay in the covers, Josh Tongue at mid-off, Archer at mid-on, Duckett's quite close at mid-wicket, Fielder back at deep square, and this is a really keen battle with New Zealand unwilling to take many chances this morning, and why should they? A lot of time left in this test match. I mean, a win in England by New Zealand, these moments don't come around often, especially when you're coming from 1-0 down in a 3-match series. This is the stuff history and legends are made of, and New Zealand know it's there for them. Stokes comes in. Oh, and this, just as I say that, that's probably the worst shot that Ravindra's played all game. Saw this yesterday, comes forward and it's the wrong length to either block or drive, and then, but he then just throws his hat, he just prods at the ball as it goes past.
He likes to punch those ones, doesn't he? Stand up and give himself the whole height that he's got. It's not quite full enough, you would think, for a drive, but he looks to punch that slightly squarer to get runs. You see him doing it in the nets in the mornings as well.
Stokes again round the wicket to Ravindra with a slip in place, and this is straighter on the pads and blocked out towards Gus Atkinson, who we imagine will be coming on the next over, and I think bowled better from the Stuart Broad end in that second little spell he had than he did with the new ball. 141 for 3 then, if you're joining us on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. Myself, Jon Norman, former New Zealand captain, Jeremy Coney, who knows what it's like to beat England in Test cricket, as this is left alone by Ravindra. A little tempter from Stokes, but too wide, and he's already had one play and a miss in the over. And that's again, I think this has been nigh on that shot aside. This is the ration Ravindra you want to see every single time he goes out to play for his country.
Well, you know, you mentioned how important, basically you were saying to me, how important is this game for New Zealanders, and does it matter to them? Is it special? Well, all I can say is, as a player, your first dream is to actually get through to play for your country as a cricketer, and the second thing is then you'd love to have a win for your country and for the group who you play with, that you can share that together, and that's special. And then the next thing, which is much harder, is to get a series victory against the opposition. And that's the one that they are confronting today, that they can set this up. It doesn't mean they're going to win. Something unusual could happen, but they're giving themselves, trying to at the moment give themselves the very best chance that they can do that. And this partnership is working hard towards that.
Josh Tongue replacing Jofra Archer at the Stuart Broad end. His first delivery, and this is pushed out to Ben Stokes at wide mid-off. Fuller delivery from Tongue. His 5 overs have gone for 28 runs. He hasn't bowled a maiden nor taken a wicket. New Zealand lead by 225 here at Trent Bridge in the morning of the 4th day of the 3rd test.
We should tell people, I think also it's slightly cooler today, so better in the field, I think, for fielding. More comfortable, in other words, and I think for batting as well. But that the batting is sort of complicated by the surface and the pitch that they're playing on, which is very tawny, kind of beige brown colour now, the entire length of its surface. No green grass whatsoever.
Tongue again, and this is left alone. It's wide and appeared to just keep a little low. Just a touch. Watch a replay here. 141 for 3.
So and the pitch itself has got to a point now where it is so dry because of the heat in the first 2.5 days that there are cracks appearing, certainly in the around the centre of the pitch, quite marked cracks, and they extend towards the Stuart Broad ends, not quite so much towards this end, the Radcliffe end.
Here's Josh Tongue, and this is defended by Mitchell, who for a second fancies a little single.
And sorry, carry on, John. And the only thing I would say is that's why it's a little easier batting at the Radcliffe end at the moment, whoever's bowling up there. It looks as though they're a bit concerned at the moment, the umpires, about the New Zealanders running on the pitch, running on that area and the surface. That they're very aware, I guess, the umpires, that they're wanting the pitch to deteriorate and continue to do that.
Daryl Mitchell has been leaping around the crease, hasn't he? Quite extravagantly or exaggerated. Oh, there's an edge, and it's flown through the vacant second slip and down to the boundary for 4. This moves the score along. 145 for 3 now, New Zealand, a lead of 229. Now, was that an edge, or did he steer that through? No, I think that was a bit edgy for me.
Yeah, thick as the edge, you're quite right. The bat face was going towards cover, wasn't it? It wasn't sort of going more to point. It's interesting, Tongue. They've gone for Tongue rather than Atkinson.
I think Atkinson will be coming on from this end in an over or two. As this is pushed up towards Rashan Ravindra, who fielded for England earlier today, but this one he just lets go, and Archer picks it up 2 yards behind him.
Had 5 overs for 28, so he's between 5 runs and 6 runs and over. And I'm interested to see. That's why he may have just had a couple of starters outside the off stump, and then is hopefully going to bring it back to bring the stumps into play.
Last ball of the over. He's induced the edge as Tongue. Not taking a wicket just yet. This one lifts up, and Mitchell actually deals with it pretty comfortably in the end, getting in line and waiting for the ball to reach him and playing with a straight blade. Blocks it down into the turf, and that's the end of over number 47, and a partnership now of 94. Stokes is set to continue. What have you seen, Jerry?
No, just that Stokes was going to continue, and not Atkinson quite yet. And is he going to continue round to Ravindra? Or it looks like it, yes. So he's trying to hit those, not the cracks so much, it's more the foot marks created by O'Rourke that he wants to just create some variation and bounce. You find with cracks that as it continues to get heat upon it, the edges of them start to crumble.
I think
they dry.
The field has gone out on the leg side. There's a man down at fine leg and at deep square, as Stokes is in here with 3 fielders in the covers. This is a similar to field to how they bowled to Mitchell on the offside, with 3 heavily populated offside field. There's a man down at deep backwards point, cover point, extra cover and mid-off. But maybe Stokes, mindful of that dismissal in first innings when Ravindra did try and take on a short ball late in the day. This is full on the pads and steered away for a single. I'm not sure what Stokes is actually trying now.
Yeah, no, that was just a miss on line, really. He's just got it full on the leg stump. Not many of the deliveries today, I don't think, would have hit the stumps. I would say, once again, the England bowlers are just missing a trick, or maybe it's just the wind, or maybe it's some other reason, or the skill. They haven't been able to bring the stumps into play. Now, the right hand at the cracks are in play. It's much harder for Mitchell.
And he's got Jamie Smith behind the stumps as Stokes over the wicket. And this is defended by Mitchell. How many more has Stokes got? He'll just keep bowling, I think. If he often is over bowled, and the rest of them seem like they leave a couple out there. But before we went to air, Harmy was saying that he often bowled his best in overs 5, 6 and 7, and his old coach Del Benkenstein, when he came on to bowl, would say to him, "Are we going to get a 5th over here, Harmy?" This is just pushed to gully. Bethel Fields on the bounce. But more often than not, these England bowlers, they're whipped out the attack after 4 or 5. They don't get to bowl the best overs. What kind of spells?
No.
What kind of spells were you employed to do on average?
I was a kind of a rest bowler, really. You know, rest the bowlers,
Yeah.
and not give runs away.
Yeah.
If you could pick up the
Important job.
occasional wicket, that was ideal.
The older ball pushed out to mid-wicket. It's fielded by Ben Duckett, who of course is the only Englishman to score a century in this Test series. Henry Nicholls, Tom Latham, Devon Conway and Glenn Phillips have all managed 3 figures for New Zealand. And as this lead starts to increase, maybe England are going to need somebody else. Again, this is Fuller targeting the pads and pushed out to mid-wicket, but dealt with comfortably by Daryl Mitchell. And that is the end of the first hour here at Trent Bridge. And it's an hour that New Zealand have moved along, not at any great speed. They've added just the 26 runs to their overnight score, but crucially they have not lost a wicket. Daryl Mitchell overturning a leg before decision went on 28. The lead has stretched up from 204 to 230. And Ben Stokes has bowled the entirety of the first hour. Josh Tongue just the 1 over, with Jofra Archer bowling 5. It was he who got that leg before decision, but New Zealand would have taken this when they walked out to bat. Jerry is going to stick around, I think. No, we'll get the thoughts of Jerry while Manners comes in for me, and then it'll be Harmy.
Yeah, well, it's an important first hour for both sides, really, and I think probably New Zealand, because they haven't lost any wickets, would regard that as a bit of a victory. As far as the runs are concerned, yes, there haven't been many, but both men are still there and able to obviously keep scoring. There was, as John mentioned, 1 LBW shout, and the expression of delight from Mitchell, who only reviewed the decision quite late, actually, the LBW, but the delight on his face when he realised he's actually got away with that, and it was going over the top of the stumps. It was given out on the field of play, so it only had to hit the stumps, really, or the bails, and he would have had to go. So that's the closest thing that England have got. We've seen some very strange fields deployed, in my mind, particularly bowling from the Radcliffe end towards the Stewart Broad end, and because you know, the right-handers have got those cracks to deal with, running from about halfway towards the stumps. The ball is much more uneven from bowlers bowling from the Radcliffe end in that direction. And we've seen some low ones, we've seen some hit. Daryl Mitchell in particular, much more difficult for the right-handers at that end.
It's a very good day for New Zealand's men, not so good for the ladies who've failed to make the World Cup semi-final, T20 World Cup semi-finals. There'll be some very, very disappointed followers of New Zealand women's cricket, but they were in a tough group. You've been keeping an eye on that?
Oh, a little bit. I just didn't think they played very well. They didn't handle power plays very well right throughout the whole series so far, sort of 2 and 3 down, and then their catching was appalling.
And they were even lucky to beat Ireland, to be fair. Ireland should have won that game.
Well, Ireland were only 4 down and lost.
Yeah.
Only chasing 130 odd.
Well, England have won 5 out of 5, so they're going well in the Football World Cup and the Women's T20 World Cup, Harmy.
Yeah, it's a pity the men's cricket team haven't backed them up on that front. The football was, I only watched half an hour last night. It put me to sleep. The women's, they look strong, don't they? They really do look strong. You just hope that they haven't played all their good cricket in the qualifying for the semi-final. In this, I mean, I can give it 8 out of 10 for effort. The whole team, they're all together. They've put everything into it, but you know, it's a 4 out of 10 for the planning, because I think some of the stuff that they've come up with this morning.
How do you define effort?
Mitchell's fine. Yeah. Effort is because, for me, the effort is the buzz in the ring, the noise that they're giving, the encouragement that they're giving the bowlers by diving around the field to make sure that they're stopping every possible single, every possible boundary. And
but it also requires effort to bowl straighter.
But that's what I'm saying. When it comes to the planning and the execution, it's 4 out of 10. It really is. I mean, I think they've been a 6 or 7 out of 10 at Mitchell, but at Ravindra, I think they've given him too many chances to get sight of the ball, and the ball's pitching in areas where there's no demons in this pitch. You know, the demons in this pitch is between the stumps, stump to stump, and unfortunately I think England have been found wanting, especially to the left-hander, so far in this first hour, and it hasn't cost them many runs because New Zealand aren't getting away from them, but they're blowing the energy out of all their bowlers.
Josh Tongue into Ravindra, opens the face of the bat, steers it away behind square on the offside, takes another single, and he moves on to 76. It's been an innings of vast maturity from Rachin Ravindra. It's not something that he's been accused of too often in his occasionally dazzling career, but he's been outstanding. I mean, the frustration was palpable amongst all New Zealand supporters, and Jerry and I were talking at Harmy a couple of days ago, and you know, saying like, what do you say to Rachin Ravindra? You're one of the most talented batsmen in the country. What do you want us to do? Drop you and put somebody in with half your talent? Now start scoring runs and stop being an idiot. And he's exactly what he's outside the off stump, left alone. And you know, you tend to judge people with extreme talent more harshly.
You do, and I think we do that from English point of view to Jofra Archer. I think we do give them a little bit more of a tougher ride because you see the utmost talent. I thought that first 25 balls was such a brave innings by Rachin Ravindra, and I mean brave because of the shot he played in that first innings, in the talent and what a lot of people were talking about him. He didn't come and die in a hole. He didn't come and try and hang around. He came, he seen the ball, and he hit the ball.
Josh Tongue into Daryl Mitchell outside the off stump, and it's left alone, taken by Jamie Smith. 147 for 3.
Any tentativeness in Rachin Ravindra in them first 20 balls, and he gets out because he was come out and played some shots, and I think that's the mark of the top players that now do put disappointment straight behind them. He had played a shot, and I'm sure you went to bed the other night, second day of the Test match, going, oh my word, what have I just done? What a poor shot that was. But then when he woke up having his breakfast the next morning, it's like, today's a new day. And when I get the bat in my hand, I'm going to go out and play like Ratchan Ravindra, and he has done.
Here is Tongue again, thick outside edge, and it races away past the solitary slip down to the third man boundary. 4 more runs. Daryl Mitchell has been courageous, as he always is. 151 for 3. There's you and I talking about New Zealand, and it's Jeremy Coney should be talking about Ratchan Ravindra and the courage of Daryl Mitchell. Very, very strong position now, lead of 235.
Yep, they're building on it, which is great, and they know how important this first wicket is today with Ravindra, of course. He, as Harmy has said, he's right. He took the heat out of the new ball that England were bowling with at the time, and the fields had to suddenly be dispersed to try and prevent runs carrying on instead of in catching positions.
Josh Tongue continuing with just the solitary slip in a gully, and this one is defended by Mitchell. No run.
Mitchell has slowly built with his confidence. He's taken a few blows. He's survived those. It always makes you feel better about that. You know, you take me, yeah, okay, that's got a bruise. That's okay, I can handle that. You know, if it's around your head, it's a bit different. But, you know, everything else is just wearing it for a while. You're prepared to do that. You know, if it means you're going to stay there and score some runs, that means much more.
Here is Josh Tongue again, and Daryl Mitchell plays defensively out on the onside, and there's no run. I can't remember the name of that supermarket in just outside of Mount Maunganui where you and I met Daryl with his wife and young children. There he was, pushing them in the pram, and he was absolute delight. I mean, for a chap who's so prickly on the field. And then yesterday, because we've had him on our show a few times, haven't we? And the players' changing rooms are on the same level as the press box, and he was walking past, and you never sort of expect players while they're at the peak of their powers and their fame to pay much attention. They do media. And he was walking past, and he went, "Oh, hello, man. How's Harmy?" And I was like quite taken aback. And he's just an absolutely delightful man, unless you're playing cricket against him. Stokes in again. Oh, and that one's gone past the outside edge. Lovely looking drive, as it always is from Ratchan Ravindra, but he's been beaten outside the off stump.
Yeah, it's a beauty from Ben Stokes, just dragging Ratchan Ravindra forward. That's the area. That's as wide as you need to be. That's as wide, I mean, it's decked away, so it's coming in. It's a beauty from Ben Stokes. It's actually decked and gone wider, where Stokes, it landed somewhere in a similar position where the dismissal of Ben Stokes when he was batting, but it nipped back from Zach Folkes.
Gee, that one has gone at right angles. That's pushed away defensively by Ravindra. When things are going for you and when they're not going for you, it can be so frustrating. Stokes just looking up at the heavens thinking, what do I have to do to get an edge? And then the next one goes straight on.
Yeah, it's just that you're not there enough. If you keep it there, and it's just the word consistency is the thing that comes to mind. Are you just keeping that little square of where things are happening? It will come for you in the end.
Stokes in once again. It's very full, half volley length outside the off stump, push to cover. This is a 100 partnership, by the way. 51 for 3 when they came together, now 151 for 3, and that's huge.
It is huge on this pitch. Got to say, I just mentioned, the sun's come out a little more now. The clouds have just a bit dispersed, and so it's not quite what we saw yesterday morning. We haven't quite seen that. What we saw from the New Zealand. Maybe the pace has something to do with it. I don't know. With the ball on the pitch and on the surface of the pitch just a little longer from Folkes.
Steered away behind square on the offside, and there's no run.
At the moment, this is a very similar field to New Zealand set yesterday, isn't it? You've got basically the straight field is set. You've got a mid-wicket and a mid-on the onside, and you've got the man back for the pull and that sort of thing on as well. And then on the offside, you've got 3 men. Basically, you've got the cover and the mid-off, and you've also got a sort of a straightish and in-close extra cover looking for the drive on the up.
Here is Stokes once again. Forward comes Ravindra, pushing that one out to extra cover. No run.
So it's a 5-4 field, and therefore you want to be bowling straight at the stumps. And if there's any movement from that, you might bring the slip into play, you might bring the keeper into play, you might get a caught and bowled, he might flick it to mid-wicket. There's lots of ways you could actually get a dismissal in LBW if it keeps a bit low and squats. So that's the plan, and that's what you've got to try and deliver, ball after ball.
Stokes in again. It's a little too straight, and it's clipped away by Ravindra off his pads out towards deep backward square leg. Emilio Gay does the tidying up, and they go through for another single. 152 for 3. I'm fascinated by players who have different personas, different personalities, and who play a certain role on the field in particular, and there are some who can't do it. Daryl Mitchell, I think, knows that he's supremely irritating to the opposition, and I think he works on those characteristics, but off it, he's just an absolutely lovely mate, in my experience.
Yeah, he was great this morning. He had brought his family in and sat beside me at, just the next table over, but they're very close to you. Hello, he said hello to the child that just arrived. Did you sleep well last night? And it was all very nice, the whole thing, and then he went and said, well, come with me and let's get some breakfast, and away they went.
Yeah, Manor said, Jerry, we've seen him in that supermarket. He's been hit about 4 or 5 times in this innings, and he actually looks as though he's having more fun out there than he was in that supermarket. And we could sympathise with him. We just left. It was like, we know exactly what's going on here. We've got the T-shirt for that one.
What was the name? It's the size of an aircraft hangar. It's absolutely massive, vast supermarket. Countdown. John remembers.
Oh, Countdown's in New Zealand.
Yeah.
That's where we were. Yeah.
South Island, yeah. Oh, okay.
That's where we met him. It's short and wide and cut by Ravindra outside the off stump, and they go through for a single. And I'm always particularly amused as well by fast bowlers who aren't able to become Mr. Angry on the field, and the captains and managers and coaches say, could you show a bit more, like, I want to see the veins in your neck bulging. And there are some fast bowlers who just can't do it. I was thinking of Mark Wood.
Mark was the same. I was the same. I didn't have nobody understood a word I said, like 20 miles south of Newcastle, so there was no point in me sledging them. It was just a waste of time. So I wasn't one of these ones that snarled at people like, Darren Gough or Dominic Cork or anybody like that.
I don't think you have to be. I don't think Hadley said a word.
Pushed away defensively up towards mid-off. Not necessarily what you say, just, that you want to impose yourself on batsmen.
I'm not sure, Manners. I'm not sure about that. See, what I like in a bowler is after you beat the batsman, you turn and you walk back. And so when the batsman actually looks, he's walking away.
It's a bit like the batter when he defends you on a pitch which has got a bit in it, and he defends it at the middle of the bat, and then he just sort of raises his eyes and looks at you, and you look at him thinking, I've not got much chance here today. It happened to me quite regular, especially when I bowled at something like Ricky Ponting. He went bump like that. I was like, I've got nowhere to go here. Matthew Hayden with them big 12 studs coming at you. Bump.
Tongue in again, bowls. Mitchell knocks it away on the onside. There won't be any run. Hey, Rhys Jenkins is one of our great friends and followers. Jerry, I know you have to go. He says, great coverage, listening from Friburgo in Brazil. Trivia question, name the only Test cricketer born in Brazil. Maybe Jerry played against him.
Born in Brazil?
People ask me these interesting questions. I can't remember the ones who are born in New Zealand. I'm sorry.
You're required elsewhere.
Brazil, yeah. I'll think about that.
Rhys Jenkins, that's fantastic.
Thanks, Rhys. Great question.
What are you doing in Friburgo in Brazil?
Friburgo, where's Friburgo?
Brazil,
I know it's Brazil. Don't tell me that.
Driven through mid-off. That's a lovely shot from Daryl Mitchell. We'll have to give you the answer when you return. Who is the only Test cricketer born in Brazil? Good question, Rhys. Brilliant to hear from you. I know you're a regular listener. 157 for 3 now. It was a lovely shot. England did have mid-off quite wide, but nonetheless, it was just caressed away, pushed nicely straight down the line. And Mitchell honing in on a half century now. 45 not out. Rachin Ravindra has 78. And New Zealand's lead is now 241. The Test match and the series is slipping away from England. Haven't lost a 3-match Test series at home for 14 years. Last time was against South Africa in 2012. Knocked away by Mitchell again as Tongue is in at the thigh pad, back of a length, and they go through for a single. It's the last ball of the over, and Daryl Mitchell keeps the strike. He's on 47. Rachin Ravindra has 78. 78 very, very good runs. It's not the end of the over, I beg your pardon. There's one ball remaining. 158 for 3. Producer Scott's going to be Googling soon. Any other interesting messages we've had? If you're listening anywhere interesting in the world, do please drop us a line if you can in the comments panel on the side of the commentary pictures. Outside the off stump, beats the edge and into the gloves of Jamie Smith it goes. Frustration, more frustration for England, as I said. Sometimes when the more desperate you are for a wicket, the less luck you seem to have. Very, very frustrating. 158 for 3. At least Josh Tongue is bowling sort of straight. He's mostly got an off-stump line going. Still quite a few empty seats in view here at Trent Bridge. I mean, I'm not talking about half full. I'm talking about 90% full probably, but there are more empty seats in view than we've had on the first 3 days.
Pockets of seats, isn't there? There's a stand to our left, probably at sort of wide third, where there's a huge pockets of empty seats, but in the main there's quite a few come in for day 4. Not as much as I thought there was going to be. There's a Sunday. A lot of other things on a Sunday morning. Seen some cricket going on out the back at, I think, at Lady Bay, is it? Lady Bank? Lady Bay, is it? The cricket
Lady
ground
Bay.
Lady Bay, just behind where the cars are parked. There's again, cameras have just shown us there's a game of cricket going on there.
Gus Atkinson takes over from Ben Stokes. His first delivery is very wide of the off stump. It's a loosener. He's allowed that. A couple of listeners and viewers, Harmy, have asked about your verdict on Shoaib Bashir for this match. He'd take a couple of wickets, didn't he, right at the end of New Zealand's first innings, and his economy rate's respectable. Thing is, there's a role for a pressure building spinner. Does he bowl enough wicket-taking balls? Here is Bashir again outside the off-stump. Does he ask? No, that's the wrong question to ask. Off-spinners, don't have a high percentage of wicket-taking balls, but does he ask enough questions?
That's the question. That's the one. He doesn't. For me, they're asking enough questions. I thought he battled hard on day 1 and ridiculous temperatures in a way that there was nothing there for him. No spin for him. So he had to use his skills, his ability to drift the ball. And he hasn't got the experience. So, and all his experiences in Test match cricket, 20-odd Test matches, I think he's found it tough again.
Atkinson in once more, and Daryl Mitchell comes forward to one that's a little bit straighter. He pushes it away defensively.
Sorry, man. And we seen him yesterday. I couldn't understand him, but he was bowling yesterday. I think that first innings, he had to do a job because of the extreme heat. England losing the toss and having to field first. I think when he bowled in the second innings, I'm not so sure. Again, like a lot of people said about this lot, they have a plan, and they have had a plan. I've got no qualms with Ben Stokes and the management of having a plan, but for me, they've had the wrong plan. They've been bowling far too wide.
Gus Atkinson in outside the off stump, left alone, taken by Jamie Smith, standing up.
And that plan that they've had, bowling far too wide to Rachin, bowled a better plan towards Mitchell, has let this game sort of drift away from them. And Shoaib Bashir was bowling yesterday, and I'm standing there thinking, hold on, New Zealand spin bowler is just non-effective in this game, largely down the fact that Ben Duckett took him apart, but their seamers were bowling stumps to stump, and they were effective. So why are we not bowling seamers stump to stump? And the majority of the time to Rachin, we've bowled far too many balls that have not hit the stumps.
Here's Gus Atkinson in once more, turned away on the onside, no run. Harmy, just to...
That might not be answering the full question of Shoaib Bashir. I'm trying to be polite to the lad. We've got to be careful on judging. If you're judging an isolation and a bowler in international cricket, you'd say not quite good enough. But I think he's 22 and England are trying to sort of have him as a work in progress. He's had a tough 6 months. I think he's had a little bit tough conditions in this game and when he's had to bowl, but I don't think he's bowled that well either.
Here is Atkinson again, bowls, and Mitchell plays defensively. All I would like to say in his defence is that he didn't select himself.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know, people have taken a punt on him.
Yeah.
Very, very early on, and I think that he's a project really, and I don't think that's particularly fair on him.
I think a year with Mickey Arthur at Derbyshire Bowl in 14 first-class matches might have been better off.
Yeah.
For his development, heading towards a winter, then coming back and doing that again, heading towards a winter, and 24, 25-year-old Shoaib Bashir might be in a better position to tackle Test match cricket.
Are you interested to know who the only Test cricketer born in Brazil is?
I was hoping Pele had maybe played first-class cricket for a second.
No, Test cricket. You won't have heard of him. I confess I had not heard of him. His name is Ashok Gandotra. He played 2 Tests for India in 1969, one against New Zealand and one against Australia. So if Jerry Coney had played against him in 1969, he would have been 14 years old. So I think the answer is probably no. Jerry didn't play Test cricket against Ashok Gandotra. Pushed out defensively towards extra cover. If I've done my sums right, 14 or 15 anyway. Jerry's getting on a bit, but he's not that old.
No, he's not that old. He wasn't that old last night when he was going from his red wine to his white wine. We had a good night last night, a really good talkSPORT night. Sitting, eating some tapas, talking all things cricket, all things travelling, where this game's going. It was a really, really enjoyable evening.
Here comes Josh Tongue and pushed away defensively by Rachin Ravindra. 158 for 3. 242 runs to the good, New Zealand. First innings lead of 84. It always felt like it was going to be a material advantage, and it is turning out to be exactly that. And then we got back to the hotel and it was time to watch England, which kind of took the shine off it for a while.
Yeah, it didn't take the shine up for me, because that first 20 minutes got me to sleep like a little baby. I was over the moon. I mean, I watched the rest of it this morning and it wasn't much better this morning.
Whipped away off his pads through square leg by Rachin Ravindra. Lovely piece of timing towards deep square leg. Shoaib Bashir does the tidying up. Rachin Ravindra has 80. You want a spinner really at this stage of the Test match to be as likely to take a wicket as any of your seamers. You know, it's day 4. The pitch is worn out. It should be taking plenty of turn, and you want your spinner to. And if he plays a defensive role or a containing role in the first innings, he needs to be able to adapt and become a more attacking bowl more attacking lines. Ask more questions as Ravindra now plays defensively up towards mid-on, and I reckon Shoaib Bashir might become that bowler, but he's not at the moment.
No, not at the moment. He's not. Not at the moment. He's not. His best ball is very, very good. His best ball is good enough for Test match cricket. It's the rest that you put with it, the ability to move a batter around the crease. I mean, I don't think we'll ever get another Graham Swan. Swanee had everything. Swanee had the ability. He had the great cricket brain, great cricket knowledge. I'm pleased he had a cricket brain, because the rest of it doesn't work for the rest of us. You know. But Swanee was unbelievable, and Swanee would love it if it was turning, but there's any inconsistency of bounce. Swanee knew exactly how to do it, and obviously he's a lot more experienced when he came into Test cricket.
Tongue down the leg side, and swing and a miss from Ravindra, and a fumble from Jamie Smith behind the stumps. It was bouncing in front of him down the leg side. It wasn't an easy one to gather. Ravindra 80, Daryl Mitchell 46. New Zealand now 161 for 3.
And Shoaib bless him. He's 22 years old. He's played quite a bit of Test match cricket, but on day 4 on a surface like this, you'd want your spin bowler to be turning it, but because of his height and the way he sort of drives it into the surface, he's sort of overspin. You'd hope that he would get some inconsistency of bounce as well, and we didn't see any of that yesterday. And I mean, again, England, they're trying hard to hit the pitch.
Outside the off stump again from Josh Tongue, and Mitchell and Ravindra very happy to just leave it and keep leaving it when it's not asking any questions outside the off stump. The last time England had 3 bowlers in the world ranked in the top 5.
Yeah, we had that yesterday. 2012 with Broad, Anderson and Swan.
And the 2 who were ranked 1 and 2, because Jimmy was 3, Broad 4, Swan 5. Dale Steyn was ranked number 1 in 2012 at that time, and Saeed Ajmal.
Saeed Ajmal, yeah.
Remember they had that prolific year.
And he was playing in Dubai, wasn't he?
He bowled England out.
Yeah, he did.
With the Dusra.
That was in Dubai.
Yeah. And then they banned him.
Yeah, they did ban him, yeah. Unfortunately. They banned the Dusra, didn't they? Yeah. And that was a good side. That was a good England side. That was a side that had gone to India and won. It was Peterson. It was Root's first Test match. England had gone to India and won and played spin very, very well and struggled against Pakistan and Dubai.
Gus Atkinson begins another over. Ratchet Ravindra pushes it away defensively, and there's no run.
But that last over there, Manners, from Josh Tongue. I mean, talk about executing your plan and having a plan. England have had a plan. I just think it's been the wrong one. The ball too wide to Ratchet, and they're now bowling a bit straighter. But that last over from Josh Tongue, you looked at the New Zealand bowlers for 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 overs from either end. Smith and Folkes, keeper standing up the stumps, making the batter hit the ball straight back down the ground because of
Atkinson in again. Ravindra on the back foot punches to the sweeper on the back of the point boundary. Another single.
Because of the lines and the lengths, they were bowling full, they were bowling straight. They were saying to Tom Latham, if you set a straight field, it's going to take a big risk to hit it across the line on an up and down surface. And what happened? What did they do in that last over? Josh Tongue's probably bowled 1 ball that was in that line length that you want him to bowl, and the rest of it, he got a 2, he got a single, it left a couple. It's not being consistent enough from England on a surface where the plan should be simple: a straight field and bowling at the top of the stumps.
Here is Gus Atkinson again, bowls, Mitchell defends, and there's no runs. Question for you, Harmy. You've only got 3 balls to answer it, so maybe it's something we can talk about later in the day. Neil Van Keulen has said, Harmy, would you agree that England are missing specialist technical coaches or consultants to help them with the types of decisions around tactics, etc.?
Neil, you haven't got unfortunately you ain't got 3 but you've only got 3 balls. Don't get me started on that. I mean, Tim Southey, probably a very good coach. I've got no problem with Tim Southey. Does he know the strengths and weaknesses of all of our bowlers?
Forward comes Mitchell again, playing defensively. How much coaching has he done?
Yeah, I can't imagine him doing too much coaching. You shouldn't need too much coaching at international level, but you should have plans and you should have an idea of what your bowling group's strengths are and how they can execute a plan on a surface. So they're not technical coaches. McCullum's not a technical coach. Jeaton's probably a technical coach. Trescothick's probably a technical coach. Southey, I don't think is. He's just a mentor. They're 2 of them mentors. They're franchise coaches. That's what we've got here in England.
Atkinson in again. Mitchell once more plays defensively out on the onside. No run.
And I think what we found out, especially over the course of this last... Look, we are at a point. I know I said the doomsday clock starts at lunchtime today. Now it started. I mean, I can't see England getting out of this. If England lose this series, there'll be a lot of question marks on whether McCullum carries on, whether Stokes carries on, whether Key carries on. There will be decisions that's probably made. I mean, one thing I have been consistent on since the Ashes is that the coach of the England cricket team is not a coach he's not a technical coach. I don't think they do a great deal of proper planning, and I don't see that in-game planning that is being executed. They've either mis-executed this or they've misread the situation. They can't have had a plan of what they've come up with.
nudged away defensively on the onside, and it's off the pad, no run.
They can't have come up with a plan that this is the right, bowling wide on this pitch. A lot of people have accused them of playing off the top of their heads. A lot of people have accused the England team of not understanding situations. They've got one of the best situation players in their captain, but whether they've not got the right skill sets for the surface that they've been playing on. But since the start of the Ashes to where they are now in Test match cricket, England have been found wanting. I think they've been found wanting. I think they've been found out, like the captain said. And I think that's got largely down to the coaching. And if the coaching hasn't got that ability to understand the situation and understand what the plans need to be for different circumstances over a 5-day period, which are so fluid and change so many times, then I think my opinion is that they are franchise coaches. They're very, very good at dealing with people that go in and making them feel good. But actually, when they're technically in trouble or the situation needs some quick change to where the plan needs to go next, I think McCullum's and his coaching team are found what very, very much wanted.
Josh Tongue, who I think has bowled more wicket-taking deliveries than any other England bowler today, but has yet to pick up a wicket. Continuing from the Stuart Broad end, and this ball is just cut into the covers, no run. Has this one been mentioned, Scott? This is about the Brazilian, but of all the people in the world who might know who the only Test cricketer to be born in Brazil is, it's you. But if you get this, then hats off to you. Tongue again round the wicket on the pads, and it's just flicked away really comfortably actually by Ravindra, who's now 82 not out. What an innings. Has he ever played a more important innings for New Zealand? He of course did play a pretty important one in the last Test match, which New Zealand won.
I can think of people born in Portugal, people born in Panama. I'm trying to think if there's anyone else.
I mean, it would be ridiculous if you get this.
Is it a famous cricketer?
No, not
Oh,
at
then
all.
no. Then I don't know.
Over the wicket now. Oh, that's a good take by Smith. That was short and too wide. And 4, possibly 5 wides have been saved. No, it hasn't been called a wide. He played for India 2 tests at the late 60s. Was he a wicket-keeper?
What was his name?
Scott's about to get it. Ashok Gandotra played 2 tests for India in 1969 against New Zealand and Australia. And I think he might have bowled as well. Might have been a wicket-keeper bowler. Defended back to the bowler, no run.
The Glenn Phillips of his day.
Not in the same match. Has Glenn Phillips ever... I mean,
No,
it has happened.
I mean, probably
but
with
he's
Glenn
taken a
Phillips.
wicket.
Yeah.
It looks like we need to get this guy's scorecard up, don't we?
Moses Enriquez is Portugal. George Headley is Panama. There's a lot of England players who've been born in random places too, haven't they? Thanks to colonialism.
Well, that's why the sport exists.
But I mean, also, you know, just
That cheer is because Joe Root has tried to get the crowd. Oh, brilliant. Daryl Mitchell. Never change. Never change, Daryl Mitchell. At short mid-wicket, or at mid-wicket, Joe Root is getting the crowd going. Clapping away, and he's getting them to Bob Willis-style Josh Tongue, if you know what I mean. Daryl Mitchell facing has just stepped away from the crease, and he shoulders arms, and Joe Root goes up as though he's edged it into the cordon. England needs something, don't they? And it seems like it's Joe Root who's taken up the challenge to try and create something. And he's going again.
he's gone too early with this one though, because Josh Tongue's not even at the back of his mark.
Emilio Gay, deep backward square leg is turned into even Jofra Archer's doing it. Stokes as well. The clapathon from day one is joining in the chorus. Here comes Josh Tongue into Daryl Mitchell, and it's defended by Mitchell on his toes. Just a little bit of theatre here at Trent Bridge. End of the over. I think this is going to continue, you know. England are desperate for something.
Yeah, something Virat Kohli does a lot. Joe Root does it a little bit, but Kohli's probably one of the best. You'll see him in slips sometimes. He'll just turn around and just look at one part of the crowd and get them going. He doesn't usually have to orchestrate it quite at the level that Joe Root did. I think Kohli realizes once he asks, it will be done, but it's certainly something we've seen. David Warner used to do it on occasions as well. Daryl Mitchell, I'd be interested to see how often Daryl Mitchell is involved in a game where the over rates are slow, because he's almost never ready when the bowler's ready.
Ravindra facing Gus Atkinson, who's in, and this, well, Ravindra's onto this too soon. Did that hit the leading edge, or has it hit the body? Tries to push this out to square leg for what would have been a comfortable single.
I think it was just a little thigh pad, wasn't it? The way it went up and then sort of died looked like a thigh pad. So far today, Mitchell basically just scoring by opening the face or getting an edge, or occasionally pushing the ball wide of mid-off.
Ravindra, 82 not out, with a slip gully in place. 3 fielders in the covers as Atkinson is in, and it's driven back to the bowler, who feels and shapes to shy and doesn't. The crowd engaged. New Zealand didn't score many runs at the start of day 2.
Did you mention that?
Yeah, once or twice. And they haven't done so again at the start of day 4, but it's a very different match situation, and there's one thing to not score many runs when you're not losing wickets, and there's another when you're not scoring many runs and losing wickets, which is the big difference.
Also, at this stage, they're just tiring out the bowlers a little bit. That wasn't really the case on day 2 as much. They just got stuck.
Exactly, and also, you know, they want England to be playing on this pitch on day 5. Here is Atkinson. Oh, he's just missed off stump. Kept a bit low. Ravindra looks at the bottom of his bat. We'll have a little replay of this, but that could have been... Is that beating him past the inside edge? Or the...
I think it went under, yeah.
Oh, did that hit the stump?
It made a noise. We'd have to wait for the stump mic. Well, the Snicko to come through, ultra edge. But it certainly made a noise after. It wasn't far away.
Stokes has his head in his hands. Atkinson continuing, the crowd cheering him on. And this time, Ravindra just eases forward and pops us out to the covers. 163 for 3, so 43 runs scored this morning. We've got 20 minutes until the lunch break. But crucially, England have not taken a wicket, and the lead now is up to 247 on a pitch which is still showing, as we just saw.
This is fascinating. 12th has just run on in the middle of the over to talk to Ben Stokes, and the umpires didn't notice.
Atkinson in again, and this is played through point for a single by Ravindra, who moves to 83.
There was no delay, but Atkinson didn't realise what was happening either. He was just going to come in and bowl. And Stokes was just in a conversation with one of the backup fielders, asking for something specific. But yeah, it's not exactly what you... I don't think the umpires would be particularly happy if they'd have noticed that. I can't think of too many times I've seen that happen. It wasn't like they were talking on the boundary. They were about 40 metres in from the boundary.
Still the crowd trying to get engaged. It would have been a Barmy Army wicket, that's what they call it, when the crowd claim an assist for a wicket. If Ravindra was to have gone in the last over, as Atkinson is in, the crowd and the fielders close in around Daryl Mitchell, who unperturbed just clips this towards Shoaib Bashir at straightish mid-wicket. Mitchell 46 and Ravindra is 83. Ravindra was 60 not out, so he's added 20 runs to his overnight score. No, he hasn't. He's added 23, and Mitchell has added 20. He was given out on 28, but that was overturned. A leg before decision. The ball shown to be clearing the top of middle, it seemed like it was Ravindra who was more keen for the review than Mitchell.
But
Is that your reading?
Well, he seemed to suggest it was going down leg, though, so I'm not sure he got
really?
it right. So, yeah. So we're in the 56th over. We're going to get, what, 6 more overs before lunch?
Yeah, 5 or 6.
Yeah. I think you just keep batting the same way you are, and then after lunch, I think New Zealand will probably press on, is my guess, because they don't want to wait too close to the new ball. That gives them 18 overs after lunch of old ball batting.
Yeah, I think we saw that tactic at the Oval, didn't we, if memory serves. Round the wicket comes Josh Tongue, that's edged through vacant. Second slip and down to the boundary for 4. Of all the boundaries scored today, I think the majority of them have been edged through the slips.
Yeah, a couple
He might
open
have
the
steered
face.
that,
Yeah.
actually. There was a genuine edge from Mitchell, but that was played down into the ground. It wouldn't have reached second slip.
That wasn't an edge, it was off the middle. Having said that, I don't think he wanted it to go that fine either. He just got away with it.
Yeah, he did a bit, but I still think it probably would have just dropped short.
Yeah. Very tough to catch. Very good, the New Zealanders hitting the ball on top of the ball so it doesn't carry.
Here's Tongue again, and this is clipped away. There's a chase on here. Back-to-back boundaries for Ravindra. Josh Tongue has targeted the pads. It's a bit full, and that really is where Ravindra usually capitalises. That was hit really hard as well. There's a fielder stuck it out a deep backward square, and there was no chance he was stopping that, and it probably only went within about 5 metres of him, 5 or 6 metres. So Ravindra moves into the nervous 90s. He's 91 not out. New Zealand now handsome lead of 256 runs. 172 for 3 as Tongue comes in again, and this time Ravindra just steps forward and blocks this out to Joe Root in the covers.
So Tongue bowls a Yorker, I would say about every 2 to 3 overs, and it's part of his tactics because he does it so consistently. And against a lot of players, it's a very good ball. Against Ravindra, though, who's so good at whipping those balls away, I think most of the balls he's bowled in the last 2 test matches when he's gone for that surprise Yorker, Ravindra's just got a boundary off it. He times it so well. That's the long boundary out there. And as you said, like, he wasn't that far away, the fielder, and he never really got anywhere near it.
Here is Tongue. Oh, squared up just a touch there. The delivery in the last over, which we thought might have hit the stumps, took the edge of the bat. I didn't see that at all. It just didn't carry, it just dropped before Jamie Smith.
Well, there was definitely a noise. So
absolutely.
It didn't hit the edge of the bat. That was a great off-spinning slow ball by Josh Tongue there. It didn't hit the edge of the bat. Well, yeah, it would have just flicked the toe, the back end of the toe even, but from what we saw.
Well, that's why it didn't carry then, I guess.
Yeah.
Would have been hit into the ground.
I'm not sure it would have carried anyway. It kept so low.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Tongue again, that's short wide, and that is cut. It won't reach the boundary, though. It's Atkinson out there. Ravindra comes back for a second. And he moves to 93. So we've both seen a lot of Ravindra. Where does this innings rate?
I think this is one of his best for decision making.
Yeah.
I think he's just made a lot of correct decisions. And as talented as he is, if you compare him to some of the other younger players coming through, like Jaiswal, Mendes, who I'm missing someone, Shubman Gill, similar sort of aged players, they're much better decision makers than he is.
Here's Tongue again. Ooh, there's a shout at first slip, and Bethel as well. Root at cover. Flat-footed poke at a delivery on a length which wasn't there to drive, and does have this. He's done it 3 times in this innings. Well, he's getting on the front foot. It's not the right length, and then as the ball goes past him, he just kind of sticks his hands out.
Yeah, that's a perfect example of a bad decision that he's made there. He decided he wanted to get on the front foot. The ball wasn't there, and he pushed at it anyway. Yeah, so I probably put his decision-making probably more similar to Harry Brooks, isn't it? Where you kind of expect some mistakes. And we talked about Harry Brooks playing a really good innings on this pitch when the pitch was playing up yesterday. Was it yesterday morning?
Yeah.
Are we day 4? Day 2, was it?
Day.
Day 3. It was yesterday morning, yeah. And I think Raja Ravindra perhaps has even looked at Harry Brook as well and done a similar thing. They both find scoring so easy.
It's Atkinson bowling to Mitchell, full delivery, and it's just hit back to the bowler. No run.
But I think Ravindra's game's not fully rounded yet, and there's elements that you could see when you watch him in T20 cricket. He doesn't really know what role he has in T20 cricket either. He quite often either gets completely stuck or he goes into full slog mode, and he kind of doesn't have like a high fifth or sixth gear he can score in. And I think in Test cricket as well, sometimes he finds it so easy that he's just trying to score all the time, where it's like, actually, you can have a session where you just leave the ball.
Atkinson again, and defended again from Mitchell. He did score 134 against India in that incredible Test series.
Yeah.
And we commentated on it, didn't we? Where India were bowled out for 46. And Rohit Sharma, at the end of that, he just came out and said, I got that one wrong. Because they won the toss and decided to bat, didn't they? Bowled out for 46.
And the pitch flattened out incredibly after that. I thought that was a really good innings. I think this one is more important for his future. Who else has he made hundreds against? He's made a few.
Well, he has, but they've always... I'm just going through them now. So he scored double ton against Sad.
Yeah, we're not counting that.
He scored...
That's South Africa D, for those of you who don't know.
Come on. This is... Oh, 4 more. Might have just come off the thigh pad. There is a fielder at leg slip, but it's gone nowhere near Joe Root. Down to the boundary, and just a few runs now, ticking along. So, yeah, 240 against Sad, 134 against India. So that was a proper Test century. And they're 165 not out against Zimbabwe. A few people got runs there. Then 176 against West Indies in Christchurch. That was the game that Justin Graves scored, made 200. Yeah. Jamie Smith still behind the stumps, or standing up behind the stumps as this pushed out to square leg. No run. 120 against Ireland in May. So that's it, really.
So that Bengaluru pitch, obviously, after India were bowled out really cheaply, there was plenty of runs, because do you remember India made a lot of runs in the third innings as well before Rishabh Pant hit a ball out of the ground and they replaced it with another ball that suddenly started bending around corners.
Well, India made 462 in the second innings, and I'm pretty sure they lost their last 7 wickets to spit. Atkinson is in again. This is pushed out to cover by Daryl Mitchell. Yeah, second innings, India. Sarfraz Khan hit 150. Oh, Rishabh Pant, that's right. He was out for 99. I forgot about that. And what were they? They were 408 for 3, and they were bowled out for 462.
And 84.1 overs. So they were smashing the second new ball, and then suddenly, as I said, Rishabh Pant hit one of them out of the ground. And so it was a brand new ball, but it wasn't doing anything for a couple of overs, and they replaced it with one that just did everything for a couple of minutes. And a really good effort from New Zealand to pull themselves back in.
Crowd getting behind Gus Atkinson, short delivery. Mitchell takes it on, but no timing, and it's fielded by Shoaib Bashir, who we haven't seen bowl today. He's at square leg, and he just walks back. And maybe we are about to see Shoaib Bashir bowl. I think we are, or maybe we're not.
So
maybe not.
So when he comes in for that 100 in Bengaluru, they are already almost 100 runs in front. Wait, what did India make in the first inning?
46.
Yeah, they're 96 runs in front. So there's no pressure on him in that innings, and the pitch had flattened out. This is a tough pitch, and it's the second innings in a row. I would say that the Oval innings is another one that is really impressive. So, and he'd gone through a funk, so it's good to see him just coming back into it a little bit.
Absolutely. His record against England doesn't really bear scrutiny, but he walked to the crease with New Zealand 12 for 2. Right, so they led by 96.
Well, 12 for 2 after Devon Conway had been hit and dismissed. Like, there was plenty going on with that new ball. And they were 51 for 3?
51 for 3 when Henry Nicholls was out. Bashir's going to bowl his first delivery of the day. And it's on the pads and just clipped away for a single. So Ravindra moves to 94. And Mitchell is 46. We're 8 minutes away from the lunch break here at Trent Bridge, where it's gloomy again. That cloud's just rolled over.
Be interesting. I don't think Mitchell goes now, but he did struggle at times yesterday in defending Shoaib Bashir, and he doesn't like defending spinners. If he's going to go anywhere, and it's over long off, and Ben Stokes has left that completely open, where at times in this game they've had long off out.
Yeah, that innings at the Oval, Ravindra was 28 for 2 when he walked to the crease. It was an important one. This is just guided down to Joe Root, who seems to be fielding everywhere.
Yeah.
He's now
Single fielder theory.
Short third. And prevents a run.
I'd say the last two innings that he's played, there's been jeopardy when he's come in, even if they have had a lead. It's been a shaky lead, which we felt could evaporate in either of those games.
Certainly if he got out. Down the track, Mitchell, and steers this past a diving Bashir up to Duckett at long on. So he moves to 47.
Do you think Bashir gets dropped after that press conference last night?
Tell me.
We didn't say we could chase 600.
No, he should have said, we want to chase 600.
Yeah, exactly.
That was peak baseball for me. That was, oh no, we wanted them to score more runs so that we could then chase more in fourth innings. Oh, he's been trapped in front. Fingers gone up, Bashir has got Rashid Ravindra out for 94 just before the lunch break. He's going to review, but I think it's going to be a forlorn attempt to overturn the on-field call here.
TV umpire to the director, we have a player review for LBW.
It looked very adjacent live, didn't it?
Check the bowler's feet, fair delivery, front on.
Be interested to know what. I didn't see either Mitchell or Ravindra suggest that it was missing.
No, I think this is going to be plumb. Oh, it kept low. That's out.
Yeah. It's not good when you both decide to review, but neither of you can tell why it might have missed the stumps.
Rashid Ravindra's walking off before the decision has actually been made.
It's kept low, it's gone
low.
basically under the bat, but it also beat him on the inside part of the bat as well. So
Shoaib Bashir struck. It's going to be confirmed. You're going to find out when the cheers from the crowds ring round this ground. But the applause will continue for a fine knock for Rashid Ravindra, one of his very best in Test cricket. He won't reach three figures, but he has done so much to put New Zealand into a winning position here at Trent Bridge. Got 5 minutes until the lunch break. He troops off with 94 precious runs and has combined in a partnership with Daryl Mitchell of 129 runs, which has taken both New Zealand and England to very different brinks.
yeah, not 100, and he was obviously clearly frustrated. It was the straight one, it kept a bit low, hit him directly in front. It's always going to be a tough review. I didn't see, did it hit in the middle, or was it leg that it hit? Might have been leg.
I didn't see it either, actually.
I think it went to the inside of leg stump, yeah. So I can understand his frustration, but he's basically done his job here. It's up to New Zealand now to make sure that this goes over 300. Anything over 330 is really, really tough, but he's done the part that he needed to do. He came in when it was at its absolute toughest. He played really good, positive cricket. Then England tested his patience, and he went, okay, I can handle this as well. And he's batted beautifully so far today as well. So really good innings from him. I'll remember it for a long time. Not 100, but I think his best innings in Test cricket so far.
Yeah, I'll go with that. I've not seen a better one from Rashid Ravindra, but now just a little moment. Can England seize upon this in the way they did at the end of day one? Remember, when Ravindra was out late on day one, Henry Nicholls was dismissed to the very next ball. Blundell it is, as Bashir comes forwards, and he will just push this into mid-wicket where it's fielded by Bethel.
I think 4 times in this game, New Zealand have lost top order wickets in clumps. So 2 in this innings and 3 in the previous, 3 times in the previous innings. So that's all they've got to do here. Even a 20-25 run partnership will take the steam back out. But more important at the moment, just obviously get through to lunch.
Here is Bashir. He's not going to get another one. This is just clipped into the mid-wicket region. And Bashir just keeps his arms held up. Stokes comes in, gives him a slap. It's a shame, actually. He's not going to get another one before lunch, isn't it? Possibly Stokes ruining the fact he didn't bring him on earlier.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I've been playing for this inconsistent bounce. I'm probably thinking the seamers were more likely to get a wicket with it. I don't remember any inconsistent bounce from Bashir or Santner before this. I mean, that's a ball you should be playing off your hip, really, and should be bouncing above the stumps. And did it hit the stickers of the stump of the on the stumps, so it was about 2/3 of the way up. Like, that was very, very low. It wasn't a shooter, it wasn't a P-roller or anything, but it was low.
Yeah, it's further indication that batting in fourth innings is not going to be easy at all. As Atkinson to bowl the final over of the session, and it's a little inside edge. Back onto the boot and then flies out to cover. Mitchell now will just be resolute, as he has been and always is.
The other thing I would say about that delivery was the first one that Ravindra had faced from the spinner. So Mitchell had faced them so far, and he was probably just thinking at that point, you know, I'll just get this one away, and then I'll see what the wicket's doing. And the first one has played up on him.
Yeah, shown to be hitting middle and leg. He's forced out to backward point. Smith still behind the stumps. Up behind the stumps. Joe Root buzzing around. Sometimes forget how old he is.
Joe Root?
Yeah, when he's larking around.
He's always had the young man energy, though, hasn't he? He's always been a touch of the cheeky chappy.
Definitely. That's what Graham Swan was quite keen for him to retain. You remember, he was quite vocal about Joe Root not getting the captaincy. Might have had a point. Defended out to square leg. Mitchell now just, I imagine he would just try and block the next three deliveries. No point getting Blundell on strike. This early on in his innings, there's nothing really to gain here. Might actually be worth giving him a single. Hang one out.
Yeah, I can see that. Probably maybe bowl one down the leg side, see if you can get something down a fine leg or deep backward square leg.
Here is Atkinson. That's straight and just punched up to Archer at mid-on. How do you think Archer bowled today? He didn't seem to be as threatening today as Ben Stokes or Josh Tongue, actually. I thought Josh Tongue bowled some really good deliveries.
I thought he bowled okay, but he wasn't in the rhythm he was in last night.
It wasn't as hostile, was it?
No.
Wasn't as there wasn't as much movement. So watching Jofra Archer bowl in Test cricket sometimes is like watching white ball cricket, where the first 2 overs the ball's doing everything and then just kind of stopped. There is Atkinson, and this is just pushed out to mid-wicket. So 1 ball left in the session. Can England prize out the other set batter, Daryl Mitchell? He's faced 148 deliveries for his 47. New Zealand have added 60 runs in 2 hours of cricket. You
see where Harry Brooks standing at slip? It's like he's got a crop circle around him.
Yeah, he does, yeah. It's like those stages where they just appear at the start of the concert, isn't it? He's going to disappear in a minute. That's the end of the session. Defended by Mitchell, who marks his guard, takes a look at the square leg umpire. No, normally he does. Well, he looks around to the fielders. And that is a session that New Zealand have just about seen out. The late wicket of Rashan Ravindra. LBW for 94, but Mitchell's still there at the break. The leader's moved up to 264. And we will be back in 40 minutes to see whether Jarrod is correct. And they just try to go at England a little bit quicker than what we've seen in the last couple of hours. Join us here on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel for more.
Welcome back to Trent Bridge in Nottingham. We're about to start the middle session of the 4th day of the 3rd and deciding Test match, and it's been a resounding success. The morning session for New Zealand, who've taken themselves into a commanding 264-run lead with a total of 180 for 4. They lost just one man in the morning session, Rachin Ravindra, a brilliant 94, and it was brilliant. Not brilliant as in dazzling, which is the case of so many of his innings, but in terms of resolute determination and the discipline and the quality of his decision making, and he knew how important his innings was, and he rose to the occasion, having not done so a couple of times in this series. Steve Harmison, it's a very, very long way back for England now. New Zealand 180 for 4. They look like a dot in the distance.
Yeah, they do look like a dot in the distance. A brilliant partnership from Mitchell and Ravindra. I don't think England got their plans quite right. It wasn't a case of executing. Their execution was the problem. I just don't think they had the right plans. I think the execution of the plan that they had was not bad. They were bowling right. We've just had a song play just before we came on air, and me and Manners were looking at each other. King of Wishful Thinking. That was the song. We couldn't quite get who it was, but
it was appropriate, wasn't it?
It was definitely appropriate, because the people that sang it is about where England are at this minute. It was a song from Go West, and I think England's Test series, possible Bazball era is going west.
Do you think that was coincidence, or do you think that the guy playing the music on the PA system, Jarrod Kimber, what do you think?
It was in New Zealand. They're the best at coming up with very timely songs, aren't they? I don't know if we quite see that at Trent Bridge. So
No.
I think it was just luck. Is Doomsday Clock finished?
Oh, Doomsday Clock's gone.
So
Yeah.
Jofra Archer, last roll of the dice. He's in. He bowls a bouncer to Tom Blundell, who stands upright and defends it away on the offside, and it does feel like a last roll of the dice.
Yeah, I don't even think they've sent for Bruce Willis. I think they're forgetting about that. Save the nuclear weapon, save the explosion.
They're not even getting the drilling experts to train them up to be astronauts to go for the on the asteroid now. The asteroid's just coming.
If anybody is listening who hasn't watched the film, hasn't seen them, don't know what we're talking
Called
about.
Armageddon, isn't it? Is it Armageddon?
Yeah, it's Armageddon.
Because they made like 2 movies that were almost identical back to back. The other one's like Deep Impact or something.
Hey, Jacob Bethel's wearing a helmet at second slip. Here is Jofra Archer up to the crease now. Again, bowls to Blundell, back and across, and he defends, nudging that one out to mid-wicket. Have I been missing something over the first 4 days, or is that the first time we've seen him wear a helmet at second slip?
In this test, yeah, definitely. I don't think we've really seen it much this summer, but it's something that England do quite a bit. We've seen a few other teams around the world try it as well.
He's took it off now. He's had it for 1 ball and he's took it off.
He's still standing very close, though. I mean, it would be merited, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it sums England up, really. We've got a plan and then we completely change it. Like
2 balls later.
2 balls later. Yeah, we're bored with that one. We'll go with something else.
He's standing very, very close at second slip, well ahead of the keeper. And it's now guided away past him at second slips, running down towards the 3rd man boundary. Harry Brook is extremely quick across the ground. He's really noticeably a fast sprinter, and you don't see that about too many cricketers, but I don't think too many would have managed to overhaul that, but Harry Brook did, and they've gone through for 3 actually.
What was interesting is Harry Brook did this beautiful save, timed it perfectly, flicked it back, and Shoaib Bashir took about 5 seconds to pick it up because he couldn't reach it. So he had a beautiful little bit of athleticism, and the other person couldn't pick the ball up anyway. I think they would have gone back for 3 regardless.
He dived, and just to say, he dived headlong towards the ball just before it's got to the boundary triangles, and then flicked it back as he tumbled over. It was a very athletic save, and possibly one of the more inconsequential saves of his fielding career. Here is Archer once again. Nice straight approach, bowls, and Daryl Mitchell knocks this one away on the onside. They go through for a single. That's all it will be. Mitchell on to 48. Tom Blundell has 3. New Zealand 184 for 4.
A bit like I was saying there. This sums England up. Trying to be too cool for school, a bit too funky. You watched the New Zealanders yesterday. They bowled stump to stump with a first slip, a fourth slip, a bit of a ring straight field. England are bowling too short for the lines and what they want from a length point of view. They've got a leg slip. New Zealand yesterday had a man in front of square, two men in front of square on the leg side, and basically just dried the whole thing up. You can't put pressure on Daryl Mitchell if you're going to let him just walk across and just punt it into the leg side. Joe Root going into the leg side is creating pressure by dots.
Here's Archer again outside the off stump, and it's left alone. Archer can't believe it, but it's well judged by Tom Blundell.
Well, New Zealand often had 4 fielders on the leg side to stop singles, didn't they?
Stop
Yeah,
singles.
maybe even 5 on one occasion when they were bowling really straight. England have never done that, and even, as we say that, they're going towards it now, but they're not really, are they?
But you're going to the boundary. Why is Emilio Gay going? He's in no man's land. He's not stopping a single. You haven't got the luxury of giving runs away here. At this moment in time, you need to create pressure. You need to create dot balls. The dot balls would be man up on the leg side and trying to, if it goes for 4, I mean, it goes for 4 in this situation. You have to create pressure to get the wicket. And creating pressure would be Gay inside the circle, saving a single.
Here is Jofra Archer again, and it's knocked away defensively on the onside, and there's no run. It seems to me that New Zealand's plans were effectively implemented, and they have been very effective in the results as well. Just seems possible, Harmy, that England don't do plans if they don't rank at least 7 out of 10 on the sexy scale and the funky scale.
Unbelievable, yeah, it's 100% right. Yeah, exactly. You've got it absolutely spot on. And then but the plans they make, they get to the right plan once the horse is bolted. Horse is bolted now. The bowl. I think the bowl at 12 o'clock today. They hadn't bowled a ball at the stumps. 12 o'clock on a gear and a day where you're going. Hold on. Stump to stump is the way to go. They've just shown us that. Bowling at the stumps with the keeper standing up has caused England an absolute world of pain. We bowled for an hour this morning, nearly 200 runs behind, and we haven't bowled a ball at the stump. We've got a plan. We've just made the wrong plan and executed it the wrong way. It's not rocket science. It's quite simple. This pitch has got a bit in it when bowling stump to stump.
Ben Stokes is back into the attack after an 8-over spell at the start of the morning session, and he's back now, and that one is defended.
We bowled very, very well at Daryl Mitchell this morning. We bowled very, very well. And what did we do? We dried him up. We hit him a few times because the ball pitched in line with the stumps, and it bounced or it kept low. You know, maybe he's not been hitting the stumps, but it was at the batter. We bowled wide to Rachin Ravindra. He got 94. He got 94 on a 4th-day pitch, which is doing a bit.
Here is Stokes once again, and that hits the inside half of the bat as Mitchell comes probing forward at that one, and he gets an inadvertent single to deep backward square leg. As poorly as England bowled, Rachin Ravindra, I mean, you know, if the idea was to tempt him into a mistake, fair enough, because he has been easily tempted into mistakes, but at some point you've got to say it looks like he's not going to do that today.
We didn't do it last night, and he started again today with it. So, I mean, he'd already proved that he wasn't going to do it on this pitch. He worked out this pitch quite well and went with it. Was that reverse?
It looked as though it might have had a little bit of reverse.
Well, that will bring the ball into the stumps by accident.
If it is, it's likely to be too late to help England. Here is Stokes once again. Keeper is standing up. Oh, and it's gone straight through everybody. It's gone straight through Tom Blundell and through Jamie Smith, and it's gone down to the boundary for 4. You can't have a part-time keeper standing up to an 80-mile-an-hour ball. I'm sorry.
I'm not sure. Name your favourite keeper of all time. I'm not sure they're stopping this one, though. Doesn't this roll?
Yeah. Oh my word!
To be fair, he would have stopped it if he was back. So your point still stands. But I don't think Jack Russell or Alan Knott or Ian Healy, Prasanna Jayawardene, throw your best wicketkeeper ever. Maybe some of them kick it by accident.
That's a kicking by accident. Even if
Dhoni would have kicked it.
If he's standing back, that might have bounced over the top of him.
Yeah, okay. That comment withdrawn. Driven behind square on the offside. And it's gone straight to the fielder. I didn't actually realise that it kept that low. I mean, it obviously kept low, but it's rolled.
Yeah, that's probably the worst one we've seen in the game so far. What did we say before? We had one that went 2/3 of the stumps up. That one went maybe a third. Yeah, we're being friendly. Maybe a quarter of the way up the stumps.
Quarter?
Yeah.
Yeah, genuinely. I mean, that's.
It might have bounced 3 times before it got to Smith if he was back.
Yeah, exactly. So, never mind. But here comes Stokes once again, and it's pushed away out towards mid-off, and there's no run. Do we come back to the same old question? Do England want to persist with a batsman who keeps? And they do. They want Jamie Smith, and I understand that because he's got a strike rate of 75. He can change the game. He can, and he averages 40. I mean, he is a very, very good a batsman, but his glove work's not.
No, it's not.
Not shiny, is it?
And to continue, you then have to be scoring loads and loads of runs.
Here's Stokes once again, bowls, and Tom Blundell's playing French cricket at the moment. He ends up chest on as he defends that one. England are trying to be enthusiastic and keep going, and Harry Brook is sprinting between ends at the end of every over, but they are trailing by 273.
I remember talking to England when there was a period of time where Bairstow was dropping every catch, but also averaging about 70. I think early on in his career.
Fine, that.
Yeah, and I said to England, like, when do you worry about it? And they said when he stops averaging 70.
Simple.
Yeah.
I've got no problem with that.
No, they were very, very clear with it. To be fair, they did think he should have taken more of the catches, obviously, but they were like, if he's going to keep averaging 70, we're going to keep picking him as our keeper. But obviously, eventually, I think he averaged 20 for the next 2 years after that, so it did drop down.
Here is Jofra Archer, and that's knocked away on the onside by Daryl Mitchell. There's no run. I remember having a conversation with Greg Chappell, whose company I do enjoy. He writes a brilliant article as well, doesn't he? But he just said, there's nothing wrong with teams attempting to think about innovation in Test cricket and coming up with new ideas and questioning old perceptions. He said, as long as you remember that there is a reason that most catches go to first slip, and the second most go to second slip, and the third go to third slip, and and that there's a reason that we have the third man and we don't have the long leg, and because we have 135 years of history, and yes, the game has changed and it moves a bit quicker, but we do have a lot of evidence. So when you see teams not having the first slip and just going for a floating slip somewhere between second and third, well,
yeah, but as long as that the bloke that's standing in that area is very, very good and got a decent wingspan, he's got a better chance of catching it.
Archer in again, and it's full, and it's driven by Mitchell up to mid-off, and there's no run.
Can I ask you a question?
I won't know the answer, but
do the most catches go to first slip? I would have thought the most catches go to second. Because of the angle of the keeper and second slip, I would have thought second slip would take more catches than first slip.
Well, then why then don't if you're going to limit your slip cordon, then why don't we just dispense with the first slip, just have second slip?
Yeah, I mean, well, isn't that what you're just talking about, though?
Here is Archer again, and that's pushed straight back up the wicket towards mid-on. I think you'll find that more catches have been taken at first slip in the history of Test cricket than at second. Yeah,
but there's a fallacy there, because in the first 100 years of Test cricket, if you only had one slip, they would always be at first. I don't think more edges go to first slip than they do go to second slip. Partly because they carry more to second slip, and also because second slip is taking some of the first slip catches. So I think it would be about the same. Is my point.
Yeah, okay. No, I get that completely. Outside the off stump now, Archer left alone by Daryl Mitchell. But the point is, don't disregard the evidence of 100 years of. As much as the game has changed.
So I wrote a piece very recently, which Greg Chappell quoted from a couple of times. And I wrote a piece about how the game has changed. You have to adapt with the change of the game, right? But you also have to understand why it changed, right? Why did we used to have the field in this position and we don't anymore? Because maybe there's something to bring back. So one of the best...
short leg, very rarely do you have short leg anymore.
And if you had short leg as close as they used to be, they'd get killed, right? The ball just comes off too quickly. You need short leg back. So that's not a mistake of modern cricket.
Archer in again, and that's left alone outside the off stump. And that was Chappell's point. Continue to ask questions.
Yes, definitely.
Absolutely, but don't disregard the evidence that does exist.
I think that's where I would agree with it. So one of my favourite things of recent times is old things that don't happen in cricket anymore. I've come back for T20 cricket, like the leg cutter. The leg cutter basically died in the mid-90s. There was no one who bowled it. And then a couple of years ago, everyone went, wait a minute, we can bowl a slow ball that takes the pace off the ball and goes away from right-handers. Why are we not bowling this delivery? So I like that people are going back and finding old deliveries.
Here is Jofra Archer again, and here's good delivery. That's fine delivery. Nips away from Mitchell, plays at it, then brings the bat inside the line, and he's on 49. New Zealand are 189 for 4, leading by 273.
The nutmeg, Nat Siver's shot where she plays it through her legs, like that was a draw shot in the late 1800s, mostly played by left-handers who weren't very good off their pads, and so they would play this shot that would go between their hip and the stumps to get off strike and to get away. Like, these things make sense. So knowing what the history is, I think, is very important.
It's like maybe you go back to your wardrobe manners thinking that shirt's now fashionable.
Yeah,
from 20, 30 years ago. That's more fashionable
do you know
now.
What?
Yeah.
To keep us standing up to fast bowlers.
Yeah,
or,
that's a good
quick
one.
medium. That's now back in. But here's Stokes bowls, and again it keeps very, very low and is fumbled by Jamie Smith. But that was a regular thing. Who's that bowler that, like Derek Shackleton? He used to have the keeper standing. He was nagging medium pacer, and he had the keeper standing up all the time, and and keepers did that. I find myself looking at Tom Blundell going, wow, he's but even me, and I'm not that old, if I think back, that it used to happen a lot in the late 80s, and and before that, before I was working in cricket. That's turned away nicely off his hip by Tom Blundell behind square on the leg side, and Brook and Root in particular have adapted. They now come out of their crease against seamers, which they didn't used to do, and so we've gone back, haven't we? It's cyclical.
I think it's a batter's technique now, where the off stump is hit a hell of a lot more than what it was sort of 15, 20, 30 years ago, and the invention of franchise cricket and white ball cricket and T20 cricket, that the technique of the batter has changed in such a way that the ball going in is more effective as the ball going out.
Slip in the gully and a leg slip as Stokes is in once more, and forward comes Mitchell again.
Yeah, DRS plays a big part in that too, doesn't it? So, yeah, there's lots of little things that have changed just because the game is not quite 100% the way that it used to be. So there has to be, small little follow-ons to that. I was watching, I'm trying to think who the bowler was. I was watching one of the old spinners bowl, and there was a catch at Silly Point, and then Silly Point was standing so close. You just wouldn't be able to stand there now because the ball would rebound off the bat too far.
Dead right. Yeah, exactly. You need to be a bit deeper if you're going to try and employ that. But here's Stokes again, and pushed away defensively on the offside. And the reason, of course, that Root and Brook in particular do advance against the seamers is not some overtly aggressive attack. It's to take LBW and try and get outside the line.
Yeah, I'm trying to think, it's not Barrington. It might be Dennis Compton. Sometimes Dennis Compton, the first ball, he would take a step or two down to the bowler and try and smash him down the ground. Not because he was trying to be attacking, but just so he was like, you can't bowl your length, right? And Javed Miandad, Hadley talks about bowling to Javed Miandad.
Stokes in again, bowls to Mitchell, playing defensively, no run.
And he said he was the worst player to bowl to because Hadley had a length, and he was going to hit that length every ball. And Javed Miandad would bat 2 meters out of his crease, right on the stumps, in the middle, and he would just swap all the way through. Some batters do it for like a couple of balls. Miandad would do it for 2 days.
Yeah, but I think a lot of batters now are trained so their weight's coming into the ball, where in bygone years they were trained to play side on and stand and let the ball come to them, as opposed to now they're coming into the ball. And I think what Joe and Harry are finding is that they're not transferring their weight when they're stuck in the crease.
Here's Stokes once again, and has pushed away defensively once more, and there's no run. The over comes to an end. 190 for 4. The lead is an imposing 274.
In watching Darryl Mitchell in this innings, I mean, he is not bothered about the short ball. He plays the short ball very well, and I think what Darryl Mitchell's done brilliantly in this innings that Joe Root and Harry Brook had a struggle with the keeper standing up. You look how far forward he's getting. You look, I mean, that ball that's gone along the floor and it's gone for 4 byes through Jamie Smith. He's still right out there. He's still trying to get a good stride in to smother the bounce and get everything out. And if he nicks one from there, I think he'd be thinking, well, do you know what? If I nick one, I nick one, but I'm going to make sure, even if the ball rolls along the deck, I've got a chance of getting something on it.
Jofra Archer comes steaming in now and steered away. It's a lovely shot from Tom Blundell, opening the face of the bat. Nobody on the third man boundary. Jacob Bethel and Shoaib Bashir race each other briefly, but only to retrieve the ball because that was always going for 4.
Too wide, simple as that. Too wide, too easy for Tom Blundell. Stand there and just open the face of the bat. It's, you know, you've got to be bold. I mean, off stump, arguably, the outside of off stump is arguably as wide as you need to be.
I wonder if they need to bring up square leg here and just bowl straight and full at the stumps from this end, because this end's not playing up in the same way.
Here's Archer again, and again Blundell up onto his toes, works it away for a single through square leg. 195.
Just release the pressure.
Yeah.
That's square legs inside the circle. That's what New Zealand did very well. Squeezed England. They had square leg up inside the circle and said, right, if it goes for 4, it goes for 4, but we're going to try and stop. We can for every 4 you get, we'll save 3 singles, and that's 3 singles, which is creating even more pressure and the squeeze on you on a wicket, which might just have your name on it with a ball running along the floor.
Because I just don't think this end is anywhere near as hard to bat on, so they have to come up with a new theory for this end.
Here is Jofra Archer in again, bowls, and Mitchell is caught in 2 minds. He wants to chop it away behind square on the offside, then he's now rehearsing the pull shot. But why is, I keep asking the question, why is deep backward square leg out there?
I don't really
Why
know.
is he?
I don't know, unless he's going to bowl a short ball. But
But he's been out for 3 overs and he hasn't bowled one, has he?
he didn't take him from the leg side as such, he took him from slip.
That was leg slip, wasn't it?
Yeah, leg slip.
Yeah.
So he took him from a catching position.
I find it very bewildering. Here's Archer once again up to the crease now, bowls, and the back of a length it passes by, almost chest height as Mitchell offers no shot. How about this innings from Daryl Mitchell, by the way? 49 from 165 balls. What a dispiriting grind as far as England are concerned.
It is, and now you just see there he's walking down the crease to Jofra Archer. He's basically a golden Jofra to try and get forward to say, you're not troubling me. Your pace, there's no real pace on it. It's 83, 84 miles an hour. I'm going to try and get as close as I can to the ball. So if it misbehaves, I've got more chance of getting away with the LBW. I'm going to smother the bowl.
Here is Archer again. Forward comes Mitchell again, pushing that towards mid-off, but there's no run.
To get back what we were talking about before, this is what Mitchell does, and Root does it as well. It's the Javed Meendad thing. He didn't walk on that one. So he's just saying to Jofra, you're not going to be able to bowl your length every ball. Sometimes he sits back in the crease. Sometimes he stands well out of the crease. And it's why he's so difficult to bowl to. But I just think they have to come up with a theory here, whatever it may be. You know, maybe just bowl knee roll at the stumps with 4 guys saving singles on either side with fine leg out.
Here is Archer once again, and let's look for the Yorker by way of variation. Mitchell digs it out though, and there's no run. That's sort of under 13 field. You just have 4 men on either side saving one. New Zealand weren't embarrassed to do that.
They did exactly the same and created so much pressure.
And we questioned it at times when it wasn't working as well, of maybe they need extra fielders in. We're like, no, actually, they know what they're doing. They're bowling for bowled and LBWs on a surface with a little bit of inconsistent bounce. Are England bowling for bowled and LBWs?
No, because they're not bowling at stumps.
Right?
You just said for an hour this morning they didn't hit the stumps, so they're not bowling for LBW or bowled.
And isn't that the most likely way of getting a wicket on the surface?
I think it's one of the only ways you get wickets on this surface.
So what are we doing with 2 slips in then?
Ben Stokes is up to the crease now, bowls, and Tom Blundell forward, blocking that one up towards mid-off. Ben Duckett does the fielding. At some point, we're going to have to start talking about whether England can bat 4 sessions.
They're not going to try and get a draw, are they? Oh, wait, or has Bazball broken?
Well, I mean, they lose the series. You know, they go out there, try to chase 350, whatever it is, and get bowled out for 180. They lose the series. I mean, maybe they do. Maybe they try not to get bowled out. It's pushed away defensively. That's slightly different wording to playing for the draw. Okay, they won't say, yeah, we're playing for the draw, but okay, let's try really hard not to get bowled out.
Yeah, the Bazball method has been very, very strained over the course of this last 8 months. From the captain's understanding of what Bazball is, and what actually Brendan understands what this team has with Bazball when it comes to executing what from their plans point of view.
Here is Stokes once again, and it's down the leg side. They go through for a single. Jofra Archer does the tidying up. Blundell double figures now. He's 10. Mitchell 49 from 166 balls.
Does New Zealand have to make a decision here soon, though?
Well, that's interesting. I'm thinking 20 minutes either side of tee. 20 minutes before tee declare, or 20 minutes after tee. That, the irritation value is worth more than the actual time.
Dragging. I would drag England. I would keep them out there.
You don't want to potentially lose a test, though, do you?
Here is Stokes again, and has pushed up towards mid-on. So you'd rather have less overs and just more intensity?
I think if I'm in New Zealand, 90 overs tomorrow, which I'm probably not going to bowl, which would be like 85. I'm thinking, I don't think this England cricket team can bat more than 90 overs, 85 to 90 overs. So if I get to 5 o'clock tonight and I'm still batting, then I start thinking about making my decision.
They've batted for 115 overs twice in 48 tests. Here is Stokes. Oh, there's an appeal for leg before wicket, but it's a bit of a hopeful one. Loud but unconvincing. And not out, says umpire Nitin Menon. So in 48 test matches in Bazball, twice they've batted 115 overs. So if you gave yourself 115 overs, that'd be...
Yeah, that would be 5 o'clock tonight.
Yeah.
That would be... I'll be looking at 5 o'clock tonight. I've got an hour and 20 at them tonight, which is, what's that? Best part of 18 overs, 20 overs, 18 overs, and then all day tomorrow. I'd want to grind them into the ground today, and then let loose tomorrow.
Here comes Stokes again, and playing a miss, I think, from Daryl Mitchell outside the off stump, unless he played it inside the line deliberately. The lead is 280 at the end of the 66th over. New Zealand are 196 for 4. Rachin Ravindra made a brilliant 94. He was the only man out in the morning session. LBW to Shoaib Bashir.
Are you worried about the amount of runs if you're New Zealand?
Nah, not for me, not on that surface.
Okay.
If I was New Zealand, my ideal thing would be to get the last wicket with 5 minutes to go tomorrow, because what I'd be doing is just prolonging this whole narrative of where this England team's at, and really making England suffer. That's what I would be thinking at right now. Can they bat 115 overs? No. But I'm going to make sure that we drag the whole story into the last hour tomorrow.
Here's Jofra Archer, steered away off the thick outside. That was edged, actually. I'm not going steer there. He was trying to steer it, but he edged it just past Harry Brook at slip, diving to his right. Brings up the 200 for New Zealand.
Again, too cool for school, thinking outside the box. Why on earth would you have a fielder as close as Jacob Bethel off Jofra Archer at second slip? If he's in his normal place, he's got a higher percentage of chance in catching that if he's at least 3 or 4 yards further back. Again, you're in this position because New Zealand did the simple things for long enough, and they did it well. England get bored easily, or they decide they're too funky they try and be too funky for their own good. That's what's happened there.
Short one from Archer, hook shot attempted from Blundell, misses. It's too high for him, actually. It was Bethel, and he was in that forward second slip position, and no wonder it's flown so quickly past him.
They just moved him back as well. It's classic Stokes straight away.
Unbelievable.
I could see Bethel go, "You sure you want me to go back?" And Stokes is like, "Yeah, go back." Well, you're the one who put me there.
Yeah, it's so of this starting 11, Brook, Bethel and Archer are in the T20 squad. Anyone else that plays against India in the first T20 international?
Duckett's not, is he?
Duckett's been quietly dropped, hasn't he? Not much was written about that. Quietly moved out of the T20 team.
Tongue's in the squad.
I wonder if any of them... Brook has to play, obviously.
Brook will play, Bethel will play, Archer won't, Tongue won't. At Durham, I wouldn't have thought. Starting Wednesday.
And this test match finishes tomorrow, Monday, so Tuesday travel day. I presume they'll travel tomorrow night. So they'll be in Durham, wake up Tuesday morning, and that's a 5:30 start, isn't it?
5:30 start, yeah, for the Indian TV market. I'd
Is
grind
this-
England into it. This is just people behind. The actual sign's not turned around.
I think it's a sign. Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
Sign hasn't turned around.
There we go.
But I'd grind them into it. That's frustrating. Jacob Purcell, it's frustrating. You don't need to stand 5 yards closer if Jofra Archer's bowling properly. Jofra Archer's got a tailwind up. He's bowling properly.
2 slips, here's Archer, bowls, left alone outside the off stump by Tom Blundell. 14 from 21. Daryl Mitchell, he's really got the heavy grinder out. 49 from 169 balls. This is, I'm batting purely because I can see the pain on your faces.
And I would keep that going. I would, if I was in this shoes, if shoes on the other foot and I was in the England camp, I'd be going drag it out until after tea tomorrow, because there's a lot of noise, a negative noise going around the opposition.
Here is Archer again, and short pulled away down towards long leg, and it's gone very, very quickly. He's up. I thought he just helped it on its way, but he's actually hit that as Tom Blundell, and he gives up 4 runs for it. He's beaten long leg.
It was very fine, wasn't it? Was it a slower ball bouncer? Let's have a look. Oh yeah, is it a cutter? It's just gone wrong.
Oh, that's why he's hit it rather than just paddled it.
I don't think he's getting it right. It's not come out of his hand right.
No, it looked weird. Like he almost looked like a undercutter, like a Grand Slam undercutter.
204 for 4. The lead is 288. Highest 4th innings run chase in this ground, 299. Outside the off stump, left alone by Blundell, and that was on a pitch which was, well, a batting rip snorter, even on day 5. This is not.
My only concern if I'm New Zealand is I don't have a great bowling lineup. I don't have all my best bowlers. And the only other issue is it seems to be mostly at one end.
Hang on a sec. I think Zach Folkes and Nathan Smith are absolutely ideal for this.
Oh,
pitch.
no,
They
I mean,
bowl wicket to wicket.
There's no problem with Smith and O'Rourke, but it's not Jameson and Henry and Duffy. And
But what about Folkes? He
he bowled really well.
quickish medium, wicket to wicket,
He
keeper
might
standing
be
up.
ideal.
I think he is ideal. Here comes Archer again. Short, hooked away, high into the sky. Underneath it, Emilio Gay takes a very good catch. To the delight of the crowd behind him. Roar of applause. It may be too little too late, but Emilio Gay will be congratulated anyway. He's judged that extremely well. Possibly a consolation wicket for Jofra Archer. And, well, Tom Blundell finally has provided some evidence for why England have got a deep backward square leg.
Yeah, good catch from Emilio Gay, a really good catch. He's had to work hard for that. He's had to come in a couple of steps, realise that it was going over his shoulder, and it got a gust of wind. It seemed as though he just, for a split second, he just wasn't sure whether it was coming or going, and he managed to get himself in a position to base to catch it. Good catch. He turned, he gave the crowd a fist pump, because in the last 20 minutes, half an hour, Ben Stokes is just clapping the England crowd in that stand. Joe Root got them fired up. Emilio Gay's getting them fired up. And England, well, they've got a wicket. Are they back in this match? I think they need 1 or 2 more very, very quickly for me to say that England still stand a chance in this cricket game.
He rubbed that ball on the ground, by the way.
Do you reckon? You said that straight away.
Yeah, he definitely did it. I just saw it on the replay. They didn't look at it. I'm not sure if he was in control of it or not, but either way, it should have been looked at. So what we were saying about the deep backward square leg manners was, we don't have a problem with it if they're bowling bouncers. He started bowling bouncers. They put it out 4 overs ago. But Blundell is a bit of an automatic hooker, isn't he? And we saw even with the bad ball that Jofra bowled before then, he'd missed a hook in the last over, I want to say.
Yeah, he did. It was high. I thought it was probably a wide. If anything, it was a wide. It was too high that he missed, and then he helped that one down and round the corner, didn't he? And then that one there again was probably like the first one, just a little bit too high, not being able to control and hit the sort of high up on the bat.
But yeah, at least they were using that fielder. Our issue was before they weren't using the fielder, so there was just easy singles there. But yeah, just changes a little bit. Remember, this is not the longest batting order. They've got 2 handy players now, and Santner and Smith, who'll come in next. These are not specialist batters by any stretch.
And it's Stokes bowling to Mitchell, who hasn't scored a run in 17 balls, but he'll take one to his 18th, and that means Daryl Mitchell reaches 50. 205 for 5. New Zealand's lead 289 runs. And another doughty knock. They play a little bit of old school cricket, don't they, New Zealand? And nobody typifies that approach more than Daryl Mitchell.
He also hasn't been in great nick, you know, all the way through this series, and he's worked out a method of staying in on this pitch, not really scoring, but staying in on this pitch, and he's stuck with it. He does like it when he can annoy other human beings, let's be honest. That seemed to be his favourite thing to do.
Well, were you
done that very well today and yesterday.
Were you two on comms with me when Joe Root got the crowd going and they started cheering?
And he backed away.
Santner to face his first delivery, and he's playing it away from the body. Out to Ben Duckett in the covers. Santner was bounced out, wasn't he? There was a little bit of conjecture at the time about whether it hit his glove or his wristband or his arm guard. But with bat and with ball, he just showed the signs of a guy that hasn't played a lot of red ball cricket for a while. There was a rustiness to him. Shoaib Bashir, was it Shoaib Bashir or it might have been Zach Folks last night saying that Santner's going to play a big part in this match. Stokes is in and he's defended. But yeah, I mean, you know, watching on, Harmy, it does seem like there's one end where the ball is scooting low and there's a bit of turn as well. Bit of movement, bit of lateral movement, but when you look up at Daryl Mitchell, who's faced 170 balls, Gus Atkinson stuck around for 60-odd deliveries when he was batting towards the other end, but it's not just about sticking around, is it? It's about scoring runs. That's what England are going to have to. Oh, that's a good ball. And actually, Jamie Smith fancies this. Now, Brooke wants it. Joe Root doesn't think it's hit. He's just joined in with the conversation. Stokes didn't hear anything. I wonder whether they might just try a review here. They've got 3 of them left. Yep.
You're not losing anything, Ben Stokes. There was a little bit of a sound. I thought it might have been these Santner's boot scratching in as his weight transfer was going.
Well, we were just talking about the conjecture from the first innings. Could third umpire about? We'll have a look. Smith went up for this. It was more of a polite inquiry than a demand.
There's a little noise there, John. There's a little noise.
It's just his feet are moving, though, aren't they?
Yeah.
There it is. But Santner's not going anywhere.
No.
Well, now he is.
Santner can't believe that.
For the second time in the match, Santner walks off with the bemused air of a man who doesn't think he should be dismissed. Stokes got him in the first innings, I think.
Yeah, he did. He got him in the first innings off the wristband, didn't he?
Yeah, no, I remember the dismissal. I just couldn't remember the bowler.
Yeah, it was Ben in the first innings. It was a good delivery. It was a good ball.
Well, they've come to that conclusion quickly again.
Did, yes.
Didn't they?
Yeah, that was just about to say that. And Santner was not best pleased. And I always go, whatever sport, whether it's football, rugby, cricket, whatever, look at the player's first reaction. Tends to give it away, or players around them's first reaction. Mitch Santner's first reaction there when he was given out is not a man of, I tried to fool the umpire there. That's of a man who's going, I didn't hit that. I didn't hit that.
Well, it was a clear spike, a little one, but it would be interesting to see the foot movement. Well, it was a quick one again. Jeremy Coney's about to come in for Steve Harmison, and maybe after a slow burning session, we're about to get a little bit of fast forward cricket. 2 quick wickets. Nathan Smith now at the crease. New Zealand's leaders 289. They've worked really hard this morning, but so have England. England's intensity has not dropped. Maybe now's the time for New Zealand to start trying to get some value for their shots. Here is Stokes with the crowd cheering him in, and Nathan Smith just comes forward and meets this delivery comfortably enough. Pushed out to cover. Yeah, well, let's have a look at this one again, shall we, Jeremy? Now, Smith went up, Root didn't. He followed. Brook was interested. Smith wasn't sure, though. Stokes indicating he hadn't heard anything. I mean, does look quite clear. The only point I'd make is Santner was moving his feet. He may feel that sound came from that. Spikes. Anyway, second innings in a row that Santner walks off with a shake of the head. Doesn't matter now. And this delivery on the pads of Nathan Smith is pushed out to mid-wicket. 206 for 6 then, New Zealand. They lead by 290 runs. That 84-run lead on first innings could still prove decisive. We've got 4 sessions plus another, well, the best part of an hour and 20 minutes in the afternoon. Sun's out in Nottingham. And those 2 quick wickets after the lunch break. Well, 3 quick wickets, actually, because New Zealand were 180 for 3. They're now 206 for 6, so they've lost 3 wickets for just 26 runs. But they do have Daryl Mitchell still there. Although it'll be Nathan Smith to face this first ball from Jofra Archer, or his first ball of this over. Emilio Gay trying to get the crowd engaged, as England have been for the last half an hour or so. Last hour either side of tee. Here comes Archer, and Smith up on his toes defending.
John, it's one of those pitches that where you can lose, you know, a clump of wickets quite quickly, because some of them are keeping low, some of them are nipping around away, and it's quite hard to get your bat really. I wonder how Emilio Gay is fielding. You know, how he's feeling out there. He's on a pair, and he's seeing all this up and down movement, and it won't be easy for him. He's had 2 other innings here at Trent Bridge, and he got a pair then.
Here is Archer, and again Smith playing defensively.
So he hasn't scored a run yet, so he's going for an outie.
Olympic Games if he comes back again next year against Australia. Yeah. You're right, though. New Zealand lost 2 wickets for 2 runs, then 2 wickets for no runs on day 1. They lost 2 wickets for 1 run, 3 wickets for 4 runs. That was their first innings, so it happened 4 times. And then England did something similar. They lost 2 wickets without addition. They lost their last 3 for just 4. As Archer's in. Oh, he's got him! Nathan Smith says behind! Coming forward, and the additional bounce from Archer. The movement just enough to take the outside edge. And New Zealand now are starting to fall in a bit of a heap. 206 for 7. The lead is still a mighty one, 290 runs. But if Emilio Gay wasn't starting to turn his attentions to the prospect of batting on this pitch a few moments ago, he will be now, with England needing just 3 wickets to get back out there with the bat.
Yep, that's edged. There's no doubt about that one. And it's bounced. This one's bounced quite a lot, and Smith's taken that up to his left with both gloves shoulder high. So that's what's occurred there. And Nathan Smith just playing a little uncertain. It's very hard to start to get your innings underway on a pitch like this, because it's going up and down. You try to get forward, and it beats you, and you don't feel too good about that. Then your feet don't move as much, and so on. You can easily get into trouble. And you've got to admire the way that that Mitchell has been able to just keep on doing that without scoring. Now he's in a position where he's really got to look to score more, because I don't think he can continue to just knock it back, and use up time, which is trying to deteriorate the wicket. I think he's also runs become a factor here.
Zach Folkes, the new batter. He started out as a batter, didn't he, Zach Folkes, before transferring his skills to become a bowler for New Zealand first and foremost. But he did score a few runs in an ODI against England before Christmas. This is a completely different challenge, of course. But now it feels like Daryl Mitchell is going to have to start playing some shots with Sears and O'Rourke to come. Got to get that lead up the other side of 300. It feels a sizable one already, but the way England go start their innings, they can ill afford Ben Duckett to get at them and knock off 70 or 80 in quick time. So this match maybe still in the balance. And those quick wickets, though, a reminder this is not an easy pitch. Short ball and Folkes ducks.
That's quite well played by Folkes, actually. He's watched that. He's bent on the back knee. He's gone underneath and watched the ball as it's gone past him. It's bowled from relatively wide out, three-quarter crease, but the actual ball before is angled back in, and let's just see if it moves. Well, it's mainly bounced. Wow, that's bounced. That's certainly surprised Smith, and I think almost the other Smith behind him.
Yeah, that'll be the end that William O'Rourke bowls, I imagine. He comes in again, and this is played it defensively, but with a half a bat really. Goes down to Bethel at third slip. 206 for 7. Could England be batting before tea? Certainly didn't feel like they would be just 15 minutes ago. But the game has changed really quickly since the lunch break.
There is a scenario that Duckett goes in it and goes hard and gets lucky. Those are, and I think the approach is, if it's on the stumps, defend it.
Here's Archer, and it is defended as it's on the stumps.
If it's wide, go for it. I mean, there's an element about that in this surface, I think. And if you get a grubber, or if you get one that bounces a little bit, tough luck. You've got to be there to score runs, ultimately, don't you? You can defend and defend and defend as long as you like, but in the end, it's going to be a question of how many runs do you score. And you can understand that while there are batsmen at both ends, one of you can get going. That almost happened with Blundell and Mitchell. It happened with Ravindra and Mitchell.
Well, the field is going out now for Daryl Mitchell. England will be more than happy to give him the single. There's a deep backward point, deep backward square leg, and also a man in front of square on the leg side by the boundary. And Ben Stokes coming in, and this is too wide and left alone. He's got a leg slip and 2 slips in place. Ben Duckett in the covers. How does Mitchell take this on? I think he's only scored 1 run since the lunch break.
Yeah, it is. All the interest now, as far as New Zealand is concerned, is on Mitchell. What's his mental sort of situation right now?
Here's Stokes. And this again just leaps up off a length and wrings his hand as Mitchell. There's more signs of that uneven bounce. Jamie Smith behind the stumps. And Mitchell just comes up to have a quick word with Zach Folkes. Punch of the gloves. I mean, I think they've just got to start going for their shots now, surely.
Well, that one's in quite close, though, isn't it? I think that's a ball to defend, and it's just one of those.
Absolutely, yeah.
But if you get a bit of width, I think if you flayed at it and make the catch to gully or maybe to slip, at least it goes hard. And that's if you're unlucky, if it goes there. But you'll get it away somewhere and you might get a boundary.
Yes. Stokes affording no width whatsoever so far in the over, and he doesn't again now. This is clipped away, square of the wicket for a single. And Ben Stokes has got 3 deliveries, perhaps, to bowl at Folkes. How does Folkes go about things as well? On a pitch like this. Wonder what the message from the dressing room is. Imagine there was a flurry of activity with pads appearing and all sorts going on. 3 quick wickets after lunch, and that one of Ravindra just before lunch as well. Remember, so England taking 4 wickets in really quick succession here at Trent Bridge. The crowd getting behind. Folks has just held things up momentarily. He's got 2 slips in place in a gully and a backward point as Ben Stokes is cheered in. Short ball and he ducks underneath it.
Mitchell wanders down, taps it down, looks at him. A look of hopefully a reassurance to Folks. He played it okay.
One thing I'll say about this test match, Jeremy, is for perhaps the 5th time, I was listening to Jarrod and Harmy and Manners chat about where this test match was going, and this breakaway as Stokes is in, and this is glanced fine by Folks, who gets off the mark. 208 for 7. I was listening to Neil Manthorp saying, and the question was, could England bat the game out to draw it? New Zealand looked like they were looking very secure, and they could maybe bat till 5 o'clock this evening and then put England in, and would there be enough time for England on this kind of pitch? And now, of course, you're thinking, well, England, it feels like England are going to be batting before tea. So once again, it's just changed. As Mitchell is beaten past the outside edge, and Smith takes it cleanly behind the stumps, and still rather be in New Zealand's position for sure, but it is just another reminder that this is why you don't make predictions, Jeremy.
No, you always cover your bases, John. I mean, having the runs, of course, is an advantage, isn't it? There's no doubt about that. They're on the board, they're there, they're done. And we've just witnessed in the last 5 minutes how wickets can fall in clumps. We've seen it throughout the game. And the tail, it's very hard to get started anyway without being a tail ender. Folks at the moment has looked to be, to me, relatively organised. He's played forward a couple of times. He's got underneath some bounces. He's got a single, so he's off the mark. And it was just a regulation single, but he played it nicely into the leg side. So those are good signs for a start. It's obviously only a start. He's just off the mark. And it means, of course, he's now facing the next over from Archer, who's 4 for 40 at the moment, looking for a 5-wicket bag.
High jinks continue behind the stumps. How long have England been doing this? Harry Brooks just picked up Jacob Bethel. There's been a lot of that in this test match. Joe Root at leg slip as Archer comes in. Oh, it's a good delivery. No ball though, so another run to the score. Folks taking the bat inside the line. Archer's bowled 17 overs. He's taken 4 for 41. This is exactly what was required. Started the bowling early today alongside Ben Stokes, and bowled straight after lunch as well with his captain. He's at the top of his mark now. Folks lets this one go past, up on his toes, and watches it all the way. He's dealt with that relatively comfortably so far. 7 balls into his innings. How long is this spell? What's this spell been now for both? Let's have a look. 5 overs for Archer and 5 for Stokes. Although did that start? There are a couple of those. Well, no, Bashir was at the Stuart Broad end. So Archer now, the start of his 6th over, comes in, and this is defended It's defended well by Folkes. Archer fields. There's just a little hush here at Trent Bridge. You often get that after a period of intense excitement. We've had these England fans have had 20 minutes of the good stuff, but still some work to do. What can England chase down? It seems like that's a big target. Oh, short delivery, and Folkes sees it early and starts ducking early as well. Mitchell's just coming down the track and having a word with his junior partner. What's he saying, Jeremy? What can you say to somebody? Or
Well,
is he just delaying things?
No, I don't think so. I think he would be saying, you know, there's going to be some confidence lifting, if you like. You're looking to get in line, you're handing it, your feet are moving well.
Here comes Archer, and again, Folkes gets behind it and just pushes it back to the bowler.
No need to rush this single. I'll take the next over. There's more happening at the far end at my end than there is at yours at this stage, so it's a good end to be. Even though Archer's taken the wickets, one was a mistake by Blundell, hooking from low to high and picking out Gay where there were two men on the hook. He'd already got a hook earlier in the over for 4. Wasn't really needed if you wanted to be harsh about it and a bit churlish.
Yeah, he took the hook on a couple of times in the first innings as well, didn't he? As Archer was in, and Folkes again just covers up and pushes this up to mid-on. As comfortable as you like.
Yeah, he's got time. He's not rushed with his defensive shots. He's in position. Will he get the full ball now? He's had time so far to see that quite nicely, but he is back just a little bit behind the popping crease, giving himself, in other words, the maximum time to see the ball.
Does he take the single?
Well, that's the other thing that Mitchell probably would have said. That's what I meant by just leave it there and I'll look after the next over.
Last ball of the over, and it's defended straight back to Jofra Archer. And that's pretty well done by Zach Folkes. He's faced a couple of overs now for his 1, and now all eyes on Mitchell, who will continue to face his old foe, Ben Stokes.
I think that'll be it for Archer. I think in his spell he's done the job so far and continuing to take wickets. Wouldn't be surprised if Atkinson shoots up there.
I think he's indicated to Ben Stokes he's done.
Right.
Archer.
And look, there's Atkinson getting ready too.
So that's Archer's spell done. A really effective one as well. 6 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 18. Ben Stokes has bowled 5 overs, 1 for 7. So New Zealand, we expected them to try and increase the run scoring after lunch, and actually the reverse has happened. As Mitchell with a leg slip in place, and 2 slips with deep backward point, ducking at cover. Is that Atkinson warming up at mid-off?
Yes,
Josh Tongue at mid-on, with Shoaib Bashir at forward deep square leg, and then Archer at deep backwards square leg. And Mitchell, I think, has scored 2 runs since lunch. And this is just pushed out to mid-wicket, where Stokes himself fields.
About the only area Mitchell has looked to score is when it's perhaps middle and leg of the line, and he's been able to tuck it towards the umpire or anywhere. In fact, there's so much room after the mid-on, there's no one else really. They'll stop some boundaries, but he can pick up one very easily.
Here is Stokes. He's in past the umpire, and no run there. Folkes has taken 3 or 4 steps down the track, but Mitchell's pushed this straight to Ben Duckett in the covers. So a little bit of gardening. And Mitchell will get back. How do you feel this pitch has played today? As opposed to yesterday, there was a big drop off on the pads, and this is pushed out square of the wicket. That's exactly what Jeremy was saying. Feeling that maybe a single has been given there. Ben Stokes wants a couple to young folks. It seemed like a massive difference in the pitch conditions between day 2 and 3.
Yes.
How do you assess days 3 to 4?
Yeah, I think it's still done a lot, hasn't it? I mean, it's still mainly gone down, I'd have to say. It's been a lot, if there's been any variable bounce, it's been low bounce.
3 slips in place, and this is too wide and left alone. Well, 2 slips in a gully. It's quite close, though, that.
Sure, I mean, Mitchell's been hit on the elbow, wasn't he? Or just above the elbow this morning from the Stokes delivery. And he's had taken a couple on the gloves where the ball's just surprised him with the bounce. But mainly down. I mean, when you look at some of the ones, he got a horrible grubber at one point, didn't he? Since lunch, I think. Kept really low.
Yeah, nutmeg Jamie Smith behind the stumps. Last ball of the over, and Mitchell is forward and pushing this out towards gully. Folks, sorry, not Mitchell. Drinks here at Trent Bridge. We've had an hour of play, and New Zealand have added 30 runs and lost 3 wickets. Blundell caught on the hook. Santner edged behind, although he didn't possibly believe he had done so. Third umpire overturning the on-field not-out call, and then Nathan Smith. That was a clear call behind. Jofra Archer taking a couple of wickets and one going the way of Ben Stokes. In and amongst this, Daryl Mitchell has scored 3 runs in an hour. He's now 52, and folks is 1 from 14. New Zealand just feel a little stuck at the moment, Jerry.
They do.
As Neil Manthorp's about to come in.
The way you said that, it made three in an hour made it sound as if he's racing along. three in an hour, take it easy.
He went 17 deliveries without scoring a run. The nervous 40s.
49, he was on 49 for a terribly long time.
The fraught 40s.
Yeah.
Manners is about to come in. I mean, I could tell you that tickets, I could tell listeners about tickets, but they're not listening in this country for day 5.
Oh,
so
right.
I'm not sure there's
well,
much
unless
point.
they want to come from Brazil.
Yeah.
That's right.
If you're flying from Fortaleza, it's actually a surprisingly short flying time. Manners coming in after a word from Jerry.
Yeah, so 210 for 7. That gives New Zealand an overall lead of 290, almost on the cusp of 300 runs, which is important. Nice little mark, if you like. They've had 72 overs, and so another 8 overs with this ball until the opportunity perhaps to get another new ball to bowl with, which I imagine they would take. They've just spelled Archer. Atkinson looks as if he's going to come in and replace Archer now for a start of another spell. New Zealand have tread water a few times, I've got to say. The point about batting is ultimately to score runs. There comes times, of course, when defence is important, and Mitchell certainly has shown a good deal of defence and also stoic acceptance that it's not easy to get runs here if the ball is straight and it's going up and down slightly, which it is. And the odd one is nipping around as well.
Can't help wondering how much your old friend and colleague John Wright might be enjoying this innings from Daryl Mitchell.
Oh,
He'd be loving
Righty,
it,
come on,
wouldn't
Righty, just send me a message, eh? Send me a message. What do you feel? What about that innings you played, Roddy, in your very first innings against England in 1978 at the Basin Reserve? You batted all day for 50. and you know you were caught first ball. And you were caught by your friend from Derbyshire, the wicketkeeper. Oh dear, there was must have been a lot of talking then, righty. They must have had you on as they ran past.
Question for you, Jeremy, from one of our listeners. Sebastian Grama says, afternoon, gentlemen. Question for Jeremy Coney. What is your dream New Zealand bowling attack in the current conditions from both past and present bowlers? Your ideal attack for this Test match right now. Forward comes Mitchell, again playing defensively up on the offside.
Well, you'd have to have Hadley, wouldn't you? You'd have Hadley in your side.
In any Test match.
That's exactly. Whatever conditions, you'd say he has to be there. Then you'd like a seamer, wouldn't you? You'd like a seamer on a pitch like this, and that's where players like Chatfield, Dion Nash, those kinds of players come into
wicket to wicket,
yes,
bowling for LBWs and bowls.
That's right. Especially Chatfield coming back in.
Here is Gus Atkinson from the far end, and Daryl Mitchell guides this one away behind square on the offside. Was John Wright really caught first ball?
Yes, he was.
Oh, and just stood with a smile.
Stayed, just waited for the umpire. It wasn't given out. and caught by his colleague from Derby, the wicket-keeper for England, which would have been, you'd have to look at 1970. Yeah, it might have been Bob Taylor, yeah. And so he took it, and you can imagine what they said as they ran past him. Oh, come on, righty, you know.
And he faced over 300 balls for his 50, didn't he?
You'd have to look at 1978.
Here is Atkinson again. Mitchell plays defensively, just drops it down on the offside, and there's no run.
It was the first Test match, and it was at Wellington. Bob Monteith might have been the umpire. And righty, I don't know what he went on to the next day, but he was 50 anyway on the first day. It was a cold, blustery, and it became a pretty miserable pitch. New Zealand won that match, first game that they had won and beaten England.
Here is Atkinson again up to the crease now bowls. Mitchell steers this one away down towards long leg off his pads. That's now Daryl Mitchell's 7th single in his last 64 balls. He's batting purely, I won't say purely, he's batting almost exclusively for the pain value that he's inflicting on this England team, and I think he's absolutely loving it. And it's not purely sadism. He's advancing the game in New Zealand's favour as well, because the pitch is only getting worse, and England are only getting more and more tired and dispirited outside the off stump, left alone. Nicely taken by Jamie Smith. Did we find John Wright's innings in that?
He was LBW the next morning at 50 when he had made 55, caught naught. Robert Anderson, a right-hander hitter. Jeff Howarth, who was about to become captain. Mark Burgess. Bevan Congdon had been replaced by Mark Burgess as captain. So that you can see the total of 228 there. Not many runs towards the end. And who got the wickets? There you are, 6 for Chris Old.
Here is Atkinson again. Bowls are punched off the back foot and fielded nicely at backward point by Shoaib Bashir. Chris Old perfect for that sort of wicket. Just
loves it. That's
nagging back of the top of off stump.
Absolutely. And then Jeff Boycott got 70 in a long time, as I recall, and just batted and batted. He was the captain.
442 minutes, I think we'll call it.
Yep. Okay. So
just the 302 balls.
Yep. And then Graham Roop had a bit of a crash. No, he didn't. It was 100 odd balls for 30. But let's not judge this according to today's strike rates, please.
Can I judge it to 1910 strike rates, because it's still slow?
215. So New Zealand had a little lead, a single finger lead, and the wickets for New Zealand. We're looking at 2 matches at the moment.
Here is Ben Stokes again, and that one is clipped away. It's very full and straight And nicely done by Daryl Mitchell. He picks up 2. He's been scoring exclusively in singles for the last hour and a half, but not now. He's got a 2. Who would your spinner have been then for a, 4th, 5th day scenario like this? Daniel Vittori or Stephen Bott?
Depends how many left or right-handers are in the other innings, in the other team.
You have Bock ahead of Bracewell?
No, I'd have Bracewell, I think, there, because he was an attacking spinner. He would just get people out.
Is Stokes again outside the off stump and left alone. He was a spinner in a.
But he could also bat a
No,
handy low.
he was a spinner in a fast bowler's body.
Oh yes,
Yeah.
trapped.
And mind.
Trapped. Yeah, definitely. And then New Zealand get 123. Disappointing. They had a single figure, so about 130 to chase, 140 maximum. And then how did England go? This was for the first victory. They bowled out for 64.
Here is Stokes again, pushed away defensively.
Richard Hadley, it'll be.
Onside.
Both of them top score with 19.
Yeah. And the delivery of the whole innings was Richard Collins coming up from the St Pat's College end, the city end of the ground, bowled the man who got all the runs in the first innings, the captain.
Yeah, boycott.
That's it.
Collins, at that stage, I think had like the 3rd most wickets ever by a left-hander, left armour.
I just remember that his obdurate batting at number 11, he shared that. Here's Stokes, pushed away defensively, square of the wicket on the offside. He shared the record 10th wicket partnership for many.
Brian Hastings.
Yes,
Brian
that's
Hastings.
right, yeah.
Brian Hastings got to his 100, and Richard taking out the heaviest bat I think I've ever lifted. Actually, it might have been part of a building, kind of like a
Scaffolding
6'2", yeah. And it was called the Rapier, and no one else has heard of it since. And he got 64, I think, 64 in that innings. Yeah, that's another one in 73 actually, when Pakistan were touring.
Good
Thanks,
work,
Scott.
producer Scott.
So why were we talking about that game? Have you forgotten?
No, John Wright came up, didn't he?
Okay.
And so we were talking about Wright.
He was very good at cricket.
I was suggesting how John Wright might have enjoyed this innings from
Yeah.
Daryl Mitchell. It's during which the infliction of pain is as important as any run that he might contribute now.
Did you do the store? Sorry, you can call that ball if you did.
Just a single through the offside.
Do you do the obligatory story about John Wright?
About gluing his gloves to his bat handle.
So I interviewed him about that, and obviously it was a long time after it happened. And I said, could you just take me through it? And he said, well, I felt really comfortable. And I was like, I want to feel comfortable again in the same way. So this is the grip that I want, so I'm going to glue it. And I said, but doesn't the glue change?
Here is Stokes once again, and nudged away once again. This time by Zach Folkes. Takes a second. It's against the West Indies, folks, if you don't know the story. And John Wright had been struggling a little bit with his grip, hadn't he? And the hand was twisting, and anyway, so he got the perfect grip, and then he glued his batting gloves to the bat, and it was during a drinks break.
Was it just one? Wasn't it just the top here?
Yeah, no, I think it might have been 2. Was it? Maybe at the start, and he might have taken the bottom
Anyway,
one off.
so
But
it's a drinks break, and he's taken his hand out, and the glove remains on the bat handle.
Yes.
And who was it?
He
Was
had
it
to
Malcolm
slip-
Marshall? Was it?
he
Who
had to
said-
slip his hands into the... had to get down on his knees, actually, and slip his hands in. And then, of course, he couldn't let it go. So if you take a run and turn for a second, you're having to touch, and then you're having to windmill it to turn again and to run the other direction. So it was extraordinary.
It's such a great story. Here's Atkinson, and that's pushed away by Zach Folkes, defender. It is also against the laws of the game, folks.
But also, so what I was trying to get at is, okay, this is the grip that you're happy with, but once you add super glue to the grip, you won't be holding the bat in exactly the same way anyway.
What, because of the rubber?
Yeah, because you're actually adding something between the glove and do you know what I mean? You're changing your grip a little bit. I don't think he thought it that much through, Jeremy, to be fair.
He just liked the feeling of it, didn't he? He thought it'd be right.
Atkinson in again, and Zach Folks beaten, hits him on the pad, no run. He claims not to have known that it was against the laws
Yeah.
of the
Oh,
game.
absolutely.
Would he not have had an inkling? No.
No.
Actually,
So what's it?
I think that's believable.
What's it got to do with you? You lawmakers, I'll hold my hands where I want to have it on the bat. No, they're very comfortable there.
And if I want to put glue on my gloves, I will. They're my gloves.
Put glue on my shoes.
What else we got? Tatenda Taibu cut the top of his grip off, didn't he? Top of his
The
bat handle.
top of his bat handle. That was against Murley, because he felt that he's Atkinson again, and it's nudged away by Folks up towards mid-on. He felt that the top of the bat was superfluous because he wanted as much close to strangle the bat, and he thought the top of the bat handle was getting in the way and could only cause a problem. So he cut the bat handle in half.
There was obviously Adam Gilchrist and the half a squash ball in the World Cup final.
It was a whole squash ball.
Was it?
Yeah, well, that's what he says.
Well, I've heard him tell the story twice in two different ways. I know that at times he had a whole squash ball and times he had a half one.
Here comes Atkinson again, and Zach Folks looks very organised with the bat, I must say. 215 for 7, the lead is 299.
Have you seen what footballers do now with their socks? Scott will know about this. Producer Scott.
Rolling them over the knee?
No, so they bring their socks up very high and then they cut out the bit near the calf. And apparently, like, every sports science person in the world has tried to look into this. It's like it does nothing. It's a complete and utter waste of time. But obviously a lot of footballers are like, no. And they cut it really badly.
Here is Atkinson again, driven. Wonderful fielding. Excellent stop from Ben Duckett, diving to his right. Second or third time he's produced a stop of real quality, Ben Duckett. But the lead is still 299, so England already will need a record fourth innings run chase to win this test match at this ground.
So, I mean, my point is people do weird things at different times, don't they? Jeremy is really upset that England are celebrating that stop. You
don't run from fine leg up to mid off.
That
to
was
say
a
that was a good stop.
over-egging the pudding.
It
don't
was.
you think?
Well, that's what I thought he should say his mind. He forgets we're on camera and they could see him being angry.
No, I mean it was a nice stop, but
It was a good stop. Good stop.
Here is
That's your
Atkinson from the pavilion end. Quite right, it is. Driven by Folks straight to mid-wicket, fielded by Ben Stokes, and there's no run. Well, England are persevering, they're plodding on, and Stokes is going to... This is a very, very long spell. He bowled 8 overs in a row at the start of play on the fourth morning, but he hasn't been able to reproduce the magic that dragged England back into the test during New Zealand's first innings. Have you spoken about a potential declaration? Yeah,
No, I haven't.
Has that come up
I don't
yet?
think they'll do that.
What if they're
New
40
Zealand.
minutes after tea?
Oh, well, if they're still going then.
Yeah.
You think they'll just
We're
be
not
dismissed?
near that, though, are we?
No. Well, we're not miles away. Are we? No.
He seems insulted by the mere thought
I mean,
of it.
I can't see them batting for another hour and 20 minutes.
Well, these two are the really last recognised ones.
I'm just saying, Ben Folks looks very organised. Zach Folks pushed away. Ben might as well. It's square of the wicket on the offside. No run. 215 for 7. Does he have a brother called Ben? Zach? No. Zach
No,
Folks. He looks very organised. Have you seen much of him with the bat? in the
No,
past?
he's from just south of Christchurch.
Didn't he make his
And
debut
he's
as a batter?
he's got a brother that bowls.
Probably not called Ben, though.
South Canterbury.
Didn't Zach Folks bat top order on his debut? I think originally there was a thought he might be a batter.
Oh. And then they discovered that he was very good bowling almost off the wrong foot. Wicket to wicket, straight, challenging the stumps, asking questions. He looked I really enjoyed his bowling in the first innings. That's defended again by Daryl Mitchell, who's approaching 200 balls faced for his 56.
Yeah, I'll try to look it up in a moment, but I've got a feeling that early on in his career he might have batted up the order. He's got a couple of 70s, I want to say, in first-class cricket. This is where the concussion substitute, which is obviously, as you know, in county cricket, went even worse. He's not really a like-for-like replacement of Blair Tickner.
Here is Stokes once again, and that's defend. Well, I mean, he's a right arm seam bowler.
But if he can bat and Billy Tickner can't, that's a big difference, isn't it?
Yeah, I don't like the idea of the match referee taking into account, you know, how good or bad a number 9 is.
No, I get it. I'm just saying.
All right, here we go. Scotty Taylor, our esteemed producer, has got us his record up. First-class cricket, he's played 26 matches, Zach, folks, and he averages 18.15, 350s. That's pushed away defensively again, no run. Highest score of 75 not out. So that's a good record for a number 9.
He, as I said, he could hold a bat. He can hold a bat. When we first sort of talked about him, he's a handy white ball cricketer too. He plays in the New Zealand ODI side and the T20 side. So he's been known more for his white ball cricket so far than the red ball. But he's played a few tests, couple of tests, 3 maybe.
Stokes in again, bowls a slower Yorker. Looked like it was slower. Maybe he's just very tired, but it was right up in the block hole. This is his 6th test, and he's played 9 ODIs. In List A cricket, 38 matches, highest score of 74, and he's averaging 25.5. So he must bat higher than 9 in the white ball teams.
His first game, he plays for Canterbury, right? First game for Canterbury was in 2022, and he opened the batting.
Oh. How'd he go?
He made 3 off 26 balls.
Looking to go big.
It was a solid 3, I heard. Everyone there was impressed. He really
sounds like a man who's looking around going, what am I doing at the top of the order?
He made 35 in the second innings off 136 balls. I think it's fair to say he's got a method.
Well, I'm genuine in my admiration for his bowling in the first innings. I really thought he rose to the occasion. 3 for 35. Figures suggest he did as well. That's outside the off stump from Stokes. Left alone by Daryl Mitchell, just withdrawing the bat inside the line, and very nicely taken by Jamie Smith, standing up. 76 overs gone. I wonder whether England are thinking about whether they will or won't take the new ball. I can't think of a particularly good reason why they might not, other than the fact that Daryl Mitchell might try to accelerate and up the scoring rate. The new ball can produce a higher scoring rate than an old soft ball. 215 for 7. New Zealand leading by 299. Zach Folkes on 2. Daryl Mitchell on 56.
Yeah, he's played 26 first-class games, 38 List A games, which I'm assuming he bats down the order, and he's made 5 50s so far.
3 first-class 50s and 5
and 2 in List A. Yeah.
I think that's
he can hold a bat. Is at the very least.
He's 26 now, isn't he?
24.
Oh right. Oh well. Bright future. There's more quality New Zealand cricketers popping off the end of the conveyor belt than I think at any stage.
Yeah.
They've got a very good administration. I know that there are huge problems at board level over the institution of a franchise T20 competition, and I know that there's been
Jeremy's
a lot of
still
criticism.
in the room. Don't bring it up.
No, I better not. I didn't realise. I thought he'd left. Gone, pushed away defensively by Mitchell again on the offside. He's just batting. He's just grinding, and he knows that England are frustrated, and he's going to keep them frustrated. I get the impression Daryl Mitchell is never happier than with an opposition who are grumpy around him.
Yeah, definitely. What did we say, folks? Made 3 off 26 when he opened the batting. He's 2 off 24 here.
Well, he knows what he's doing then. He's got a blueprint. 2 off 24. But he's defended them all very, very skillfully and correctly. Pushed away defensively again by Folkes. He's not looking to score, is he? He's just batting time.
He actually holds himself like a batter. Like
I think that's what I meant. Yeah.
In a way that Santner and Smith don't. I'm not saying that they can't bat. They obviously have batting talent. But if you were to tell me he was a top order player now, watching him, stand around the crease, the way he played that last ball, yeah, that makes sense.
One slip, one leg slip now. Joe Root's moved to leg slip, wide leg slip, maybe 4th leg slip. Harry Brooks a solitary orthodox slip. Jamie Smith is standing up, backward point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, catching mid-wicket, and a deep square leg as Atkinson is in again, bowls. Folkes guides this one away to backward point. Shoaib Bashir does the tidying up. Would England's analysis team know a great deal about someone like Zach Folkes with such a small database to go on? I just wonder why they'd say, oh, it's Zach Folkes, we need a short catching mid-wicket.
So they use a program called MV Play, which is a New Zealand-based video data capturing program. And I would assume that a lot of the New Zealand first-class cricket would be available to them in that, so they should know about him.
Okay. Oh, in fact, they've gone for 2 now.
Yeah.
2 catching mid-wickets.
So I could be wrong, but I'd be shocked.
But that's Mitchell. Sorry, it's Mitchell on strike. 2. Here's Atkinson. It's more about how Atkinson's bowling and what his plan is, I suppose, than the actual batter. 216 for 7, and the significance of that score is that the lead is now 300 for New Zealand.
So MV Play, I think, is co-owned by Fleming and
Stephen Fleming. Oh, that program.
Yeah. I'll just ask Jeremy.
They have a club. They have all the club scoring.
Yeah.
Well.
That's it. Yep. So if you play club cricket in Australia, New Zealand, or England, you might have also seen it. They have it in South Africa, MV Play, or they have their own version? There's another one. There's something called Frog in England as well, or Y Frog or something.
It's a different version in South Africa, but all club cricket data is available on Pitch Vision, even though it's not in vision most of the time. That one is picked up and thrown back by Emilio Gayos. It's clipped off his pads by Daryl Mitchell, and they go through for another couple of runs. Mitchell is up to 58 from 195 balls. Zach Folkes 3 off 26, 218 for 7. New Zealand lead by 302. Don't forget, folks, if you're waiting for the 4th innings and becoming impatient, there's still a lot of time left in this Test match. There's a lot of time left today. Looking at the scoreboard, where's the to bowl? 48. 48 overs today, 90 tomorrow. We won't get them all, but it's still a lot of cricket pushed away by Mitchell out towards cover, fielded by Duckett. No run, 218 for 7. And
I've been corrected by the back of the room. It was Frog Box is the one that in the UK. I played a really good innings last year, and I came off and I saw the Frog Box camera set up, and I was really excited. I went up to the opposition. I said, how do I get this? And they went,
highlights of my innings.
And they went, it didn't work.
It's not working.
And I was like, that might be the last good innings I ever play. Anyway.
But it's true now, for those of you unaware, wherever you might be listening anywhere in the world, that it's extraordinary how many club games do have. It may just be one static camera in the pavilion, but you know, it's a lot better than nothing.
Well, you can make money off the social media clips, and you can get more information. It's actually not that expensive. County cricket really showed the way, right?
Yeah.
Even Shield cricket, both of them were broadcasting.
Here comes Ben Stokes continuing, and he's bowling to Zach Folkes, who guides this away defensively to backward point.
I actually talked to some guys in America about this, and because I was saying, I don't understand why cricket's so far ahead, and I was kind of explaining what they were doing, and he said, it's probably because in cricket you only need the camera to cover that 20 meters. And he said, if you have one camera for a football game or a basketball game, it's actually you're quite distant at that point. Whereas with cricket, you actually have 2 close-ups in one camera frame.
You don't get to see the fielding, but there are now also, here comes Stokes once again, and this one is steered away very skillfully, very handily by Zach Folkes, and they'll come back for a second run. That'll only be 2 as Harry Brook chases it all the way down to the boundary. You get automatic or automated ball tracking cameras now as well,
yes,
which don't require a camera operator. They are not perfect by any means. Sometimes they follow a pigeon or a seagull because they think it's the ball.
Yeah,
but
no, some of that AI is up and down. Do you remember when the ECB put the Hawkeye, was it iHawk rigs on the umpires? But they didn't realise many funny things about umpires, which they found out afterwards.
Here is Stokes again, and driven firmly straight to mid-off. 220 for 7, lead of 304.
So all the umpires had a camera and a Hawkeye camera on their chest. what they found is that some umpires lean on one leg more than the other, so that completely ruined it. Another thing that some umpires do is they don't actually stand directly straight at the stumps. They actually aim at first slip or leg slip. And then the last one you'll like the most, which is they hadn't accounted for bellies. And a bad belly can completely throw off all the Hawkeye data.
All umpires transfer their weight from one leg to the other. Nobody stands evenly. They just didn't factor that in, did they? Here comes Stokes. Beats the edge. Appeal in desperation rather than anticipation. Jamie Smith knew that hadn't touched the edge. Stokes now is wondering, though. He's already managed to burgle one. Oh, they've gone for the review. Jamie Smith looked, I would say, 90% convinced that hadn't got the edge, but he shouted anyway. There may have been a noise. You never. It's interesting because
I wasn't sure what they said. Did they say there's just one left?
It was Mitchell Santner who was also given out when there didn't seem to be a great deal of enthusiasm about the peel. It was also caught behind. Did this one? I don't think it's got anywhere near the outside edge, to be honest. There may have been another noise, but the bottom of the bat hitting the pad.
Does the ball just hit the his shirt on the way through is my guess. Yeah, I don't think he's hit it. Nothing there. And then it just hits his pocket. Yeah. Pocket dial. We get a lot of pocket dials in caught behinds, don't we?
Hit the pocket of his trousers on the right-hand side as it's through to keeper Jamie Smith. Smith knew. I think Ben Stokes did as well, but it's if you have a dice and there is a surface to roll it on and you're 302 runs behind, then roll the dice. 304 runs behind, I should say. Daryl Mitchell is now, I hope he gets to his 200. He's 196 balls for his 58.
When you said he's 200, I was like, are we going to be here tomorrow night?
Day 6. He's 196 balls. Here comes Stokes again, and he's not bowling to Mitchell, he's bowling to Zach Folkes, and he pushes that away defensively on the offside. Folkes is 5 off 31.
Something else that I liked about Folkes early on with his batting was that he was coming down the wicket to Jofra or Stokes, I can't remember who it was at the time, and the reason he's doing it is to try and get outside the line of off stump, so if a ball does run along the ground, it can't be out LBW. Again, that's not something a tail ender does, is it? Could you imagine Harmy doing that?
You know, Harmy is very good in theory. He actually knew his way around batting in theory.
Oh, no doubt. But not actual batting.
No, maybe not. Pushed away by Folkes once again and fielded by Stokes off his own bowling. And there's no run. 78 overs gone, 220 for 7. You carry on for a second, Jarrod. I'll be listening. Jon Norman will take over until tea.
One person I would say that it would be very hard for, to see that doing that would be Blair Tickner. I'm not sure Blair Tickner is the sort of man who would look at that and be like, oh, what I need to do here is walk outside the line and try and get, make sure I'm not going to be a LBW on that one. Mitchell, 58 of 196 balls. We've already had Manners start to count him down towards his 200 balls. And Folkes is 5 off 32. Did you hear, John, we were talking about Folkes opening the batting in his first game?
Yes. What was it, 3 from 28 or something? Was that right?
3 from 26 and then 35 from 135. Am I leaving, Scott? I'm leaving. There you go.
That's a shame.
I'll leave you with everything I have. But that last comment.
Right, Jarrod's off. Harmy's coming back in. England are still bowling. At the start of the day, if we had been told that New Zealand would still be batting as we approach tea, then we'd be talking about, will England bat out the draw? Will they play for the draw? Will they go for the win? New Zealand setting them 400 odd. But well, it's not the case. The lead is a good one, 304. I predicted 315 on the way in. What did you predict? Were you predicting with? Oh, you might not have been with us.
I wasn't with you.
Well, no, of course. We're always on the way back from our run.
Well, I definitely
so you
wasn't
were there
with
for
you.
dinner.
I definitely wasn't with you.
You were there for dinner. Here's Atkinson bowling to Mitchell, and it's pushed out to Ben Duckett in the covers. No run. This marathon. There's been a few marathons here, isn't there? We've got a 9-over spell from Ben Stokes. We got a 197 ball innings from Daryl Mitchell. England have been bowling for a long time across both innings. And this test match, like the one at the Oval, is going to day 5. It's quieting down a bit about day 4-day cricket, isn't it? Oh, short delivery, and Mitchell takes it on. There's 2 men out on the hook, but he doesn't do a Tom Blundell. He just drags it down, really, from up to down, rather than from down to up. And he moves to 59, 2 balls away from 200.
Yeah, I said last night that I think England's in the game. 250, England are in the game. Up to 275, then I think it'll be very hard for England. I think this will be extremely hard for England.
Here is Atkinson, and this is played nicely into the leg side, but it's fielded by Bethel. Don't often see him at mid-wicket, but there he is, just one slip in place. Folkes has hit 5 from 33.
I don't think it was about the runs in principle, it was about the amount of time they needed to stay on the wicket. Daryl Mitchell's a couple of times now just walking down the middle of the wicket, patting it.
He's been doing that a lot today. Wow, Folkes shapes to cut on the back foot and then withdraws the bat at the last second. And Smith, standing up behind the stumps, takes the ball, and Folkes meets Mitchell in the middle of the strip, and they both do a little bit of gardening.
It's going to do it the world of good, that little pattern. I remember going, whenever you played Yorkshire and Yorkshire batted third, Richard Blakey would have a chamoised end of the base of the bat, so it was like very pointy, like a little chisel.
Here's Atkinson again, and pushed out to cover. 221 for 7. We've eaten well in Nottingham, haven't we?
Oh, have we? Yeah, have we? I mean, that bakery that's sensational. That we've eaten well outside the ground. I'm not having a go at the Trent Bridge caterers. Well, I am. Yeah, I am. I have eaten every day here, but it's not exactly been Michelin star.
It's Mitchell and Folkes at the moment. Here is Folkes. Oh, and does he withdraw the bat again? He's taken well behind the stumps. Yeah, we have eaten well at the back end and beginning of the day.
Yes.
So we've had I've had 2 glorious Vietnamese dinners, and last night we went Spanish.
Spanish was lovely. Vietnamese first night I had. Spanish last night, very good. I had a takeaway in between.
What was that?
What did I have? I had a pizza, I think. I was knackered, day 2. And then McDonald's breakfast. They were always nice. And then I've given up on the McDonald's breakfast because you keep bringing in sausage rolls and Cornish pasties from a beautiful bakery right next to your hotel.
Yeah, if you're ever in Nottingham, then we can recommend Beresca for tapas, Coco Tang for Vietnamese, and the Cornish Bakery for pretty much everything else. Sausage rolls, croissants, sweet and savoury. I've got some sweet stuff. They're ready.
Come on.
They're in the bag.
Come on, England. Get them bowled out.
I was asked last night by Jerry what I preferred, or what I was best at, I think, producing or commentating. And I think the fact that I am... See, what I understand is, as a producer, you've got to keep your team sweet.
Absolutely, yeah, and you've done that well this week.
That's it.
Scott needs to get his finger out on that front, but yeah, I mean, we've certainly ate well this week. We have been happy.
I've got some news coming up. Which we will announce in 7 minutes' time, which will absolutely astonish you. I've got to forward it to those back at base. Don't go anywhere. In 7 minutes' time, we've got some astonishing news, which I'm now sending to the team. And I'm shocked. There's not often that we might need to get somebody on for that. Maybe get some reaction in about 5 minutes' time when I can say this publicly. Hit back down the track by Daryl Mitchell, who's 59, and that's the 200 up in terms of balls faced. It's the kind of news that when I first read it, I thought was a joke. And the crowd here at Trent Bridge just starting to... Well, they're giving Daryl Mitchell... Daryl Mitchell's got a little song of his own. Boring, boring Mitchell. I think he's doing a great job. Here is Stokes again, and this keeps a bit low and beats Mitchell past the outside edge. There's a rueful smile from Ben Stokes, who is at the start of his 10th over in this spell. He's picked up 1 wicket for 14. I'm stunned. I'm stunned. I think up until about 10 years ago, Mitchell had never played Test cricket, and now they're everywhere. There's a chance for a run out here, pushed into the covers, and I think it's Duckett who's had the chance to run out Folkes. It's just signalling he might need that new glove. Is Folkes. The pickup was true, and I think he probably would have just been home. 222 for 7. There's a little bit going on behind the scenes as we're just getting ourselves into position to talk about what's we've just been made aware of. Oh, what a rasping delivery that is from Ben Stokes. It's a full delivery which straightens and goes past the outside edge of Folkes' bat. That's a delivery that's too good for thee. Brilliant, brilliant ball from Ben Stokes. 222 for 7. Here's Stokes again, and once again Folkes is forward and defending. We've got 3 minutes away from being able to talk about one of those seismic stories in English Test cricket history, but such is the way that it works. We've been made aware of something that we can't actually talk about until 3:25, and it's 3:22. Before we talk about that, this has been a 10-over spell from Ben Stokes. It was an 8-over spell yesterday, or day 2.
I don't think I'm going to speak until 3:25.
Well, that's a bit of a problem, because there's just me and you on air. Should we get somebody on air, Scott, just to sit alongside us? Should we get, who do you reckon, Jarrod or Jeremy? We need somebody up here. There's not a great deal of action on the field right now, but there's quite a lot of action going on off it. Atkinson, have they taken the new ball?
It hasn't come out. I didn't see the umpire run out, so I'm assuming they're still going to stick with the old ball.
222 for 7 then, and Atkinson is in again. And Mitchell, who has got the crowd on his back. I don't think I can remember a crowd singing a chant. Oh, so I suppose the Ashes, when the Barmy Army are telling Steve Smith that they saw him cry on the telly.
Yeah.
I don't think a New Zealander.
Whether it's boring Mitchell, he's doing an unbelievable job for his team. Really is.
Here is Atkinson, and this is just pushed out by Mitchell. He gets ironic cheers for registering run number 61. 204 deliveries.
We're at 324.
1 minute until I can read out this. Just a few movements in the field. Smith up behind the stumps. Emilio Gay just going to backward deep square leg. And Gus Atkinson running in. And this is left alone by Folkes. It is now 3:25, so we can announce on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel incredible news that Ben Stokes, the England Test captain, who is currently out on the field of play and has just bowled 10 over spell, has retired from international cricket. This will be Ben Stokes' final Test match as England captain and will bring to close an international career which began in 2011, his Test debut in 2013. Driven back to Atkinson, and Folkes will take the run here. Ben Stokes, who has been part of some of the most dramatic moments in England's international history. I think Cape Town 2020, 250 at the same ground back in 2016, century in Perth, Headingley 2019, the World Cup in the World Cup final in the same year, and it's pushed up the field again. It's believed that Ben told the team in the dressing room before the start of play today. Wow. Steve Harmison, your thoughts on that?
I'm absolutely stunned. I really am. Very rarely shocked and lost for words, but I can't believe it's come to this. It's come to this. And at the end of a career, I think it's been cut short by whether he's not been backed, whether the situation over the Chelsea nightclub or whatever. I can't believe it's come to one of England's greatest cricketers of all time, has walked away like this. Yeah, I can't believe Mitchell just defends it into the leg side, into the over from Gus Atkinson. New Zealand 224 for 7. I can't believe that we've come to a situation where there's obviously something's gone on in this 2-week period where Ben Stokes doesn't feel as though he can carry on working, whether it's the management, whether it's the hierarchy.
I think the crowd are just realising.
They've just been told he's getting a standing ovation.
I think the crowd have just realised that Ben Stokes is stepping away from international cricket, and they've got on their feet to applaud the man, the player, the captain, the fielder, the batter, the bowler. Listen to that. Listen to that roar. Ben Stokes. And he's got the catch! Can you believe it? The very first ball after the crowd here at Trent Bridge realised that this will be the last time we ever get to see Ben Stokes as an international player for England. Has just drawn the edge. The catch has been pouched. And the cheers which were loud when he was at the top of his run-up have just reached a new level here at Trent Bridge. What a moment. Mixed emotions, but once again, when his country needed him, Ben Stokes has answered the call.
You talked about big moments, the moments that Ben Stokes has had in his career, and that is as big a moment as he'll have. And people might be thinking, what are you talking about? They're 308 behind on a pitch which is wearing. He's just told the world that he's retiring. He's got a standing ovation from a crowd who are Chinese whispers around the ground, giving him a standing ovation at the top of his mark, and he comes up with a wicket-taking delivery. That's Ben Stokes. It's Ben Stokes all over. And like I said before, when I said it's a shame, something has happened. Something's gone on whether Ben Stokes has not enjoyed being backed by his bosses, director of cricket, England coach, and he walks up and he gives that delivery with that ovation. That's why I say it's sad, because there's a guy walking away from cricket here in front of his family, walking away from the game here, and there's still a hell of a lot more for him to give. That's why I think this situation is very, very sad.
Well, we haven't really heard from Ben Stokes, not really, about the incidents over the last couple of weeks, but I imagine we will do at some point. But right here, right now, it's not about that, it's about winning a game for his country. And here he is now, into Ben Sears, who blocks this out into the covers. And let's not forget as well, for all the heroics, he has put his body on the line time and time again. There is no other bowler in this side who can bowl 8 over spells, let alone 11 over spells, which is what he is about to accomplish. And he will go on as well. We've got 10 minutes until the tea break, and he will continue bowling until that tea break.
He will. There's only Ben Stokes can take a wicket first ball after retiring, isn't it? He's the only person that can do it.
Stokes again. This isn't too far from off stump, as Sears just shoulders arms and lets it go through. Wow, what a moment. We have moments in life where we will always look back and remember them, and that was one of them.
You see the emotion on his face, everything that goes. We've just seen a replay of he ran through his celebration. That was a moment for Ben Stokes, that one. Really was.
Can you believe it? The moment that the crowd realised he was retiring and got to their feet to cheer him on, and he takes a wicket. That is just astonishing. Here is Stokes again. Sears nearly actually inside edges back onto his stumps. In and amongst this, we've still got a game here. 308 runs, the lead by New Zealand. 224 for 8. Mitchell's still there. He was getting slow clapped and told he was boring 5 minutes ago. That's been put to bed.
Yeah, it has been.
The crowd
put
have got
to bed.
something else to concentrate on now.
I tell you what, you talk about the crowd having something else to concentrate on. About an hour ago, Trent Bridge said you can come in for free tomorrow. Up to 4 tickets. 4 free tickets, or that might change now. Not the 4 free the free bit, the 4 free tickets bit.
Fitting that it was Harry Brook who completed that catch, by the way. And again, Sears gets behind the line and pushes this out. You imagine it will be he who takes over.
It would have to be now. I think it would have to be now. Once that India series is finished, they can have a clear plan over the course of the next 3 weeks until they get to the end of that series. Then they would have a 3-week, 4-week window where the 100's on to make sure that the plan is in place for McCullum and Brook to take this team through the Pakistan series, into South Africa, onto Bangladesh, and then into the Ashes.
Last ball of the over, and Sears is pushing at a delivery outside the stumps. Up to Emilio Gay, runs in, so it won't be a wicket maiden to mark the announcement of his retirement. But he's done it again, Ben Stokes.
Something that I know is going to happen over the next 2 days, which is going to be, this is my last 2 days of captain. My last 2 days was as representing England. Reasons can wait, why? But I've had many trips to the well before for this team, for you blokes, for people beforehand, and I've got one more trip to do.
Final words from Ben Stokes as the captain of England. You could just see the disbelief on Jacob Bethel's face.
Did you see Bethel's face?
Can't believe it.
Wow. You'd have thought Jacob Bethel had just sucked a lemon. You know, there would be people in there, probably Joe, maybe one or two others, might have had a little tip off that was going to happen. But Jacob Bethel, I tell you what an actor he is if he's been tipped off, because he's got no idea what's going on there.
None of us did.
No, none of us did, but
It's not often you're stunned when on air and needing to talk. As Sears will take a single to square leg. Emilio Gay shies at the stumps, and there's going to be overthrows here, and it may even be 4 of them. It's a run for Ben Duckett, who's stopped it being an additional 4. But the score moves on. Sears adds 3, and the score 225 for 8, the lead of 312. We are approaching the tea break here at Trent Bridge. I think you're going to be going on talkSPORT to talk about this.
I don't want to say it. Honestly, I'm dumbfounded by this case of events. Really am. I think he's just shown this is a sad case, that this is a sad state. And obviously, there's something happened. We don't know. Like Ben said there, you know, the Y4 is for another day. But I'm just amazed that one of England's greatest ever cricketers.
This isn't good news for New Zealand, by the way.
No,
Ben
it's
Sears has been hit on the glove, and it looks like he's got a... I don't know if that's just his natural
It looks a lot of swelling there.
Looks like he's got a lump.
Yeah, the lump's the knuckle where it's possibly been hit before, but there does look a lot of swelling there.
It's on his bowling hand as well.
Ouch.
Yeah, it's just that bounce, isn't it? It's not really been trustworthy for the last 2 days. And he's coming forward, and it's just leapt up a bit more. And as we approach the tea break, we've got 5 minutes until tea. We'll get full reaction after 4 o'clock. Oh, man.
I'm still, I mean...
Top 3 Ben Stokes memories for England. One of them might be yet to come.
Well, I think the two of the easiest ones is the 2019 World Cup, and obviously Headingley would be number 1. Possibly that moment, taking a wicket after retiring. You basically, I mean,
nobody's ever done that.
Nobody's ever done that. The first ball after the crowd has been, the story been embargoed, so maybe a couple of people, a few Chinese whispers might have gone around the ground, but nobody's known until whatever the time is, and the word had got round the ground. He's getting a standing ovation. They're giving him the big up. They're sort of willing this first delivery after one of England's greatest all-rounders has retired, and he gets a wicket. I mean, there's only Ben Stokes can write them sort of script. So, for me, 2019 will never ever be beaten at Headingley.
Seeing a replay on it, Sky. It's hard not to get a little bit emotional, to be honest with you. I don't know him.
I'm trying not to.
Like you, but that is, what a moment. I mean, that's ridiculous. Who takes a wicket the very first ball after they've retired? That would be a quiz question in years to come, wouldn't it? Which former England captain took a wicket the very first ball after retiring?
I think everybody would know that fact, when it comes to, the greatness of Ben Stokes. And I think what he said there in what he was addressing his team this morning, the Watts and the Y4s are for another day. I think over the course of this, whatever 24, 48 hours is going to be, I think it should be marvelling on what Ben Stokes has given to this country, given to this cricket team, leading by ridiculous example. And then after that, we try and pick the bones out of why he's come to this decision, because for me it is an end of a premature, brilliant career.
Here is Atkinson. This will probably be the last over of the session now, and it's just guided down to third where Shoaib Bashir comes round. That's actually good running, and they're very good running. So it's a decent throw from Bashir, who looks disappointed, but Mitchell's back for a second, and he moves to 63. The lead now 314. I mean, what a moment tomorrow when Ben Stokes walks out to bat. Wow, that's going to be something else.
Yeah, let's hope he's not walking out to bat tonight.
I wasn't going to say that.
Yeah, I was thinking it though, and I'm normally very good at seeing things before I think. But yeah, I mean, it would be brilliant. There'll be a full house, but unfortunately, I just think it's sad.
Here is Atkinson. Oh, there's runs here. Short delivery, and actually Mitchell doesn't even play a shot. It's a drag down, but at probably 87 miles an hour, and And Smith doesn't even bother trying to stop this either.
It's a shocker. I'm sorry. That's a shocker. If you're going to bowl a ball like that, you got your keepers. I mean, it's just. I think it sums England up a little bit with their plans, muddled thinking.
Yeah, why is it?
Keeper
Why are you
standing
bowling
up.
a bouncer with the play? You could have actually hurt your keeper there. If the batter ducks out the way,
Which he did.
which he did, but if it was straight, pushed out to cover, no run. 2 balls left of the over. 1 ball left of the over. I'm not sure we're going to get another Ben Stokes over, which is a shame. But he has bowled 11 on the bounce. How are England going to replace Ben Stokes?
And he'll be coming back. I think he'll be coming back. He'll be coming back for another go after.
Oh, mate, look at
eye?
that little
Yeah.
tear. Ben Stokes is out on the field and he's not even trying to hide the fact the emotions are just getting a bit too much for him, I think. And that's fielded at short third, or gully, by Shoaib Bashir. Don't often see him fielding there, do you? That's the end of the over. Are we going to get another one in? It doesn't look like it, no. Let's have a listen to the crowds. High fives all round. Stokes, the emotion of the moment really getting to him. And that is completely understandable. Joe Root, the first person really, is just going to walk off alongside the current English captain, as the crowds, if they didn't know already, have just been informed. You better enjoy them while you can, folks. You've got 4 sessions maybe. The New Zealanders, of course, Daryl Mitchell's just looking over his shoulder thinking, what? He's retiring? What's going on here?
They're just holding off to give him a little bit of an ovation, aren't they?
Stokes walking off the field, and Mitchell and Sears just waiting for him, applauding. Ben Stokes, Barmy Army is the song from the crowds. What an emotional half an hour we've had here at Trent Bridge. Wickets at the start of the session. One of them going the way of Ben Stokes. And then a wicket at the end from the same man. The first ball after the crowd realised that he'd retired from international cricket. We will have plenty more reaction throughout the evening session here from Trent Bridge. But for now, the bare bones of the score is that New Zealand have got to tea. 234 for 8, Mitchell 63, a lead of 318. We'll be back in 20 minutes. afforded a guard of honour as he walks out onto the field as an England captain. For one of the last times, he'll walk out again as a batter, but it's less likely he'll do so again as a fielder. And guess what, folks? I don't think his 11 over spell has come to an end. He's demanded the ball and he's just walking off, looking up at the crowd and applauding and maybe just taking it all in. Not sure who's up there. It could be his family. Yeah, I think it is. This is his wife and kids in the stand just below the score, one of the scoreboards here at Trent Bridge. And actually, I think it might actually be Shoaib Bashir who's going to have a bowl, and why not? An 11 over spell in the afternoon, and that might be the last time we ever see Ben Stokes bowl as an England player, let alone captain. The game situation here on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel is a simple one. 234 for 8 New Zealand. Daryl Mitchell 63 not out. Ben Sears is alongside him, so the lead is 318. That's the only simple thing that's going on right now. And Shoaib Bashir, who picked up a wicket the last time he bowled, and the over that he bowled, first ball is defended by Ben Sears. I'm joined in the commentary box for the next 10-15 minutes or so by a familiar face, a good friend of talkSPORT Cricket, George DeBell, senior cricket writer at The Cricketer. As this is a touch over pitch and driven square of the wicket by Ben Sears, moves to 5. George, first up, what was it like in the press box when this was announced? Was this an audible gasp?
Quiet. I mean, basically you have to write a lot very quickly, don't you? I can say this, I was very surprised, but we did have a piece ready because there have been rumours in the last couple of weeks.
Well, you went on talkSPORT and said that you thought the resignation might be coming. I think we all believed it could have come before the Oval Test, and so we've been kept waiting a touch. That's, on the reverse sweep is Daryl Mitchell, and maybe, just maybe, we might see some shots from his ironic cheers here at Trent Bridge. The crowd have remembered that before the Ben Stokes news they were trying to get on his back. I think the question that the majority of England cricket fans, on the reverse again, and it's a good bit of fielding by Harry Brook. How has it come to this?
I'm not sure this is the end of anything. It's certainly not the end of the story, it's the beginning of the story.
Or continuation.
Why has it happened? Why on earth do we get to the situation where one of England's greatest ever cricketers is leaving the game prematurely?
We've been here before with other cricketers, haven't we? Not the same situation. Defended by Mitchell, back to Shoaib Bashir. I think that the crowd are actually going to make Daryl Mitchell bat slower.
The fact that he was in the middle of an 11 over spell underlines the fact that there's plenty more in the tank for Ben Stokes, the cricketer.
Bashir again, down the track comes Mitchell and heaves this across the line, and it'll be a couple of runs. Well, actually no, it's just one run because it was the final ball of the over, and Mitchell's taking control and the strike.
It's a chaotic situation, but I would like to think that if English cricket has potentially a new managing director of the men's team, a new head coach, that one of the first calls they'll make will be to Ben Stokes, and I think he would be and I'd like to think that he was persuadable, because I think that passion is still there.
For this incredible cricketer.
I would like to think that passion is still there, and that there's still a lot more to give. It would be very sad if this was the end, and I don't think it necessarily need be. And we can think of all sorts of people who have come out of retirement. Tyson Fury, for example.
There is a big gap between this test and the first Pakistan test match. But there's also a feeling that a decision has been made, and maybe more than the managing director and head coach might have to make way. I don't even think, I mean, does Brendan McCullum and Rob Keefe really want Ben Stokes to leave, to depart the scene after what we saw at the Oval, after what we've seen in this Test match, when it was his 8-over spell which dragged England back into the game?
Does he want to, even? Does anyone want him to? So therefore, you would think it's not beyond the wit of people that there could be a solution.
Josh Tongue bowling from the Stuart Broad end, and Daryl Mitchell definitely uppercuts this ball, which was a touch short and wide, although he gave himself the room over first slip down to the boundary for 4. And the crowd aren't on his back quite the same manner that they were in the last over. 240 for 8, then the leader is 324.
The fact that this has come out at 25 past 3 midway through
Why is that?
a spell doesn't suggest it's a long and considered decision.
Why has it come out while we're... Have you ever known an international retirement to be announced in the middle of a game?
I think they've leaked out before, but I don't think they've come out in that way before, no.
Here's Tongue again, and this is just guided fine. Mitchell sets off quickly, but I'm not sure there's 2 there. There isn't.
I don't think I can recall anyone taking a wicket with their first ball after their retirement either.
No.
But if anything shows that there's something left there, surely it's that. Now maybe he'll tell us something about his batting, or he's having some difficulty with eyes or something like that. I don't think that's the case. But if that were to come out, that would be understandable. That would be revealing. But, you know, the timing, the context is that he's clearly had a fallout with the ECB hierarchy about the treatment of him after the night out, after the Lord's win. And he doesn't feel he's been backed. And there are a lot of changes going on. We expect there to be a shake-up over the next few weeks, months. And he's clearly having his wings clipped a bit and doesn't like it.
English cricket loves to get into this psychodrama, the existential threat that hangs heavy over cricket, but certainly in this country, and it's just another indication that, you know, it's just pushed out to gully, fielded, and it's no run. 241 for 8, and Ben Sears is going to have to face at least 3 balls from Josh Tongue.
I still don't think that night out need to have been that big a deal. As I've said the whole way through, it was an embarrassment that they've allowed to become a crisis.
But nobody comes out of this well, do they? And I include Stokes in that.
Well, it's not ideal. And
he doesn't have to retire.
No, he absolutely doesn't. And nor should he be.
It's Tongue again, and this is jabbed into the offside.
He'll never have a better job than the one he has now.
And he doesn't have another job. I mean, OK, he could just go back and play for Durham, but he doesn't play white ball cricket.
Just on a basic level, he's contracted, isn't he, until October 2027, and his contract is worth a lot of money. And if he's retired, I always say no one retires anymore until it's the end of the season, because then you have to give back money. So it suggests this is a decision that's come from emotion.
Short ball, and Sears ducks under it. He probably could have just stood there and let it go. No run. I mean, it has been 2 weeks. We've all made decisions in haste, haven't we? We've all made a point and suffered because of it.
Yeah, but mostly it's about an extra donut or an extra pint. This is, you know, career changing.
But that's what I'm saying. But he's had 2 weeks to make this decision, to come to this decision.
I think Ben's a very intelligent man, and he could probably predict what the reaction to this decision is.
A calculated decision, perhaps. This is driven by Sears up to mid-on. And there might have been a single there if it set off straight away, but not taking strike from Daryl Mitchell, who's 69. 241 for 8, 325 is the lead, and suddenly this game seems almost secondary. Which
I don't know about
part
that.
of the decision?
Well, maybe. And New Zealand are absolutely in the ascendancy, make no doubt bones about that. But I would think that it has become fairly apparent where the sentiment of England's supporters is. I think
without a doubt. The sentiment of the England support, and I've had messages already. People are absolutely gutted.
Yeah.
But you know what? They were gutted back in 2013 when 2014 when Kevin Peterson was, you know, shorn of two or 3 years of his career.
See, I never thought that Alistair Cook was a particularly brilliant captain, but one thing he did do is persuade KP to come back and play in India, and England won in India. And a great part of leadership is getting the right people in the right positions and then letting them work.
Mitchell facing, and it's Bashir who's picked up 1 wicket, that of Rashan Ravindra. And this is sliced away by Mitchell, who takes the single, which is a slight surprise. Fielded by Joe Root, who seems to be everywhere. He's a backward point, but pushed back quite far. So Sears is going to face Shoaib Bashir. 242 for 8, lead of 326.
If it emerges that it was McCullum or Stokes, there's no way that McCullum comes out of this either. As I say, this is just the start.
Bit of width here, and this is cut away by Ben Sears on the move to Root again, who goes fine at a field. It's been an extraordinary 2 weeks, and it feels like we're going to have another even more extraordinary couple of weeks to come. As Bashir is in, and oh, is that an edge? I think it's an edge, and Joe Root no, not Joe Root at first slip, Harry Brook at first slip, diving to his left, possibly unsighted, has missed it, and it's gone down to the boundary for 4.
I mean, we just don't know who would be captain in the first test at Leeds at this stage for England.
Well, it's going to be Brook, isn't it? I know it could be Root.
10 days ago they said he wasn't ready. I don't see a lot that's changed in the last 10 days.
So it could be Stokes, Root or Brook. Back in his crease and defending is Sears, who's 9 from 15, 246 for 8 New Zealand, a lead of 330.
Yes, it's hard to imagine a Cowdrey-style interim. That didn't work terribly well.
Someone called up from county cricket, a captain specialist. Width here, and this is cut away. Square of the wicket by Sears. He moves into double figures, 247 for 8.
The big thing they miss actually is his all-round ability. He has, whatever his troubles with the bat, he's bowling better than ever. He's averaging something like 24 with the ball over the last 15 months. He's taken 42 wickets, I think, in that period. He balances the side, and he's clearly the natural leader of the side.
Yeah, and all of that was quite evident at the Oval, wasn't it? As Bashir is into, this is very wide, and cut away. It won't reach the boundary. This fielder sweeper on the cover boundary, but it will be 2. To my mind, I don't think Joe Root with Brendan McCullum works. I think you need 2 people who are aligned, and they don't have to agree with everything, but at times when we were watching Joe Root captaining at the Oval, I wasn't sure who was setting the fields.
If Ben Stokes isn't contracted anymore, then ECB suddenly have lots of money in which to pay off Brendan McCullum. I was very surprised that they retained McCullum after the Ashes, but I think it probably does show that there should have been a change then. And this is the thing, that this, I'm afraid, will stem back a lot higher than the team management. The 2 Richards are also going to have quite a lot of flack in the coming days and in very, very difficult position.
Here is Josh Tongue, short delivery, and Sears ducks. Goes through, 249 for 8. This is what I was saying a bit earlier on. This goes beyond the Rob Key, Brendan McCullum role. And of course, we have to wait. I mean, we've just heard a little bit from Sky Sports Cricket, who released the footage of Ben Stokes addressing the team. The reasons why, I'm paraphrasing, the reasons why we'll have to wait for another day.
That is what he said, and he was obviously very tight-lipped ahead of this game. Wouldn't talk about the incident after Lords.
We've got a short leg in for Sears, and this possibly keeps a little low.
And notably, he said he wasn't looking ahead more than 1 game, because we talked about that at the time and wondered whether it was just back for 1 game then. I mean, there was some speculation about that. But I still think that with conciliatory management, bridges can be built.
I think all parties probably look back at this. This is short and wide and cut away, and Ben Sears deals with this really well. He doesn't try and keep the ball down. He just lofts it up and over the slip field and down to the boundary at third for 4 more. 253 for 8.
It's a massive overreaction, just like the KP thing was. What did KP do? He shared some texts that were, I don't know, flippant, unwise. What has Ben Stokes done? He's stayed out late. He wasn't involved in a fight or anything like that. He was out quite late.
KP came back after the text. It was the Ashes that ended his career. Well, it wasn't the Ashes, but he played in the Ashes.
You're
and then
right.
never
He
played
whistled
again.
and looked out of a window.
Yeah. Yes, that's it, right? And
Yeah,
and I don't think that a lot of people realise, because KP didn't have the press on his side in the way that Stokes does, to a point, I think it was missed at the time just how angry the cricket public were. The fact that they were robbed of a couple of years of KP for reasons that nobody ever explained it. Sir Andrew Strauss never really explained it. It was his decision at the end of the day. This is driven up to mid-off. Stokes fields, throws the ball at the non-striker's end, and Sears is home. 254 for 8. A lead of, it's just gone. No, it hasn't. 338. If Stokes walks away right now, never plays for England again, I think you... I mean...
Well, it's still been a magnificent career. One of the great careers.
Well, he's achieved.
But it would feel like a colossal mismanagement of a very considerable talent, because there is more there to come. There is an Ashes series this time next year. England are in the middle of an Ashes series, and actually there's a World Cup after that, so there's always lots to plan for in English cricket. I think in his last T20 innings, by the way, didn't he win England a World Cup final?
Just seems wrong. Here is Josh Tongue, and Daryl Mitchell hooks this in front of square on the leg side and away to the boundary for 6. Wow. Incredible hit.
It's a fantastic innings, this. Absolutely class. Incredibly brave. What is it, the slowest innings, slowest 50 in England since 2012. But he's taken so many blows on the body, and he's put New Zealand in a position from which it's hard to see them losing, and they really should win.
Yeah, absolutely. Still got 38 overs down to be bowled today, but that's unlikely. And lead now 344.
And a little vision of England's future potentially. Every time Ben Stokes isn't bowling, they look half the side that they do when he has the ball in his hand.
As they did at the Oval, didn't they? Sears deep in his crease and defending. There's a little bit of turn there for Bashir into the right-hander, the off-spinner.
There are so many other options, you see. I do concede there may be issues with Ben Stokes. Not much has grown in his shadow, I would say, but...
This time driving is Sears through the covers. Big gap there. That brings Mitchell back on strike.
Potentially with a better managing director, a better head coach, you know, were Alex Stewart to come in, which I think would be very welcome. I'm not sure, by the way, that Surrey would allow him to leave before the end of the year, but that's another question. I think absolutely he could find a way that everyone was working together in a much more universally positive way.
Mitchell 78 not out, facing Bashir, and this is just pushed into the leg side.
But it's ridiculous that something so relatively minor has been allowed to get to the stage where one of England's greatest ever players is slipping away from his career early.
This is wide again, turn, but Mitchell happy just to defend this. Down to Harry Brook, who's quite deep behind the stumps at a kind of a deep gully. Wristily played through point now by Mitchell. Yeah, I'll go back to the point of I don't think anybody's dealt with this well. I don't think Stokes has dealt with it well. I don't think the management team have dealt with it particularly well. Stokes probably shouldn't have been out as well, and he kind of knew, right? But for that to lead to a position where the whole deck of cards could fall here because the bloke stayed out after midnight by 45 minutes, just that is peak cricket. This is Bashir again. Sears forward and pushing this out to the offside. End of the over, 262 for 8, a lead of 346 for New Zealand.
I think we'll look back on that instant as a catalyst. I suspect that there were issues already, and those issues we saw come to the forefront midway during the Ashes, when it became clear that there was a divergence of views between McCullum and Stokes. And the issue is that under pressure, these scars open again, and I think that's probably what we've seen.
I think there's been some big mistakes at the higher levels at the ECB over the last 6 months, including Harry Brook and Wellington, and the decision after the Ashes. They've fudged too much.
You cannot exaggerate how disappointed he will be, Ben Stokes will be, about not winning the Ashes. It was a huge opportunity. Clearly not vintage Australian side.
There's Tongue, and it's tickled fine for another run. Mitchell moves to 80.
And they lost it partly because that Australian side did play very well, and all credit to them. But also England's preparation was amateurish. And that will hurt him a great deal. And he'll know that he's at an age where that opportunity won't come again. And that is extremely painful to him. There is an old adage, isn't there, that the man never supposedly recovers from a disappointing Ashes series, or a disappointing Ashes tour. And I fear that's partly what we may be seeing there.
The Ashes defeat affected him greatly. There's no doubt in my mind.
And there's nothing more tiring than disappointment, right?
We all have sliding door moments in our lives, but that one was a particularly pronounced one for Stokes. And I think at the heart of it, he probably felt let down by the team that he had given everything. And I don't think he really felt like he got it back when it really mattered.
Well, I don't think they were well enough prepared.
I think you can say that, and there's something in that, but it's still the players. Down the leg side. Second new ball has been taken, by the way. 263 for 8. That's a good take by Jamie Smith behind the stumps. Either way, you know, if you read the quotes, I read the quotes from the ECB interview that Stokes did, which is the only time he spoke, I think, on the record between the end of the Ashes and the day before the first New Zealand test. And for someone who has suffered from mental health problems, I found it worrying to read some of those quotes. This is Tongue again. This is under the armpit of Sears, who does well to defend this.
Correct me if I'm wrong, he's not quoted in his own retirement press release, is he?
No.
None of this is normal.
No, it isn't.
Even by English cricket standards.
But, you know, I was looking out onto the field of play before this test match, and it'd been 2 weeks, right? Now, 2 weeks. And I thought to myself, after 2 weeks, I still don't know if Ben Stokes knew he broke the curfew. I still don't know if Ben Stokes is going to remain as captain. That's not normal either. There's been a lot unsaid as Sears shapes the defendant and then withdraws the bat at the last second.
So just make the point again. None of it need to have been that big a deal.
No. But that's what happens when you fudge issues.
It is, but also I suspect that he doesn't feel he's been backed.
I totally agree.
And there's a lot of pride there.
I think
and his pride and you know, personal pride is an asset up to a point.
He may look back in a year or two's time and just realise that I've made a decision because I was exhausted mentally and physically, more mentally than anything, driven, not timed, and Stokes will chase this down. There's 2 there, and they will stay at 2. Sears moves to 18. He's batting quite nicely, isn't he, Sears?
He did look a bit weary the way he ran after that one, didn't he? But why wouldn't he? I mean, he bowled an 8-over spell this morning and then an 11-over spell in the afternoon.
Well, no,
I don't know how many overs there have been from that end.
George, I'm going to leave you, and I think Neil's coming in. I'm not sure what's happening then. But thank you so much for your time. I know that you're going to have to go and write about 10,000 words now on the various different strands, and that will all be available on the Cricketer. So make sure you read that. And it's really is the go-to place for cricket in this country and worldwide. Driven up to mid-off, no run, 265 for 8 then. Harmy's back, and I will make way for Neil Manthorp.
Yeah, well, bizarre afternoon of cricket stories. I mean, Ben Stokes in the middle of a 10-11 over spell. Word had come less than an hour ago that he was going to retire from international cricket. He didn't say all cricket, said international cricket. George DeBell talking about possibilities of, he can always come back if things change. As we know at this moment, is that Ben Stokes is in the middle of his last game of cricket for England, his last captaincy experience on the field, trying to somehow get these last 2 wickets. 349 ahead is a lot of runs on this surface, and an innings by Daryl Mitchell which has just been unbelievable.
Gus Atkinson runs away from us, and it's clipped away by Mitchell up towards mid-on, fielded by Jofra Archer. It has been innings of monumental grit and determination and patience.
That nobody really is going to care too much about, is it?
No,
at the end of it.
No, exactly. There's a degree of middle-fingeredness about
this.
As well.
But I think Jon Morris got a double 100, and nobody really gives any sort of comment towards his double 100 because Brian Lara got 500.
Here's Atkinson again. Oh, Mitchell's gone huge down the ground over long on, and that's crashed into close to the players' changing rooms. Just one bounce, didn't quite hit that as cleanly as he thought, but he's now going to try and accelerate. I think New Zealand possibly have a time in mind. It's not just about his personal landmark. He's up to 84 now, but I do think that that there would have been discussion at tea time in the New Zealand change room about what would be an ideal time, unless they were bowled out, to start bowling, how many overs they would like to bowl at the close of play, before the close of play. Atkinson right into his gather. Mitchell didn't move.
Sears dropped his bat.
Oh, is that what it was? Sears at the non-strikers then dropped his bat, and Atkinson was distracted by it. Must be hard to pull out when you're that close to your delivery.
It is, but it's just a distraction, isn't it? Something on the corner of your eye has your potential for the batter to pull away or to come down the wicket, but not from a non-striker's end.
Here's Atkinson again, bowls, beats Daryl Mitchell with a little away swinger outside the off stump. Nice new ball, and it's just swung past the outside edge into the gloves of Jamie Smith. The Barmy Army have been very quiet in a test match that they've had not much to celebrate, but they are in full voice now. That's gone quite a long way actually for Gus Atkinson, and that's encouraging on a micro level, because Atkinson has been short of movement, particularly through the air. Been bowling gun barrel straight for... Oh, he's crashed that one into Mitchell's helmet. Short ball. Mitchell's taken a step down the pitch, and that has smashed into the side of his helmet. Initially, he's reacting like there's nothing wrong, I'm absolutely fine, but he has now decided, hang on a minute, there's a canary between my ears, and he's now got to his feet. The helmet is off, and that's the second time he's been hit, and he's just signalling to the change room that he needs another helmet. Another lengthy delay in prospect. Daryl Mitchell, it's been an innings of just commensurate determination and concentration, but he's taken half a step forward, and Atkinson maybe a little miffed about the fact that he's taking such liberties, but he's tried to duck Harmy, and I reckon that was probably like rib cage height.
I think if that's on the first day, Jamie Smith takes that 2 hands right above his head. It goes flying over his head, at about head high, standing up. That's just not bounced. You see that again from side on, that is not bounced. Daryl Mitchell's coming down the wicket like he did to try and elevate him over the top when he hit the boundary on the second ball of the over, and that one, he just comes out of his crease looking to try and get on the front foot and have a go. He's not expecting that he's expecting that to bounce a lot higher, and unfortunately it's just broke the peak of the grill of the helmet, right on the peak of the helmet, right on the corner. It's hit that, and it's took a huge chunk out of the ball as well.
Yeah, senior umpire Rod Tucker has got the ball now, and we can see very clearly there is a chunk out of the side of it, and Rod Tucker's called the fourth umpire onto the field. Is that Martin Saggers?
Yeah, Martin Saggers, yeah.
He's come about and brought the safe briefcase of replacement balls out. I tell you what, there's no point. They all look at least 30 overs old. You need a pretty new nut. This one's only 10 overs old. So they're having a look to see. I mean, they're all categorised, aren't they? There's 3 of them that are 0 to 10 overs, then there's 3 more that are 10 to 30, I think it is.
Yeah, 10 to 30,
yeah. Then it goes 30 to 40.
Yeah.
So they should be able to find one that looks reasonably the same.
I think if you're a bowling coach, you get a hold of that ball. Well, it's never going to be used again in a game situation. But it could be a good ball that you use for, to get it scuffed up for a reverse swinging practice. The minute you get a gouge or a hole or a little slit in the ball, them balls, they're very, very good for reverse swinging practice. If you can get the rough side, if you can get that as well as the rest of that side roughed up, shine the other side, moisture in the other side, they're sort of good for reverse swinging purposes.
It's a long delay here, Harmy. So I've just got this scenario that's been flitting around in my head following news that Ben Stokes has retired from international cricket. What if there is a change of guard? And I'm talking about director of cricket and possibly even coach. I'm talking about the highest echelons of English cricket deciding that actually we need to have a proper sweep out of this cupboard, and whoever takes over as coach or as director of cricket, and he takes the role, and the first thing he says is, "This is a great honour. We've got a big job to do, but as far as I'm concerned, Ben Stokes is still at the peak of his game. I'm very sorry that he's retired. The first thing I'm going to do in this role is to talk him into unretiring and leading the team in our attempt to regain the Ashes next summer."
You paint a great picture, and one that I think Ben would struggle to decline, wouldn't he? He would struggle to decline. This is Mr. England. This is whatever my country needs, I will give. There's obviously something going on that I don't really want to go into just at this moment in time. I think George went into it a little bit earlier, a little bit more. He's a little bit more informed. If there are changes of the guard, and I think it would have to be even higher than that, reading between the lines. If Ben's retiring because he doesn't feel as though he's backed by his bosses, I don't think it is the coach or the director of cricket. I think it could be even higher. That might be a little bit of an issue. Another issue would be, Ben Stokes said before this game, he didn't categorically say he would never play. He doesn't see himself playing for England without being captain. I think he more or less indicated that he didn't see himself playing in the England cricket team if he wasn't leading it.
We're talking about the chairman of the ECB in Richard Thompson. We're talking about the chief executive in Richard Gould. It would have to be a decision made by the board of directors for the chairman to be removed. I don't know enough about that level of English cricket to comment, but if there was to be a change at that level, then we're talking about not cleaning out the cupboard. We're talking about chopping the cupboard up into pieces and burning it.
We're getting rid of it and getting a whole new one, aren't we? We're going to IKEA for a
kitchen.
Yeah, we're going to IKEA for a whole new wardrobe, aren't we? I mean, we need somebody to dispose of this one and get a new one, and that would take some doing. I think that would take some doing. They say there's not one man bigger than any organisation, and there's not, and there shouldn't be. And I don't think this is a cry of attention for Ben Stokes. I think he's a very, very principled person in a way that he is giving everything to his country, and if he doesn't feel, this could have happened a few years ago in Bristol. And, there was at that time, one or two didn't want Ben Stokes to come back, and it's a good job he did, mind.
He was 28 years old.
Yeah, and he was proven in a court of law that he was not guilty. He was not guilty of what was
afraid.
It was not. It was not guilty. But there were one or two making noises there who aren't there anymore.
Gus Atkinson continues. New ball, new helmet for Daryl Mitchell. Forward he comes. Thick inside half of the bat for a single behind square on the leg side. 270 for 8. The lead is over 350 now. 354. Ben Sears has batted well, by the way, at number 10. 18 not out from 30 balls. Daryl Mitchell 85 from 228 deliveries. Must surely be on the cards now that New Zealand... Well, they're not going to declare with Mitchell on 85. They might say, look, we're ready to bowl. So give it a go, see if you can score 100.
I still said 5 o'clock. In the best plan, 5 o'clock would be my ideal.
Atkinson in once again. To beauty, absolute beauty. Took off, bounced, flew past the outside edge and into the gloves of Jamie Smith. 500s he's already got, Daryl Mitchell. 15 50s. Average of over 42.5. Actually, that's close to 43 now.
Loves batting in England, doesn't he? Loves batting here at Trent Bridge as well.
100 in the last test match here. He got 100 in all 3 tests.
All 3 tests, didn't he? Yeah. And but it wasn't for the brilliance of Johnny Bairstow at the start of Bazball. But the story on will be for the next few days, few weeks about Ben Stokes and the fallout from it. There's a lot more to run from it. Will he say whatever he needs to say? Can we see him coming back? I think all bets are off. I think all options are under the table. I think it's really sad where we found ourselves. But hopefully time can have some adults in a room and see if we can work out that it isn't the end of Ben Stokes. But for him to go through and announce it, he must feel that strongly about it. And I can't see him playing for another captain. So if he does come back, you'd have to come back as captain. That would be one. It's all right coming out of retirement, but to come out of retirement to go straight back as captain, I think that would have to be Pakistan first test match. If not, I think that's it, all over.
Jofra Archer wins another over. Oh, and Daryl Mitchell tries to swing this one away on the leg side. He's missed it. I think it might have been either a slower ball or a much quicker one, because Mitchell seemed to be through the shot way too early, and it's crashed into his
I would say a
midriff.
Stiff one. It was a stiff one from Jofra Archer. It looked a stiff one, didn't it?
Yeah. Oh dear. So Daryl Mitchell is it hit him under the right armpit, right on the rib cage, and he's taken his helmet off. That one was nowhere near his helmet, but that hurts. He's been in the wars, Daryl Mitchell. I'll tell you what, he'll have a few bruises by the time this test match comes to a close. 270 for 8. He's obviously not happy with the replacement helmet. So it's come from somebody else.
It was wobbling. He signalled facing the last ball off Atkinson that the helmet was wobbling. So he was desperate for a helmet to change. It wasn't the right size, and it was wobbling. So he's now got something that fits. Obviously, something closer to the one that obviously he's been batting in for 227 balls.
Spread field. 3 men in the deep on the leg side. There's a fly slip as well, Jacob Bethel. Here is Archer, bowls to Mitchell on the back foot, turns it away into the onside, run the first one hard, coming back for the second. They'll complete the second as well. Very, very clever batting from Daryl Mitchell. If he hit that any harder, he couldn't have come back for the second, but he's just dinked it into the leg side, and Emilio Gay sprinting in from deep square leg couldn't prevent 2.
Brilliant from Mitchell. Fantastic from Mitchell. He just got enough on it to top of its bounce, ride it into the leg side. It's a long way out there. It's probably the longest part of the field. A long way out there for Emilio Gay, Joe Root to get and to try and stop 2.
Here's Archer running in up to the crease now, bowls, and Mitchell just drops down on the onside, sets off with a single. And Ben Sears trying to do his best at the non-striker's end to follow instructions, came sprinting down a long way, and Archer tried to pick it up off his own bowling. If he had picked it up cleanly and turned, he would have had a full second or so to steady himself, take aim at the stumps, and a direct hit would have run Sears out, but he dropped it.
Yeah, he dropped it. I think Mitchell on 87 off 231 balls might have been thinking, throw it, Jofra, because if you miss the stumps, I'm going to go to 91. He was, I think Josh Tongue was it. Josh Tongue's in the backup, and he was nowhere near in a position to back it up.
It's the 91st over of this New Zealand innings. Here comes Archer, steaming in once again, bowls, and that one is chipped away square of the wicket on the offside. He backed away to the leg side, and I think Archer has gone wide of off stump so that he couldn't reach it, but he has just about managed to chop it away. He had to reach a long way in order to guide that one away to backward point for a single, and Mitchell moves on to 88. Ben Sears has 18, 273 for 8. Do you think New Zealand are using up potentially important time now? Do you think they're into what they want to be their bowling time?
No, I don't think so. I still think they've got enough time to bowl England out on this surface with the attack they've got.
Archer in again, bowls. Ben Sears has tucked it away behind square on the leg side. They go through. They take the single actually at the fifth ball of the over. So that was at the fourth ball. It was the fourth ball of the over. No, it wasn't. It was the fifth ball of the over. So Mitchell's got what he's got to get himself. What does he want here? One to keep the strike or a boundary?
One to keep the strike, I think. We've got 34 overs left in the Dare Manners, which we're not going to get in. At best, we'll get 26, 27 overs in. You know, if they bat for another 6 or 7 more overs, 15 and bowl 15, 16 at England. Yeah, they're not happy with Daryl Mitchell, but he's been hit on the head.
No, it's Ben Sears. Ben Sears was struck. He's the one that Mitchell is still fiddling with his helmet because it's like it's helmet number 3 or 4 that he's had in this innings. It's Sears
he's been hit on the finger again.
Hit on the finger, yeah.
That's the third time he's been hit on this finger. It's the third time he's been hit on this finger, and
so
I think it's already knackered.
The crowd are booing Daryl Mitchell, but it's actually Sears who requires the treatment, and Mitchell's just taking the time to try and fix whatever it is that's bugging the absolute living daylights out of him with that helmet.
That helmet's not working.
It's not his, is it? You don't walk around, go carry 3 or 4 helmets of your own.
No, you don't. You're too right. You might carry 10 bats with you, but you only carry 1 helmet.
Maybe 2.
Yeah.
Not 3 or 4.
No, I don't even think they carry 2. I think it'll carry 1, and that's it. The helmet is, the most important thing. You don't want to change that. You don't want to be messing about with that. We've drawn blood. That's what we've done. This is the 3rd time he's been hit on that same area as Ben Sears. Shown bravery. 19. What's that off 32? Shown some bravery batting for his partner Mitchell at the other end. Along with Zach Folkes, and they really have fought to keep England out in the field. What's this? How many is this now? 90 overs. England bowled 204. Well, more or less 215. One ball short of 215. I mean, that's a lot of overs for the England cricket team to be in the field.
It is. And talking of lots, Daryl Mitchell is 88 from 232 balls. There is if he gets to 100, there is a slow 100 for New Zealand here at Trent Bridge, and it was scored in 1973 off 266 balls by Vic Pollard. I confess my ignorance of New Zealand cricket to the extent that I don't know anything at all about Vic Pollard, except that he scored 100 off 266 balls here at Trent Bridge in 1973, and I suspect you probably also not an aficionado of Vic Pollard's career.
No. Vicky Pollard, she was a comedian, wasn't she? She was a character on... Is it Catherine Tate? Is it Catherine Tate with Vicky Pollard? I think when you said Vic Pollard, I was thinking of Catherine Tate. I was thinking of Nan.
He's gone off.
Yeah, he's gone off.
Ben Sears has gone off. He's retired.
Yeah.
I mean, he's gone off for treatment. See, the umpires actually have been proactive there, and they've said, "Listen, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I get that.
Either you're batting or you're going off for treatment."
Yeah, I get that. I get that to a point. I think they give him enough time to get treatment because it actually was a blow. It wasn't. We've got to be careful here because if you get hit and then you get treatment and then you go sort of 5 minutes and you haven't getting hit and it's on the bat handle and it's just rattling a bit, all of a sudden I think if you ask for the physio to get it to come on again, I think the umpire is well within his rights to say no. You either go off or you carry on. You know, you've had your treatment on that. But we've got to make mention. Ben Sears got hit. He got hit again on that specific point. So he's been hit 3 times in the same spot on the index finger of his right hand, I think it was, his bowling hand. So the actual impact was getting physio, which I've got no problem with whatsoever. I'm pleased the umpires have said chuffing it along and hurrying up, but he should have gotten treatment.
Will O'Rourke's come out at number 11 then. Short, hooked away by Mitchell out towards square leg. And that has raced away to the mid-wicket boundary for 4. Gee, he knew what to expect there, did Daryl Mitchell. I mean, he literally adopted a baseball slugging stance with his bat high up, and he knew it was short from Archer, and he has absolutely thumped it through mid-wicket for 4. And he has moved into the 90s. 92 not out. New Zealand 278 for 8, leading by an imposing 362.
I think if you're Daryl Mitchell, do you want Sears to come back out? Looking at that finger, I'd be very, very surprised if he can bowl in the 4th innings, because you're not allowed to have any strapping on the actual the fingers that you're bowling with, are you? So you can't have any tape on it, and he's drawn blood. He's got a cut in the middle of his finger.
Here is Atkinson again, bowls short and bouncer, and it flies over the batsman's head. I think there's a difference. You can have surgical. No, you can't.
Don't think you
can't have surgical gauze or anything like that.
No, I don't. You can't have anything that can enhance.
That's right.
Yeah.
It's you can on anything
else, but the bowling hand or the bowling finger, that helps the. So I think he's at the end of Ben Sears in this game.
Here is Atkinson again down the leg side, and that's no run taken by Jamie Smith. He can't be replaced. It's only concussion.
It's only concussion. Yeah.
So
if it was
championship,
in a championship, he'd be off. I think he'd been off the second one.
I've split a nail.
Yeah, they're getting Kyle Jamieson on. Kyle Jamieson to come. That's how stupid them substitute rules are. Ben Sears comes out of the game. Kyle Jamieson can come out and bat, then bowl 4th innings.
Do you remember that test match probably 10 years ago now, when Moeen Ali split his right index finger?
He wasn't allowed to tape finger on his tip.
And he had to try and bowl with it, and he was wincing here's Atkinson again outside the off stump, and it's left alone by Will O'Rourke playing inside the line of it, and they were trying everything. They were using that plastic skin to spray on it, so that's what confused me, because you can use that.
You can use like
it's like false skin, isn't it? It tries to bind it together.
Swanee had it in India. Swanee had a cut in India, and he had this yellow stuff that you put on. Forget what it's called now.
Plasticine?
Bolson something. Is it Bolson something? Can't remember what it's actually called now.
Here is Atkinson again. Bowls. Oh, he's bowled him! Will O'Rourke!
Did he bowl him?
He hasn't.
The bails look as though they're on. Must be LBW.
Unless he's walked for LBW.
He's walked for LBW. I think that's told him. The bails are still on.
They are, aren't they? Well, it was there was a celebration. So New Zealand have a review left, and I think even though Will O'Rourke's given himself out, he's walked. It looked absolutely plumb, but I thought it just flicked the pad and removed the top of the off bail. That's how quick he was to walk off, Will O'Rourke, but he's decided, actually, you know what, he's 3/4 of the way back because he wants to go and get ready to bowl. So you sort of know, don't you? Well, 9 times out of 10 when you're out LBW, and Will O'Rourke's kind of given himself out. He's walked effectively for the LBW. Ben Sears is coming back. Ah, that's what it is. Ben Sears has had some treatment to his finger, and he's going to come back in order to let Daryl Mitchell attempt to reach a 6th Test century. O'Rourke, we just need some confirmation here, because I mean, have you ever seen somebody walk so quickly for an LBW?
Yeah, it makes sense. It makes sense that they've gone DRS to give Ben Sears every chance to be ready for coming out, even if he is stone dead, which he is. I mean, it's plumb right in front of all three.
That's why I just assumed that it had ricocheted off the pad and removed off stump. No, there you go. It's hit him right in front of off stump, and he was, yeah, it's definitely hitting off stump. Very definitely hitting off stump, and I think it'll be crashing into the inside part of off stump. Impact in line, crashing into the off stump. Will O'Rourke was, well, it wasn't hitting halfway up middle. I mean, I've seen plumber LBWs, but O'Rourke was off. He knew he was gone. He's gone for a 3rd ball duck. Ben Sears returns to the crease. It's 279 for 9. The lead is 363, and there's an old saying, isn't there, in sport and broadcasting, it's all happening.
It is all happening. Wow, it has. It's been all happening today. A day where you think nothing much was going to happen, waiting for all 3 possible results at the start of the day, getting to a point in the middle of the day thinking, right, England are now really behind it. Once the lead got to 275, 300, Daryl Mitchell and Ratchin Ravindra batted beautifully. Mitchell's continued that on, and then Ben Stokes retired. So yes, it is all happening.
And now Ben Sears plays defensively to Gus Atkinson. Nudges it away on the onside. Daryl Mitchell, it must be going through such a range of emotions at the non-strikers end. I mean, yes, he would definitely like 100 now, but it's about the team, it's about the game. I mean, he's been there so long. He's gone through 4 helmets. He's had at least 6 separate bouts of treatment for injuries, and he had smashed on the head 3 times, and here comes Atkinson. Ben Sears pushes it away defensively on the offside. Sears is thinking, will I be able to bowl? I mean, he's rushed off. They've given him some whatever treatment it is. He had black tape bandaging all over that finger, and all that's going to have to be stripped off in order for
it's all
got
to be stripped off in order for him to bowl. So they're going to have to do some crafty to stop the bleeding. The last thing England want to do is bowl him a bouncer and hits him on the head, and you can substitute him from a concussion point of view.
Carl Jamin comes in for the last day. That's banged in short from Atkinson. Not quite a bouncer, but they know that right hand is in big trouble, and well, it can be an unforgiving game, Test cricket. In fact, it's more likely to be an unforgiving than a forgiving game. And right now England have decided that Ben Sears' right hand is as much of a target as his stumps.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that the damage is done on the right hand. I think it's about the stumps, and Archer looking for a 5 for, he's bowled 19 overs, 4 maidens, and he's got 4 for 49. As the field disperses, I still wouldn't mind a catcher on the leg side in or potentially to stop Daryl Mitchell from getting 2.
Yeah, the boundary fielders are very deep. There are 2s out there. Here's Archer, bowls, looks for the Yorker, dug out by Mitchell to run the first hard. They will come back for 2, and they'll make them easily, as Emilio Gay does the tidying up. I mean, we have to be quite careful about how we describe the field, because if everybody's in 15 yards and he top edges one over the fielder's head and it lands inside, trickles away for 4, then we're going to go, why is he in no man's land? I hope I wouldn't say that, because I think stopping the 2 is more important than a 4 or a 6 now.
Stopping the 2, but the other thing is that if he gets 2 4s, they're going to walk off anyway.
Yeah, correct, because he's 92 not out. Here's Archer, bowls, and Mitchell onto the back foot, pushes it defensively out on the onside. Archer does his own fielding. So it's declaration time then, yeah?
Yeah, it's declaration time. I think from Mitchell's point of view now, his game plan, he's got his 2, so he knows He knows he's within striking distance. Now it's about, you look at this now, there's 4 balls left in the over. He blocks 2 or he keeps 2 out. Ben Stokes will bring the field in, which is natural, and then Mitchell will have, he'll have 2 balls to get to his 100. So when Ben Stokes brings the field in with 2 balls to go, now after that 2, Daryl Mitchell's within striking distance of at least 1 shot, 1 ball, getting his 100.
Jofra Archer's looking for a 5th wicket, and back and across goes Mitchell, trying to flick it away on the leg side. Does so, could have had 1, doesn't want it. And the score remains 281 for 9. If you were a consultant to a bookmaker and they said, Harmy, what are England's chances of victory now in your estimation? Would you be going?
I'd be close to 3 figures to 1.
So 75 to 1.
100 to 1.
So yeah, but not quite 3 figures.
Yeah.
You said close to.
Be close to, yeah. 100 to 1. Yeah, close to.
Here's Archer, bowls, and it's short and wide outside the off stump, and Mitchell, again, he backed away to give himself some room, and Archer's gone short outside the off stump, and in the end he's had to kind of flap it out to Ben Duckett on the cover boundary. I mean, bookmakers never give those kind of odds anymore. I mean, you know, they're at the actual odds will
There'll be 33. There'll be 28 to 33s, I would have thought, at the moment.
Yeah.
I mean, this is a lot of runs. 366. Even to Bazball, and even if that's Bazball with like Bairstow and he's in pomp, you know, Brooks.
New Zealand scored 361 on the first day. This, of course, would be the 5th day tomorrow, outside the off stump, left alone by Ben Sears, and there's no run. But you see, bookmakers, as you know very well, take a purely dispassionate, analytical boy. It's all about numbers. They don't care about who's, you know. Well, I think they do actually. They look at the quality of the batting ticket. But but you know, in the algorithm, in the computer program, there will be the fact that New Zealand scored 361 on the first day. I don't know whether computers take into account first day or 5th day.
Yeah, whether the computer take into the fact that baby Ben Stokes' last day in cricket.
Yeah, okay, quite. Here's Archer outside the off stump. He's wasted his effort with that last ball, and he's very cross with himself.
Not
the last ball, it's a no ball, so he will get another chance. But you know, it's an injured number 10 at the crease, and Archer is not impressed with himself, bowling 1.5 foot outside the off stump and not forcing him to play a shot. Ben Sears has batted really courageously and technically very well for his 19. Daryl Mitchell has 95. New Zealand 283 for 9, leading by 367. Here is Archer again, bowls right up in the block hole. Nicely done by Ben Sears. You know, he's pushed that away defensively out on the offside, and it's just very obvious that his right hand is throbbing and painful.
It was a Yorker, wasn't it? I mean, that might have been nearly as bad as actually getting hit on it again. I mean, it's that cold morning when you've driven one down you've driven one down a fairway. You've got 150 yards to go, 8 iron, and you thin it, and it's like it thins about 40 yards over the green, but it does you the world of good because it warms your fingers up. I mean, he's in the non-striker's end now, and he's got his glove off. That's not what he needed. A ball which is basically pitched on the crease line, and he's had to dig it out.
Daryl Mitchell, it's all about him and whether he can get to his 100. 95 from 237. Gus Atkinson into him. Short, pulled away behind square on the leg side. It's raced away to the boundary for 4, and Daryl Mitchell goes to 99. 287 for 9. The lead is 371. Gee, played that well. 2 men behind square on the leg side, and he split them.
Yeah, he did. And Ben Stokes, what are you going to do now? Do you bring the field in? You've got to bring the field in, haven't you, Ben? You can't just give him 1. If you give him 1, you know that he's going to get 100, and New Zealand are going to declare. He hasn't. He's left the field out.
They're giving him his century. I can honestly say I've never seen this before. Daryl Mitchell is being given a century, drops it down on the offside, doesn't take it because he's pushed it straight back to the bowler. Well, I have never seen the like of it, ever. There is it's Of course it's an unwritten rule, but never give anyone 100.
No, I don't understand this, especially when the bloke at the other end's got a busted finger and you've got to bowl fourth innings. I remember Brett facing Brett Lee in Sydney on a corrugated wicket, and Mark Butcher saying to Nasser Hussain, we need him to bowl, we've only got 3 bowlers, you're going to have to declare. He keeps getting hit.
Never give anyone 100. Down the leg side from Atkinson, swish. After the ball has passed by, it's left alone by Daryl Mitchell. He's got 4 men on the offside on the boundary. All he has to do is block it into the offside, and he's not been able to do it for 2 balls. I've never seen the like of it. In club cricket, in school cricket, I never give anyone 100. Make them work for it.
They've all got the whites on the balcony. They know for a fact one more run and they're going onto field. I'm really struggling to understand this one.
Absolutely nonplussed I am. Here is Atkinson again, bowls and turned away on the leg side by Daryl Mitchell, who takes a single and is absolutely delighted. Clenches his right hand, punches it in the air twice. Off comes the helmet. Century number 6 is completed. He's never worked harder in his innings, in his life, in his career, for 100. And he's looking at the players' change room balcony and thanking them, points his bat at them, then acknowledges the applause from around the ground, and the declaration has not come.
That's even more baffling when you've got a bloke with one hand. He's already retired out. He's come back in. A brilliant innings from Daryl Mitchell. I'll come back to that.
Here is Atkinson again down the leg side. Ben Sears leaves it alone. Token glance, but didn't really offer a shot.
It has. It's been a wonderful innings from Daryl Mitchell. Bravery. Great determination. He showed his class in some of the shots and the execution, what it means to make a test match 100, batting with Ratch and Ravindra in a tricky time last night when they first came together, to come through this morning. The partnership that they built, the day that he's built, all the emotion, brilliant from Daryl Mitchell.
Atkinson in again, bowls, and Sears bravely defends. He's batting almost one-handed. There's the declaration. Tom Latham appears on the balcony. I do not understand what the purpose of those last 4 deliveries was, but New Zealand have declared on 288 for 9, with Daryl Mitchell unbeaten on a fabulous 100 not out from 241 deliveries, and brave Ben Sears unbeaten on 19. It all means that New Zealand leading by 372. England will need 373, and we won't get all of the overs in, but we'll take 2 off for the innings, change of innings. We'll have 29 with 90 tomorrow, so it's 373 in around about 118, 120 overs. So I mean, that's, on the face of it, Harmy, it's just over 3.2 and over.
Yeah, it's doable. It's doable if you go numbers of runs per over and what's left in the game. New Zealand have shown, Daryl Mitchell shown, if you show some bravery, you watch the ball, solid defensive technique, you can get a bit of luck when it comes to the ball that doesn't bounce, that does sort of shoot, it doesn't sort of take your wicket, your dismissal. You can bat on this surface. It's going to be pretty tricky, pretty difficult, and having just spent over 200 overs and 210 overs and more in the field over the course of this last 4 days, it's going to take a Herculean effort, and that Herculean effort has happened many times by Ben Stokes. And this might just be the one final time that Ben Stokes, the last thing he gives to the England cricket team, will be to be part of a victory, which would be, I think, a shock. I don't think England stand much of a chance. I really don't. I think they've got to get off to a good start tonight. They've got to make sure Ben Duckett is still there tomorrow morning to give them every single chance. But with what an hour and 20 minutes, an hour and 22 minutes left in the day's play. I mean, if we have to see a lot of Joe Root tonight, then I think this is a total that I'm not sure England can get.
Well, luck will play a huge role, Harmy. Luck will play a massive role, and I'm talking not just about, you know, drop catches and that kind of thing, edges that don't carry. So I mean, I'm talking about where the ball lands and how it behaves, and there is a massive element of luck on a fifth day.
Yeah, and that's what I mean. I mean, you look at some of the hits that Daryl Mitchell's had on the arm or on the rib cage or in the glove. On another day, they hit the glove and they go straight up in the air and somebody catches it. So if all of a sudden, England get one or two of them, don't go their way. There was a lot went New Zealand's way, and I think a lot went New Zealand's way down to the plans and the execution of the plans that England had. The ball far too wide, the ball far too short at times to Ravindra and Mitchell. And that, for me, was the skill set of the England bowlers. I think the skill set of the New Zealand bowlers, if they bowl short and wide, England have a chance of getting this. I can't see them bowling short and wide. It's not their type of bowlers. They run up. If this is a flat wicket, you go, England got a great chance of winning this because there's not much danger in this New Zealand attack. But I think the danger in this surface is between the 22 yards between the stump and the stumps. Well, stumps either end, that's the danger. And I think because of that, the bowlers that New Zealand have at their disposal are the ones that run up and bowl stump to stump with the keeper standing up. I think this is going to be a very, very much an uphill task for England to get.
Before you go, can I ask you one more question?
Yep.
About Ben Stokes. He told the players this morning before the start of play that he would be retiring after this Test match from international cricket. So the ECB communications department, in which there are many people, had all day to prepare a statement, and it was very well prepared, and it was fulsome in its praise for all of Ben's achievements, but it was released with an embargo for 3:25 this afternoon. The tea break was scheduled for 3:40, so it wasn't in any way designed to coincide with the tea break, the interval. It was embargoed for 3:25 p.m. That may well just be an inconsequential coincidence. It may have been that there was a leak, maybe, and
Possibly.
the ECB tried to get on top of it. But it may also be a time, perhaps, in Ben's life that
possibly. I'm not sure when.
Symbolic.
Yeah, I'm not sure when Jed passed away, and what time of the day it was. I'm not sure, but it could be something that plays a symbolic part in Ben's life. I think it's one of many reasons, and I think it's one of the sort of the sort of minute reasons that we are waiting to hear from a story which I think is going to run and run. I think what we've had and what we've heard, and it's just a small sample size of, I think, when all the dust has settled and when the full story comes out. It might not come out for a long time. You might have to wait for Ben to write a book to get a full story of what's coming out. But I think when the full story comes out, it'll all fit nicely into place. And there's a huge amount of theories about it at the minute. George Bell saying we might see him again. Do you know what? He's stubborn, Ben Stokes. There's a stubbornness about him which makes him. That's what the greatness is. The greatness is the stubbornness about him. He's never known when he's beaten. And whether it's 325 is a symbolic part of his life, we'll find out hopefully soon. But once this kid's made a decision, I think it's very, very difficult to turn that decision round. And the more of an astounding decision, I was just about to say to you, he ran off the field. And I was going to say, I wonder if he doesn't want the applause. And do you know what I think it is now? I think he's going to come out and open a baton.
What?
I think he's either going to come out and open a baton or he's going to bat at number 3. He's putting his pads on. He's on the balcony putting his pads on. Ben Stokes is coming out here. He's coming out to open a baton here. I think he's coming out to open a baton here. Yeah. It's not quite as shocking as his retirement, but it's a big shock.
Yes, it is.
I think he's coming out to open the baton. Ben Stokes is coming out to open the baton, or bat number 3 for England in his final Test match. There you go.
You got goosebumps.
I can't wait for this to happen. I'm leaving the seat. I'm leaving the seat for Jarrod Kimber. I hope when I come back. When I come back in half an hour's time, that he's still there or he's not been in. I really do. But England have been talking about Bazball and what it is. Ben Stokes says we don't play for draws. The two Bens are coming here. I think the two Bens are coming here. It's not Meteor Gay on a pair. I think Ben Duckett and Ben Stokes are coming out to chase 300 and what is it? 368, 369?
373 in 118 overs.
373. I think Ben Stokes is coming to chase it.
Can you imagine if he's 63 not out?
Yeah.
England 100 for 2.
Yeah. Watch this. Hold on to your hat, folks. This could end very, very quickly, and Ben Stokes' career could finish tonight. It could also finish at about 4:30 tomorrow afternoon, 170 not out, because anything can happen with this lad.
What an extraordinary moment. If he's not opening, then he's batting at 3. Ben Stokes does hold the record, Jon Norman's just reminding me, for the fastest 50 by an Englishman. And opening the batting for England, Ben Duckett, and retiring England captain, Ben Stokes. What an extraordinary moment. Truly, truly extraordinary. The New Zealand players have formed a guard of honour. Ben Duckett almost inadvertently found himself about to walk through it before backing away and joining the New Zealand players in their applause for Ben Stokes, who strapped the pads on to open the batting. Absolutely mesmerising scenes. A standing ovation from the Trent Bridge crowd. Ben Stokes believes in destiny and history. He's made a fair bit of it himself. He's not been in the best of form with the bat in recent times, and he's decided death or glory. This is his moment, Jarrod Kimber.
I can tell you one thing, he's already practiced about 6 sixes on his way out. I'm shocked that you didn't think he would come out and open. We were all talking about the press box. We were positive he was going to.
Of course you were, smarty pants.
No, the whole room was. Everyone was like, he has to, right? Once he ran off the field.
No, but I mean, clearly running off the field for something, wasn't he?
It could have been something else.
You've only got like 9 minutes by the time you're off in order to get padded up. But it's not something that was pre-planned, was it? Because he was getting changed outside of the change room.
Yeah.
On the sort of balcony area. Well, he's at the non-striker's end.
He's already played 9 shots.
He was swinging hard, wasn't he? It looked more like he was on the golf tee with a driver in hand. Here we go, first delivery, Nathan Smith to Ben Duckett, and it bounces. Duckett fends it off defensively. Ooh, that one bounced.
Oh, first ball from Smith. We know that the new ball's going to react a little bit weirdly, but that one was fantastically dangerous. And Duckett, is it off the gloves or top of the bat in the end? Yeah, top of the bat, just near the gloves. Was it Brendan McCullum made 100 in his last innings, didn't he, against Australia, and he came out and slogged wildly, I want to say? I think that's right.
I think it was either last or penultimate innings. Here is Nathan Smith once again, and Duckett opens the face of the bat and steers it away behind square on the offside. So just purely statistically, I mean the numbers, Jarrod, it's 373 required in who may not get 118 overs, but you know that's an asking rate of just about 3.3 and over.
Which is did you see Daryl Mitchell score at a strike rate of very low, didn't we? So it's not going to be easy to score on this wicket. But yes, I mean, it's England and they hit the ball hard. There's always an opportunity.
Here is Nathan Smith again, bowls. Duckett chips one up into the air and just clears the infield at square leg. He's certainly not in control of that at all, and he's only just managed to loop that over the head of Zach Folkes at mid-wicket, and England are underway, one without loss.
Is that a leading edge or? Oh no, it's just off the
Spliced.
stickers, wasn't it? It's just the bounce army.
Spliced it, didn't he? Just spliced. It'll be interesting in this. If I'm Nathan Smith, I'm hanging this. I'm hanging this outside off stump. Full half volley outside off stump. Come on, Ben. Let's see you get off to a good start. See if you can crash one through. Extra cover for 4. You nick it to slip.
Nathan Smith in again. Stokes crashes it to mid-off. Step and a half down the wicket. Bang! Straight to the fielder, Mitchell Santner. But boy, did that make the sound of a rifle.
That is extraordinary, isn't it? We have seen him for, 2 years of Test cricket look like he can't hit the ball off the square, and he's just danced down and hammered this straight to the fielder, unfortunately for him. What a sound.
Ben Stokes opening the innings in this last innings in international cricket, and he's gone for the reverse scoop and he's missed it. Well, he smashed the first ball to mid-off. He's now gone for the reverse scoop, second ball, trying to lap it over the slip cordon, reverse style, and well...
Do you think he's trying to make a point here? Do you think he's trying to make a point?
We've never seen the like in the history of Test cricket. It's just, he has defied every single convention, and New Zealand, well, he's forcing them to break away from their conservative. Look, they've dropped the gully down to third man. He's there for the, well, here's Nathan Smith bowls, and Stokes pushes it square to the wicket off the mark. At least he won't be out for naught in his final Test innings. All of the history and the convention, what we expect, the sanctity which annoys Stokes, with which Test cricket is treated, he's walked out there saying it is after all a game.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. I'm not sure where my emotions are at this moment in time. Part of it is sadness. Watching this, I really is. I'm struggling to put it into words in a way that there's obviously something's not right, and it's annoyed him, and he's retired. And he showed during his bowling spell that there's a hell of a lot more still to give. If this is Ben Stokes coming out to prove a point, I actually think it's quite sad. I really do think.
You know what?
Quite
My
sad.
overriding
Do you know
emotion.
what I mean? Do you know what I'm trying to say?
It would have been sadness if he'd got out like that, Jarrod.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. If he got
Imagine
out like
if he'd got out, reverse scooping his second ball.
Yeah. Part of me is disappointed about the way this is going now. This is Ben Stokes. This is to see him get out like that, reverse sweeping, and because he's obviously got a point to prove. Not a point to prove. He's got a point to make. He's making a point that he's definitely not ready for retirement, because his bowling showed that. I can't believe it.
Here's Will O'Rourke running in from the pavilion end, and Stokes drives it firmly up towards mid-off, and it's just cleared mid-off. Terrific effort from Mitchell Santner, and well, it's being chased by substitute fielder Will Young, who's on for Ben Sears down towards the boundary. But if Ben Stokes continues to have fortune like that for the rest of this innings, then England might just pull off a cricketing miracle.
Was that dropped by O'Rourke?
No, it's in the ground, isn't it? Oh no.
No, it was dropped. Yeah.
He's busted his finger though.
Yeah.
He's off. He's busted his finger.
That's the same. I think that's the same finger he made bleed in the first innings. Yeah.
So let me just talk you through that again. Full length delivery from Will O'Rourke, smashed by Ben Stokes. O'Rourke at 6'8" gets a fingertip to it. Had he not got a fingertip to it, Stokes would have been caught at mid-off. But it was hit so hard, the deflection off the bowler's hand has taken it over the head of mid-off and down to the boundary.
No, if he hadn't got a finger to it, it would have been just 4. There's no way mid-off would have got around to that. He deflected it to mid-off.
He nearly got caught at mid-off.
Well,
Yeah.
no, I think he's deflected it over mid-off.
Well, both, but it wasn't going in that direction. It was going dead straight down the ground. He hammered it.
O'Rourke's got finger injury, and that's being treated now, so we've got yet another injury delay.
This is how Stokes batted when Bazball first started. Do you remember?
Was, yeah. It was like how he batted last week at Durham against Northampton. Ben Sanderson was bowling at him 78, 76, 78 mile an hour, and Ben kept running down the wicket and kept belting them. So I don't know. I really don't know. My emotions have been mixed since John got the text message when it was embargoed at about sort of 3:15, and he's having a bit of fun here. Yes, he's going out in a blaze of glory. I get that. If you're getting out reverse sweeping the way he did, I mean,
sad. It would have been very sad.
And it's all to prove. It's all to prove a point. And I don't think he needs to prove a point. I think he's Ben Stokes, one of the greatest cricketers we've ever had. He's retiring early. In his mind, he's retiring early. And I don't think he needs to come out, open the bat and sort of kamikaze style. He might go on and get 100 and win the game. But at this minute in time, my emotions are he could have reversed. He could have gotten a glove on that reverse sweep, gone, and he walks off the field. Nah, not for me. Not for me.
Army, there's a phrase that's been used downstairs, which Jarrod would have heard downstairs amongst the media, amongst the written media, and this will appear in a number of newspapers tomorrow and websites, and that is protest. It's a protest retirement. You know, I mean, it's. And the other thing, the interesting thing is that Will O'Rourke's gone off the field, so his whatever damage was done to his finger is not repairable on the field of play, so he's gone off for treatment. Ben Sears is already off the field. New Zealand are down to 3 bowlers.
Yeah, and like we were talking about earlier, you'll not be able to have any sort of plasters or tape on that part of the finger. We were talking about Ben Sears, but that was Will O'Rourke's index, the tip of his index finger.
And you know, so if Ben Stokes gets out in playing a silly shot, anyway, Zach Folkes is into the attack now, and it's punched away through the onside. They're running the first hard. They'll think about the second, but he just needs to. If he calms down and he thinks Ben Sears may not be able to bowl, I might just have broken Will O'Rourke's finger on his bowling hand. He might not be able to bowl. Hang on a minute. If we bat properly until 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock tomorrow.
We can still be positive. We've just got to. I mean, somebody's got to calm him down here. If Ben Duckett just goes up and says, Ben, just have, I'll take some time out of take some sting out of it and some time out of it, and hopefully face the next sort of 15 of the next 20 balls. Ben Duckett can face them. Then all of a sudden, just Ben calm himself down and have a think that, like we've just said, Sears is possibly out of the game. O'Rourke might be out of the game.
They're literally down to 2 seamers and a spinner, and a part-time spinner, pushed away by Duckett defensively up towards mid-on, and there is no run.
It's hilarious. Kyle Jamieson got rested from a test match. He's probably fielded about 50 overs in this game already.
Workload management. Carl, is Jameson on the field at the moment?
Field, yeah. Is he down here finally? He came on.
He came on. I wonder if it was just with drinks, so I can't.
I think that's him down at fine leg, isn't it?
Will Young's on for Sears.
No, you're right. Jameson's definitely on. He's at fine leg.
Duckett on strike. Here's Zach Folkes, bowls, and he whips it away off the leg, through the leg side, off his pads, and nicely fielded by Rachin Ravindra. Rachin Ravindra could be in for some bowling. Tell you what, so 2 left-arm spinners in Mitchell Santner and Rachin Ravindra. I mean, it's one thing batting with an injury, but when bowling with an injury, if it's in your legs or your knees, but when it's your bowling hand, so we've got 2 seamers with injured bowling hands. And if you can't grip the ball, you can't bowl. You can't fake it. Down the wicket comes Stokes, launches one straight back down the ground, over the bowler's head, and into the members' stand for 6.
Brilliant, Ben Stokes. Talk about it, saying it was sad before. It was sad because of the reverse sweep. This is Hopefully he's just calming down and realising the situation. He'll still be positive, still be aggressive, but hopefully coming down the wicket and going down the ground will put him in a better position to hit the ball. That's when he's at his best, when he's hitting the ball down the ground. His head position's going down the ground, his body hitting through the line of the ball.
We got a long off, a long on. The wicket keepers come up to the stumps. He's completely frazzled New Zealand. He sent one of them off the field.
Absolutely right. Here's Folkes again, bowls, and Stokes down on one knee, tries to reverse lap it down towards the fine leg boundary, and it will be fielded by Kyle Jameson. It's far be it from me to say, it's like watching the greatest cabaret on earth. You want to say, okay, well, I'm lucky I'm here. It's not what I was expecting, but it's a hell of a show. But on the other hand, you also want to say, you don't need to do that.
You don't, you don't, but I think the mentality of him and where he's at the mindset, you just you keep it going, you keep him going. Ben Duckett's job is to keep him going. I think remind him of the situation. There's a couple of bowlers down.
Hang on, what do you want him to do? Calm down or keep him going?
No, as in keep him going, as in mentally keep him going.
Okay.
Keep him on the right track, because that first over, he probably wasn't on the right track.
No.
Now just keep the positivity in his body language and everything that he's going with it, but trying to make him understand that New Zealand potentially have only got 3 bowlers.
3 frontline bowlers, one of whom's a left-arm spinner, off the back foot now, crashed away by Stokes. Handsome shot, but New Zealand have got this spread field. England need 373. They've got a sweeper on the cover boundary, a sweeper on the leg side boundary, a third man and a fine leg. As Jarrod Kimber just said, New Zealand, for the first time in this test match, look absolutely frazzled.
It might be a bit different feel to Ben Duckett.
I don't think I would. Everything else I'm pretty happy with. I think I would keep the third up and just go, if you want to play the reverse, that's fine. We'll back long off and long on. We don't really want you hitting down there. We don't want you hitting out to deep backward square. But he played that reverse ramp was terrible, the attempt.
It wasn't good, was it? It's defensively played by Duckett now. I reckon that Duckett might be feeling a bit frazzled as well here, to be honest. I think I might be feeling a bit frazzled. I think you might. I think many of us might be.
It's just, since 3 o'clock this afternoon, I'm shell shock is probably the biggest emotion I've got at this moment in time. I just want to see him go out in the best possible way. Love to see him be batting, come through till tomorrow morning.
Stokes has 12 off 8 balls. Duckett has 2. England are 14 without loss. Forward comes Duckett, playing defensively up towards mid-off. We've had 2 consecutive balls of normal cricket there.
Yeah, that's what I mean. We're just, while he's contemplating, Ben Stokes is contemplating what's happening from the non-strikers end. Hopefully calming himself and giving himself the time and the emotion just to sort of settle a little bit, keep being the positive ball striking that he wants to have, while Ben Duckett just chews up a couple of balls just to sort of make sure that Ben settles into this innings, because at the minute he's still a bit frantic.
Here is Nathan Smith around the wicket to Ben Duckett. Forward he comes, pushing out towards Santner at mid-off. Santner quickly running around his left hand to pick up and field, and there's no run. England's target 373. New Zealand declared on 288 for 9. With an unbeaten century for Daryl Mitchell, 100 not out from 245 deliveries, and Ben Stokes, having confirmed his retirement to his teammates before the start of this 4th day's play to the world at 3:25 p.m. this afternoon, has come out to open the batting to try and force his team through to one of Test cricket's most unlikely victories. Flicked away nicely off his pads by Ben Duckett, as this one is angled in at the pads from Nathan Smith. Beautiful timing from Ben Duckett, and he picks up his first boundary. But it will be long remembered, whatever the result of the match. But if it is a victory for England and a Test series victory in Ben Stokes' last match, and he's already made a massive contribution with the ball. If he does so with the bat, I suggest it will be one of the most extraordinary test matches of all time. Pushed away defensively by Duckett, out towards extra cover, fielded by Mitchell Santner. The over comes to an end, 3 gone, Duckett 6, Stokes 12. And I know, I mean, Jarrod's written a history of Test cricket. He knows exactly how many are, and there. I know that it sounds like a massive, massive statement, and I've made it incorrectly before, you know. But Jarrod, from an individual performance perspective, it would be one of the most extraordinary of all time.
Well, because he's already chased at Headingley 9 wickets down, right? He's already in the books for that kind of innings. No one's ever done it twice, have they?
O'Rourke's just been sent off here, so I don't know what's happened here. O'Rourke come back on to bowl, and I'm assuming
he got tape on his
got
finger?
something on his finger.
Yeah, I think you're right. Because it's an impact injury, so
Yeah.
he doesn't have. It doesn't matter how long he's off the field. I think he's come out, and they're like, no. I would have assumed if we couldn't see it. I thought it would have been a cut or a fingernail, so I would have thought they would have just superglued it. But can you put superglue on your finger?
No, you can do that, but you can't have any,
Tape on it.
tape
Yeah.
or strapping or. Do you remember when Moeen Ali split his spinning finger in a test match 10 years ago? He used that plastic skin stuff.
Yeah,
They
exactly.
tried to glue it back together. You can do that, and it kept coming off, kept falling off while he was bowling. And anyway, a new over begins from Zach Folkes. What a test match it's been for him, by the way. He's substitute, concussion substitute, and now he finds himself in the most extraordinary circumstances, opening the bowling effectively with Will O'Rourke injuring his finger. The very first ball that he bowled. Stokes played that one defensively. The England captain hoping to go out in a blaze of the most unlikely glory. England at 18 without loss. He has 12 of 9 balls. Folkes into him again. Top edges over the keeper, over the slip I should say, down towards fly slip. And Stokes goes through for a fortuitous single. So New Zealand have got the fly slip in place. Keeper standing up. Short ball from Zach Folkes. Ben Stokes trying to, I think, uppercut it, even though there is a fly slip in place, and he gets a top edge over the slip, down to the fly slip for a single.
Sorry,
Go on.
just before that ball was bowled, Darryl Mitchell was trying to move the field without Ben Stokes noticing. And so he got third to come up about 20 metres. But it wasn't for that shot, it was for the ramp. And then he spent the whole time trying to get Jamieson to move, and Jamieson was in a conversation.
Folkes in again, chopped away by Duckett, bottom edge down into the ground, no run.
So just before the ball, Mitchell was so frustrated because he couldn't get his message through, and then the ball just went over his head. So there's so much going on almost every delivery,
It
isn't
just
there?
bounced as well. I don't think he was trying to uppercut it. I think it's just bounced, and it's sort of caught the edge.
Oh, it just launched, didn't it? Yeah.
Folkes none for 10 in his second over. Duckett 6, Stokes 13. 19 without loss. Target is 373. Here is Folkes once again bowls. Oh, and Duckett has left it for 4. Past the off stump, tried to take the bat out of the line of delivery, and he gets a thick, probably thin inside edge actually. Drags it back past off stump down to the boundary for 4.
Yeah, thin inside edge. What's that? 3-1. New Zealand had probably 3 of them. Mitchell had one. Trying to think who else had one. Ravindra had one. Will O'Rourke had one. So England have still got a couple in the bank. Sears is off there to get his bowling finger sorted out because he had tape on it.
Here is Zach Folkes once again, and driven by Duckett. Doesn't time it out to mid-wicket, fielded by Rachin Ravindra. I mean, there have been fourth innings through the course of history in which bowlers have gone down. I mean, people tend to forget, actually, when Gary Sobers scored his 365, India had 2 frontline bowlers. And that was one of the reasons he was, I mean, you know, whisper it, but some of those runs came pretty cheap against very part-time bowlers. New Zealand could effectively be down to 3 bowlers, they're desperately trying to get them fit and bowling fit. And here is Folkes in once again, drive from Duckett, extra cover. Devon Conway does the fielding, and the over comes to an end. It's 23 without loss. I'm hoping that Jarrod will be able to come up with a few more historical examples of compromised fourth innings run chases when bowlers have been injured and
I think when Hanif Mohammed made the big, the 3-day banning, I think they were 1 or 2 bowlers down for sure, and all the bowlers then had to bowl for 3 days, Army. It's not ideal, is it?
No, it's not ideal. I've been in this situation a couple of times where you're a bowler down. Simon walked off here in 05, but Gary Pratt came on, so yeah.
How did that go?
50-50.
Has anyone ever talked about that before?
I think it went all right for us. I don't think Ricky was too happy, but yeah, I think it went all right for us.
Well, welcome back to the Ben Stokes show, where Stokes, the England captain for today and tomorrow, is facing 13 not out as Smith comes in, and the field is spread. This is defended out by Stokes, who just gets the bat down a little late on the ball. And what a start to this innings, having some back and forth between Nathan Smith and Ben Duckett. I'm sure it's good-natured. The target is 350 runs away. CricViz have England at 25% to win this Test match.
Okay.
So, seems a little high.
I think it's a little high as well. Yeah, I agree with that.
And Blundell up behind the stumps as Smith comes in, and Stokes helps this up and over the fielder at deep square leg. Might be 26% now.
It's unbelievable. That is unbelievable. The sight of Ben Stokes' face here when he hit that, and he's looked at his partner Ben Duckett. That was the smile. That was a smile of enjoyment. The England captain's enjoying himself now. That's a phenomenal cricket shot.
Well, there's a reason the field's spread. There's someone at deep square leg. There's someone at fine leg. First slip is quite deep with the keeper behind the stumps. Third, backward points. There's a fielder going. It's Latham, who's just a deep extra cover. As Nathan Smith bowling round the wicket. One. Well, I think that was Blundell behind the stumps. The ball kept a bit low.
It's probably good he didn't try to sweep that one.
Send a message to the franchise world, I'm now available.
Listen to that crowd. It reminds me of Headingley, 2019, the sound of the crowd and the kind of disbelief and the wildness of it all. All the rules are out the window now. He shouldn't be batting like this. There's no reason to bat like this. But he is. Here is Stokes. And it's clipped through mid-wicket for a single. He moves to 20.
Feels like the way he's batting at the moment, if the ball's on the stumps, he's going to try and just defend it or look for a single. And the minute it's off the stumps, he's going to throw several kitchen sinks at it.
Yep, and it's been effective so far. I mean, he's almost taken out one of the New Zealand bowlers just with this madcap manner. I mean, what a way to get out if that had been caught, by the way.
Oh, can you imagine Santner catching that? Oh, my word.
O'Rourke walking off with a busted finger, Santner taking the catch, Stokes disappearing off for the final time ever. The most unique dismissals ever in the history of cricket. Oh, there's a hush here. What more have we got? Well, we've got Ben Duckett at the crease. He's usually the madcap one. 2 slips and a gully in place for Duckett as Smith is in, and this is pushed out to cover. No run. I mean, they can't, can they?
No, I don't think they can, but it's going to be fun while Stokes is there. I was going to say it's going to be fun while it lasts, but it's going to be fun while Stokes is there.
Brooke to come in at 3.
Once Ben's gone, we might sort of hear the hush and the hum around the crowd be completely different to what we've got right now.
Yeah, send in Atkinson next.
Archer.
Let him swing. Yeah, or Archer.
I wonder what the feeling in that team is right now. Here is Smith, and again Duckett playing the anchor role. Just pushes it out to mid-off, to extra cover, no run.
You'd think in normal situation, if you're an England opener and you've been demoted in your 3rd test, you'd be quite annoyed, or there'd be some person. But Amelia Gage is like, fair.
Yeah, but
it's just no issue, is there?
I think Amelia Gage sitting there with the popcorn out.
I think if you're Emilio Gay, you're going, well, I've batted here 3 times. All 3 times as an opening batter, and I've got naught all 3 times.
Exactly.
My law of averages has got to change. Well, batting at number 3.
Just say hello to the drone as it passes by.
So Zach Folkes, he's gone for 14 from his 11 balls, but he's bowled a lot better than that. Last ball of the over, and he's in, edged past a diving Daryl Mitchell, and down to the boundary for 4 more. Is that an edge or is that a slash or a cut?
It's a slash, but it's a top edge. It is a top edge. Ben Stokes is believing that if he goes hard at it and gets a good piece of it, the likelihood is it's going to go over the top of slip. At not one point was he trying to keep that down, so he's trying to back foot punch it through extra cover, but if it gets the outside edge of the bat, it's going to go up and it's going to go over Mitchell.
It's Folkes again, and Mitchell goes up for the catch. Folkes follows him. Hang on a second, is the scoreboard behind here?
No, he bowled the last ball of
he bowled the last ball of
O'Rourke's.
over.
I was looking at that and thinking,
it's confusing.
It's going to be annoying all day, guys. We're just going to have to... Well, that seemed massively, by the way. Stokes is seeing him so well, he almost edged that.
Yeah, I think Folkes has looked the absolute business. Taking the new ball for New Zealand. Wouldn't have thought that a couple of days ago, as this is crunched through point for a single. So that's the 3rd ball of the over. Duckett is 10, Stokes 25. The target is 373. This has turned into the most extraordinary day. We've got 50 minutes left. If Stokes is still there at the stumps, then might cancel my train ticket.
Yeah. I mean, the crowd are singing 4 more years.
Here is Folkes, and this is pushed back to the bowl, and again Duckett just looking at his bat. There's no timing, and there's 2 games going on out there. The other time that Stokes opened the batting, of course, was because Zach Crawley picked up an injury. Is that right?
Yeah, I think he did, didn't he? Couldn't bat before he had a certain amount of time off, didn't he?
And it was quite a small run chase set for England. Here is Folkes, and he's trapped in front. There's a big shout, but Jarrod's given it out, but the umpire hasn't.
Geez, I like that. He walked right across onto our stump. Where did it hit him?
I thought it was going down. My angle was going down.
I just thought he
Mitchell
moved.
thought it was going down.
Yeah, he moved so far across. I thought he was out. Oh no, it's also a bit high. Yeah, I've been done by the next step. He does step a bit further over, but it's after he's hit.
1 ball left of the over then. 2 slips in the gully in place for Ben Duckett, and it's Zach Folkes in, edged. Oh, it's gone square of the wicket. It was in the air for a touch, and Duckett completes a run. Means he'll take the first ball of the next over. 36 without loss. I mean, this is up there with some of the most extraordinary scenes we've ever seen. I'm thinking, well, I mean, Chris Woakes walking out to, well, he didn't actually bat, did he? But he walked out to bat if needed. Last year at the Oval, Graham Smith at the SCG. I'm just trying to think of comparisons.
I think make the most of it while it lasts, because once he walks off this field for the last time, whether it's later on tonight or tomorrow, I'm not sure we're going to have too many characters in English cricket going to do this to a crowd in England or anywhere else in the world.
Sun's out in Nottingham as Nathan Smith continues. Oh, this is cut in front of square. Chase on for Santner. It's not quite timed, and he will drag the ball back, and that's what we want really, because that means Stokes is back on strike. Oh, that was a good catch from from Smith, wasn't
I
it?
was thinking this-
Staring into the sun.
I'm not sure why he even tried to take it, because I was watching him thinking to myself, don't try and take, just let someone else get it, because it's so dangerous. And he's ended up somehow plucking it out of the sun.
He looked like an archer, didn't he?
It looked like a reverse archer.
A reverse archer, the ball going, or the arrow going back into his hand. Okay, just that one slip in place. And the majority of the other New Zealand fielders on the boundary for Ben Stokes as Smith comes in. Ooh, and he's pushing this up to mid-on. The vacant mid-on. And Cole Jamieson on the field for either the injured Ben Sears or William O'Rourke. O'Rourke's not back on, is he?
No, we've just seen a picture of the New Zealand dressing room. You got Will O'Rourke sitting down. You had Ben Sears standing above him. Both nursing finger injuries. Both likely would need tape because both of them are open wounds. So because of that, not being able to have tape on their fingers, likely it is that's them. They can bowl any time, but not tonight probably.
Smith again, and it's defended by Duckett. Back to the bowl. He wants a single, actually. He thinks it's going to go past Smith, but he fields.
The Australian women have just beaten the Indian women, so Indian women are out of the World Cup now. I think South Africa qualify. 100-run partnership in about 9 overs between Elise Perry and Ashley Gardner when they're in all sorts of trouble, and they've ended up winning with an over to spare.
Was the semi-final not scheduled for about 2:30 on a Tuesday afternoon for Indian TV?
This wasn't a semi-final though.
No, I'm saying was one of the semi-final that India were going to be in.
Oh, possibly, yeah.
It's quite weird to have a semi-final on a Tuesday afternoon at 2 o'clock.
Even this game should have been the night game. But
It's Ben Duckett facing, 14 not out, and he's just chipped this over mid-wicket, and he's going to pick up a couple.
Well, Harmy said they'll need a little bit of luck. They certainly had that. The ball's gone up in the air in multiple different directions. There was an inside edge back past the stumps. So they've had their luck.
Ben Stokes could have been out 3 times the first 3 balls that he faced.
Yeah.
Ben Duckett has inside edge past, smashed the ball past his own stumps.
Problem England are going to have is the closer player. You know, this atmosphere, riding the wave and everything going, it stops. And then starting again could be a challenge tomorrow.
Let's get there. Well, let's enjoy the ride, shall we? Driven, but with no timing or direction by Duckett, no run.
I could tell you that the people at Trent Bridge made the early decision it was going to be free tickets tomorrow.
Oh, exactly.
Then Ben
and
Stokes.
You can get 4 tickets with that one as well.
Yep, then Ben Stokes retired, and now this is happening. They're just like, we have lost a lot of money. I did say, if you could quickly rush out some Ben Stokes bobbleheads and sell them at the entrance, I'm sure everyone will buy them.
Cost them quite a bit in stewarding as well, because they're going to probably have to put more on.
Mm-hmm. They might make it back in the bar, though, now.
Silence at Trent Bridge for the first time in a while. England 42 with that loss, and this is drilled down the ground by Ben Duckett. Nonchalantly walks down the track. Nathan Smith on his front, angry that he hadn't the time to get down and defend this ball. 4 more to the England, 46 without loss, and England need 327 more runs to win. With all the emotion flying around, and of course there's going to be a few recriminations as well. Tomorrow, day 5 is going to be a strange affair, but tell you what, I wouldn't be surprised if I think it's going to have that Western Terrace feel. They went early on that day at Headingley in 2019. They went well early, about 2 hours before anybody else cottoned on to the fact that something special was about to occur. I think they're going to be getting here early tomorrow as well. It could be a great atmosphere. It will be a great atmosphere, as long as England aren't more than 1 or 2 down, and Stokes is still there. He steps away from the crease, and this is going to be another 4 from the bat of Ben Stokes. 50 up for England inside 8 overs. Stokes is 30, Duckett is 20. Tom Latham just imploring his team just to keep going. Surely a chance is going to come a fielder's way, but they are all spread around this field, and as things stand, Stokes is reminding everybody of what we are about to lose as Folkes comes in again and he drags this. Oh, he's gone! He's gone, he's dragged it straight to Daryl Mitchell at deep mid-wicket. Well, about 2 ways in from the boundary. And Ben Stokes' last act as an England cricketer has just come to an end. It's not the way the scriptwriters would have wanted it. The New Zealanders come over to applaud England's fallen hero. The helmet's off, a look up to the balcony where his wife and kids stand. The helmet raised for the last time, and Ben Stokes walks off the field. Beaten but unbowed. And the crowd rise as one to acclaim their leader for now.
Unbelievable career coming to an end. Ben Stokes, as a 15-year-old, he walked into the Durham dressing room as a cheeky chappie with loads of excitement and potential. And as a 35-year-old walking off the field, playing over 121 test matches. For somebody who's seen all of that, can't sit here with so much pride. I mean, the emotion that the English cricket public have got right now for Benjamin Stokes is unbelievable. What's happened, the whats and why-fors is for another day. Ben Stokes, one of England's all-time greats, has left the field for the last time. I think it's quite sad, but it's also a celebration of what we've had. A brilliant, brilliant career. Botham, Flintoff, Stokes. 3 players who are irreplaceable in a team. 3 characters that are replaceable in English sport. And for me, just for seeing somebody so young, to see him develop into the person that he is, the person that he's been and the character he is, there's immense pride. And his dad will be so proud of him looking down here. Deb in New Zealand, his brother, I mean, he waves to his family. Great big family man is Ben Stokes. Great big leader, character in the dressing room. And it's very, very sad to see him walk off the field for one last time in England.
Yeah, brilliantly put, Harmy. Well done. What a stint. What a stint. Harmy's going to make his way. Jarrod's sticking around, I think. And yeah, we all pause for breath. Jacob Bethel, England's number 3, is still England's number 3. And it was interesting to see who was the first person to greet Stokes. Joe Root, of course, up on the balcony. Had to be. Here is Folkes. And this is just pushed into mid-wicket. Jarrod, I mean, Harmy's just put it into words from an English perspective. What about from a global perspective?
I think that he's a man of impacts, and today he's just proved that again, right? Even when it doesn't work for him, the fact that his retirement gets spilled out onto the ground and the crowd understand he's retired, and then he comes in for the next ball and he takes a wicket. Then he decides to open the batting and he slogs them everywhere.
Here is Folkes, and this is cut down into the ground in front of Gully where it's fielded.
I had a conversation with a few people, because we all knew this was sort of on its way, if not straight away, about the fact that when people look back at his record, his averages, I think there is going to be that argument of, well, his numbers don't quite stand up the way that other great all-rounders have. And I think it's up to all of us who've lived through this to be like, to sit the grandkids down and just explain why Ben Stokes is Ben Stokes. And today we saw it 100%.
Here is Folkes driving, but it's going to be stopped at mid-on. Duckett has to be sent back, no run. 50 for 1, then England need 323, and we've got another 38 minutes of play.
Do you want something that I've been desperate to talk about, but Ben Stokes has ruined my moment all the way through?
You do know me, right?
Ben Sears just set a world record in cricket.
Oh, well, I know why, but only because I'm on the same WhatsApp group as you.
So I got Gary Morgan to check this. I was pretty sure it was true. Harmy will like this as well. He retired hurt for 5 balls today, which is the smallest retired hurt in the history of Test cricket.
And that's what will be remembered from Trent.
He's
been hit in front of the stumps. He hasn't played a shot. Bethel's been given out leg before wicket. And Ben Folkes has just picked up the wicket of England's number 3. Bethell will review, but he didn't play a shot. This is all going the way of New Zealand as things stand.
Yeah, it's hit him a long way outside off stump, but I think it hit the inside part of his pad, is my guess. That was the way I saw it anyway. Let's have a look at it. It's just outside off stump. Yeah.
Doesn't look good. He's leaning into the ball and he's quite far out of the crease.
What happens is he moves his foot afterwards. That's why he's reviewed it. I think he thinks he then moved his foot further away. But yeah, that's out.
3 reds and you're out. Jacob Bethell's got to go. Just 3 balls after Stokes. All the 3s.
Yeah, but just a misjudgment there. You could tell by the way he put his pads there. He thought it was going to be a lot wider. He wasn't worried about the height, but he just thought it was wider. But that ball was always absolutely on line. He's just misjudged it. Unfortunate for him, but he has to go. That's changed the atmosphere.
Yeah.
What if we go around and we tell every single person that they saw a world record today, hey?
You remind me of Jeff Lemon, the day that Chris Rogers broke his world record. Consecutive scores between 50 and 100 without reaching 100.
Yeah.
And it was 12 or something, and he asked Chris Rogers what it was like to break a world record today. Chris Rogers didn't have any idea what he was talking about. Of course he didn't.
I love Chris Rogers, but that's not a thing he's going to care about.
Don't worry about the mood. It's going to be back, because Harry Brooks walking out onto the field of play, and Jeremy Coney's coming back onto commentary. What more can you want?
Well, there's a mood lifter.
Am I just imagining things, or is that a little bit subdued? Is that
yeah,
from Brooke?
I think everyone's just a bit flat after everything that's just happened in this ground. I'm not saying Bethell was the wrong decision, but you understand before why I wanted Jofra or Gus Atkinson to come out.
That really would have made it about Stokes slow to a hole.
No, I just mean keep going from one end and let Duckett be Duckett.
I totally know what you mean. I think there will be some criticism of Stokes, you know.
Do you think it would have been too Stokesian?
Yeah.
I don't think there'll be a lot of criticism of Stokes, to be fair.
I think there will. Here is Smith. Oh, Duckett takes this on. There's a chase for the deep point fielder. There's Rashan Ravindra out there. He rolls, he scoops, he collects and throws the ball back, and it's just a single. 51 for 2. I mean, this game will never ever be forgotten by all those that were there and all the millions that are either watching or listening around the world. When you consider that Daryl Mitchell scored 3 runs in about an hour and a half at one point today. Stokes has still got his pads on, sitting up there in the dressing room.
I don't think he can come back in.
Huh?
I don't think he can come back in, John.
Could you imagine?
Who's
going to tell him?
I'm batting at 7, guys. That was Emilio's decided not to play today. Can he WG Grace himself back into the lineup?
Brooks taking a while to get himself set. Blundell's up behind the stumps. 2 slips in the gully. Deep backward point. There's a cover. And Harry Brook, first ball, smashes it for 6. Over the head of long leg. In truth, I think you would have hit that for 6.
I might not have hit it for 6, but it was certainly one I would have had a go at. It looked like it was just angled down the leg side. And even with Harry Brook, I felt like he decided at the last minute, well, this is a bad ball. Why don't I just hit this? Let's have a look. Nope, let's not have a look.
Gary Morgan's reminding us, wickets in clumps again.
Yeah.
This really has been the case.
This is a very hard pitch to start on. I think that's fair.
Harry Brook's just done all right.
Well, that ball was easier to face.
Okay, let's see if Nathan Smith rediscovers his line. Oh, he's gone down on the scoop and he's gone back to back with the boundaries. It's just going to be 4. What did you say? It was all going a bit flat out there, Jarrod?
It's less flat now. They might have to do a similar field to Harry Brook that they had for Stokes. If he's just going to play a shorter ball, let him. But put the field out. Mind you, again, I'm not too worried about that. Yeah, I think they're making a good decision here. They're just moving fine leg finer. If you want to play that shot again, fine. He fell over playing it. He's only going to hit 1 out of 3, isn't he? Well, 2 out of 3 at best.
Hold my beer. Brook, strike rate of 500. And Smith is in. And this time jabs the bat down, and it's now just got a strike rate of 333 recurring. 61 for 2, the target 373. We'll never see Ben Stokes play for England again. The shock announcement at 25 minutes past 3 today that he has retired from international cricket after this third test match against New Zealand, the country of his birth. Ooh. How long do you have to wait till you can play for another team? This is on the pads and pushed out to long mid-on.
4 or 5 years, isn't it?
Just saying.
Don't call it a comeback.
Jarrod will be coming back after stumps, and Jeremy's about to sit in. Jeremy Coney, who spent a long time playing cricket professionally, domestically in New Zealand and for the national team, and has spent possibly even longer commentating on it all around the world. And Smith is in. This is just pushed out by Ben Duckett, who is 21 not out. Harry Brook 11 not out. That's the end of over number 9. England 62 runs on the board, but they've lost Stokes and Bethell. Yep, you heard that right. Stokes opening the batting with Ben Duckett and smashing 30 all around the park before dragging one to Daryl Mitchell, and then in the very same over, Jacob Bethell padding up to one from Zach Folkes that would have gone on to hit off stump. Jeremy, have you ever experienced a day like this one?
No, it's changed quite dramatically, didn't it? From about tea time, a wicket straight after his announcement, and then coming out to open, and then the dismissal, of course. So the effort to bring him out was basically, of course, as everyone knows, is to try and make a bit of a hole in this total that they have to chase England.
Here is Brook, and Folkes is in, and he's lofted it up, and it's just got over the head of the fielder at mid-off and away to the boundary for 4. We've still got 30 minutes of this, 30 minutes of fun and games. Harry Brook's now 15 from 5, and the score 66 for 2.
The way to play, I don't mind this way to play if you're playing shots, and that was a lovely stroke from Brook actually. He just kept his balance. It was just a delivery outside his off stump, and he got a good piece of it.
Folkes again, and he goes again, does Brook. It's in the air, he's not quite timed this. It doesn't quite have the power either to reach the boundary, but it evades the fielder. Mitchell Santner out wide, and quite deep mid-on, deepish mid-wicket.
The idea of being aggressive, there's nothing wrong on a pitch where it is doing something. Generally, it's not a bad idea if you want to attack, but I'd attack the wide ones, and the ones on the stump, I think you defend. So that's the first thing for New Zealand.
Here is Folkes, and this is wide. Rolls his wrist on it, does Harry Brook, and he's got to get back quickly because it's gone straight to Henry Nicholls, who's at backward point. Run. It's
when a batsman starts even on the stumps where you're not sure of how much the bounce is going to be. It's variable, going up and down. Some of them are low, some of them come up, that you then mistime the big shot that you're going to play and present quite an easy catch at that point, because the ball has done something where I think you want to defend that. That's my idea anyway. They may decide, the England players, they want to attack everything. They're going to go down really shooting.
I think that's what Harry Brook's going to do. This is wide and cut away, and it will be filled in. No! Yes! No! It's Conway out there. Brooks back for 2, but they'll have a look at this upstairs. I think he's just about got it.
That's Ravindra.
Oh, it's Ravindra. It is Ravindra. I thought it was Let's have a look to see if he's saved it. He made a bit of a mess of one a couple of days back in a similar position. He got to it fine. Then he realised that his feet were about to hit the boundary. He's crawling along like on all fours. That's 4. Rashan Ravindra might have some company for the next 26 minutes or so. But they're a friendly lot here in Nottingham. Here is Zach Folkes. He's in. And Harry Brook has been caught by Nathan Smith. In from the boundary at fine leg. One shot too many for Brook, as it was for Stokes. You live by the sword, you die by it. And that's the 3rd wicket for New Zealand. And the 2 guys that you'd suggest would have the ability and the chutzpah and the self-belief to drag England close have gone. England's best bat still to come in, of course. But this crowd has been silenced again. And Zach Folkes, what a test you are having, young man.
Yes, that's right. Well, Brook was short and sweet and aggressive. They still need 300. And that's in the end what you've got to look at. And Root has been kept down. He's been pushed down to number 5. There's no sign of Gay. Is Gay out? No, Gay hasn't been seen yet.
Imagine Gay will come in next.
Yes.
I think.
So now we've got 2 more defensive players to go, perhaps with Duckett. Duckett is there as a danger as well as far as New Zealand are concerned. But to not get Brook into an innings, and Bethel, that was unfortunate before he could get started. It is a tricky pitch to get started. Look at Daryl Mitchell's innings, 170 balls for his first 50 and then 70 balls for his second 50. So that shows you it does take some time to get used to bat well on this pitch.
I think the fullness of time, for all the excitement, as Folkes is in, and this is guided towards backward point by Joe Root. I think in the fullness of time there will be some people who will look at this and say, well, it was fun and games, and everybody enjoyed themselves, and it was out there. But you've had Daryl Mitchell batting for over 200 deliveries, same pitch, same day, and England have given away a couple, and well, there's no problem with the amount of time left in the game,
especially with no O'Rourke in the attack, no Sears in the attack. New Zealand reduced to 3 bowlers at this stage, the 2 that are bowling now and Santner, perhaps a little bit of Mitchell if you're struggling, but that's so really, as far as New Zealand are concerned, they've done quite well to get these top 3 order wickets, really.
Van Duckett with a little look towards the unguarded 3rd boundary. It's pushed out to point. Joe Root's a few yards down the track, but sent back by Duckett, who's 21. 72 for 3. That's the point, right? And I don't see Mitchell Santner bowling many tonight. If they would have to tomorrow, if Sears and O'Rourke couldn't bowl, of course.
And he'll bowl from the end that Smith's operating from at the moment. There are quite large foot marks outside the off stump of a left-hander there, and he was watching it.
Here is Smith. I've eaten into Manners' time. This is just pushed out to backward point, no run.
He was looking at it very closely this morning, Santner, down there, measured it, practiced a few. The bowling coach measured how far it was out from the crease, and he started to practice bowling that length as if he was trying to hit a target as well, and so he was getting used to that idea. So the other thing is perhaps is that this 373 that was required was, even if it's only 109 overs, it's 3.4 runs an over, a big drive, and Santner goes nicely to his left. That's his stronger side, of course, and saves it. No run. So, yeah, so it was only ever when they started England at 3.4 runs and over. It wasn't excessive in terms of run rate pressure. It was always a case of, if you can bat this out, you'll have a good chance. But the whole idea of the pitch being a bit up and down and moving and so on made it hard to bat that long.
Here's Nathan Smith again to Ben Duckett, just chips it out to Ben Sears, who's on the field now under his sun hat, with that right hand hopefully somehow fixed. It can't be fixed. I mean, it was a blood injury, and he's looking at it all the time. He can't have it bandaged up. Well, the best that can be hoped for is that the bleeding has been stemmed somehow. I suspect he won't be able to bowl today.
Well,
we won't need to, will he? There's only 20 minutes to go.
Is it regarded as a soft tissue injury? In other words,
Impact injury.
So they can't come back for a certain amount of time that they're off the field, and all that kind of introducing that sort of idea in the rule.
Well, maybe that's the reason he's on the field, just so he can serve the time, so he can be able to bowl tomorrow. Oh, a little reverse sweep, really, from Joe Root. So interesting way to get off the mark. So Joe Root is also going full 100% uncompromised Bazball, and I mean, given the field, and there was nobody down there, so he just had to get something on it. But it's an unconventional shot. It is a reverse sweep.
I don't mind, as I say, the widths. You attack widths on this pitch. Now that's what I mean. For bowling, you've got to bowl at the stumps, just outside the stumps if you have to go wide of them. Bring the stumps into play.
77 for 3 now as Nathan Smith is in once more. Root is forward, playing a very conventional defensive push to extra cover where Devon Conway does the fielding. Ben Duckett has 22, Joe Root has 4. Emilio Gay is well, maybe he's being held back for the draw
The
attempt.
the dunny door we used to call it, didn't you?
I think that's
Put
in
up
New
the
Zealand.
sandbags.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he wasn't injured. I did try to seek clarification on that. You know, I wonder whether that maybe he'd been sneakily injured and none of us noticed, but that's not the case by all accounts. And Harry Brooks come in. I mean, this is absolutely full Bazball to the extent that we've never seen before from England. Harry Brook, 21 off 9 balls. Absolutely extraordinary. Zach Folkes in once again, and well, now it's Ben Duckett's turn to step across outside the off stump and flick this one away past the keeper standing up and down to the unguarded fine leg boundary for 4. England are still going hammer and tongs at this target of 373. They're now up to 80 for 3. Ben Stokes, who opened the batting, made 30 from 20 balls. Jacob Bethel, LBW, not playing a shot to Zach Folkes, and Folkes picked up his 3rd when Harry Brook hooked a short ball down to fine leg to the park. 21 off 9 balls, 3 4s and a 6. 72 for 3 at that stage, now 81 for 3. Folkes has 3 for 38 from 5 overs. He'd take that any day of the week. You'd score as many runs as you like if you're going to give me wickets. Short and wide, and a cut shot from Ben Duckett. Misses it, nicely taken by Tom Blundell. Well, yeah, so Folkes has been smashed for a few boundaries. 3 for 38 in 5 overs. It's all slightly mesmerising.
Yeah, it's a different way of playing Test cricket, isn't it? Doesn't look like Test cricket from here, but that's okay. One side wants to play it and make it into a one-day game. That's entirely their choice.
Well, it's a reduced T20 game. It's more like a 10-over game, the way they're going about things at the moment. Short and wide and cut powerfully by Duckett. Folkes goes for another 4. England, clearly the aim was to get off to a flying start. Try and get way ahead of the run rate to make the 5th day possible. The one thing they didn't want was to be needing 320 on the last day. If they need 240 and they've got 7 wickets in hand, they might think that that's possible. But with Harry Brook gone, Ben Duckett's there, you know, twin hundreds maybe. Brilliant 113 from 99 balls in the first innings. But there's no playing for the close of play. Here's Zach Folkes again, bowls. Duckett slap drives this one without timing to Devon Conway at extra cover.
The interesting thing to me, though, Manners, is the way that England are batting. It says to me, England don't believe they can get this total by batting properly. And that's the underlying and the absolute rock bottom approach that they are taking at the moment. And they're going even ones at the stumps.
Folkes in now, bowls, and whipped away by Duckett, straight to the fielder. Captain Tom Latham, mid-wicket, no run.
And so New Zealand, and as a response to that, have just got to keep their nerve. They've just got to keep bowling at the stumps in a decent length, and if something happens, that it suddenly keeps low and suddenly one goes, they will pick up wickets here. If they are affected by it and start bowling wide ones and slow ones and so on, then they may be in trouble. So that's the battle for me that's going on right now.
Here is Zach Folkes again. The crowd are in good voice, they're singing along, and Ben Duckett now plays a rare defensive shot. There's a back of a length delivery, and Duckett pushes it straight back to the bowler, Zach Folkes. I feel as though this may go against the tide of emotion that we've experienced in the second half of today, but you know, be careful that you don't disrespect Test cricket too much, or cheapen a brand that has been around for getting on for a century and a half. There's pride at stake, or should be, and there's a Test match and a series at stake, and it just seems ever so slightly petulant that England's approach is, well, if we're going to go down, we're going to go down swinging and having some fun. We're not going to bother showing much grit and determination. Leave that to Daryl Mitchell. That's flicked away behind square on the offside. Picked up at backward point by Henry Nicholls. Fires it in, they scramble through for a quick single. It's like those schoolboy chess matches when one boy realises that he's probably going to lose the game, and then a petulant flurry brushes all the pieces off the board. Go down with dignity, I think. Ben Sears is warming up. I mean, Harry Brook, it could have come off. He could have scored 100 off 46 balls, but he didn't. He made 21 off 9. Now Ben Duckett has reverse scooped this. Well, no, not even reversed it. He's just stepped away to the offside and ramp swept it for 4. Down towards fine leg, not quite over the keeper's head. It's an exotic shot.
Well, New Zealand are trying to prevent him from playing that shot now. They want, in other words, Smith to be able to bowl just outside that off stump, and so he can't really risk playing that shot any longer. So he has to find another area of the field he feels that he can attack.
New Zealand have got a backstop now.
Yes, yeah, very fine. That's right. That's quite right.
He's at an orthodox leg slip, but 10 yards in from the boundary. Nathan Smith in again. Duckett plays defensively, pushing it out to mid-wicket. Well, Tom Latham won't have faced a challenge like this in his captaincy career before.
No, he's had a few one-day games as a captain, and maybe that will be able to come into play. He's looking round at the moment. At the moment, it's quite a denuded cordon. There is no first slip, and at second slip there is no one, and at third slip that's empty, and fourth there's a sort of a fine gully to stop him running the ball down there.
Here's Nathan Smith again, bowls, and Duckett off the back foot chops it away to the sweeper at deep backward points. Rachin Ravindra takes a divot out of the outfield as he tries to slide in behind this one, and he hasn't hurt himself as well, has he? there is a very large divot that has been gouged out of the ground courtesy of his left knee. He's grimacing, but he is moving, hobbling. Can't afford for you to go off, Ratchin, I'm sorry. There's
It may be bowling for him to do.
yeah, well,
I don't think this will be too long for Smith to have a rest here. I think you'll find Santner will be coming on one of these two ends very shortly.
here is Nathan Smith bowls and chipped away off the off about middle stump by Joe Root out towards mid-wicket. Latham fields, they go through for a single again. Root's on to 6. Duckett has 35 off 39. New Zealand declared at 288 for 9 after an obdurate 94 overs of very traditional Test cricket. England's target is 373 in about 118 overs at 3.4 and over, and they have reached 92 for 3 in 12.5 overs of very, very unorthodox cricket. Ben Stokes opened the batting, made 30 off 20 balls. Just caught an extra cover off Ben Foakes. Jacob Bethel out for naught. Short pull shot attempted by Ben Duckett. Nice short ball that from Nathan Smith, and beautifully taken by Tom Blundell. Duckett tried to pull and maybe just again threw the shot too early possibly. Smith might just have held that back a little, but anyway, 7 overs, none for 48 for Nathan Smith, whereas Zach Foakes has bowled he's taken all three for 40 odd, and Ben Sears is going to try and bowl now. He's been struggling. He batted very, very commendably. Retired hurt once. We actually got sent off the field by the umpires for having too long a treatment session. So he left the field, retired hurt, came back, 19 not out, as Daryl Mitchell got to his 100. And he was struck at least twice, possibly 3 times on the same hand, his bowling hand. But he doesn't look too inconvenienced now. It was more the blood that was the problem. The bleeding has been stemmed, and clearly he can grip the ball. He's tossing it up to himself, and here he comes for his first over outside the off stump with Tom Blundell again standing up, left alone by Root outside the off stump. I suspect Joe Root for the foreseeable future will find keepers from whichever team England are playing against standing up to the stumps whenever possible.
Yes, the difficulty for him is he doesn't get very far forward as far as when he's defending the ball. This situation might help him just a little bit. You tend to start to move a lot better.
Ben Sears up to the crease again, bowls Roots forward, turns it away through square leg. Straight delivery from Ben Sears. New Zealand have bowled a lot more straight deliveries, balls that would hit the stumps than England did in either New Zealand innings, but Root there, as top-class batsmen often do, closes the face of the bat at the moment of impact and works it through the leg side for a single. Duckett back on strike on 35, Joe Root on 7. Well, you know what, if it's what the crowd want, and they are responding with plenty of singing and cheering. They've been in better, louder voice in the 4th day than they were at any stage on the first 3 days. It was a bit hot, actually.
They're all sheltering somewhere.
Didn't have any energy for singing, but they do today. Ben Sears in again. Duckett drives again. Full swing of the bat. Lusty didn't transfer all of the energy from the shot into the ball, however, didn't time it. And he gets a single out to Zach Foakes, sweeping on the deep backward point boundary. I think Tom Latham's held it together pretty well, actually. I think he must have been a little bit frazzled, and he had to think very, very quickly on his feet when Ben Stokes came out, and there was a surge of emotion. And Stokes played a couple of dramatic shots, and I think Latham's his demeanour has been very calm. Sears in again, bowls to to Joe Root, and it's fielded by Latham, and I think that's as important as anything else for a captain.
It is. Absolutely, you can't lose or show your own players that you've lost the control of, that you know what's going on and that you can direct your players and pick the right bowlers to bowl. You can see Latham is just signalling now, yes. And if your bowler can bowl a good ball, you're slowly bringing the field back in as they are at the moment with Root on strike.
Ben Sears in again, and it's nudged away by Root once again through the leg side, fielded by folks on the cover on the square leg boundary.
And this is really, I mean, who's left that can play really aggressively for England other than Duckett?
Jamie Smith.
Right, so there's one more to go.
Yeah,
that's right. So at this stage, Root's job is to just knock it around and let the guy play the way that the other end play the way he wants to. Root won't. I think Root will just be the worker of the ball.
There's Edge gone, taking a slip. Duckett's gone. New Zealand are on the verge. Very, very fine delivery. Extra bounce from Ben Sears. And with the keeper standing up, it does complicate the job for the first slip, but Daryl Mitchell had put himself in just the right place, marginally to his right, hangs on to the catch. Might just look like it might have slipped out from his grasp, but he clutched it at the second attempt. No, it didn't. It went straight in. Straight in. And, well, he turned and looked at the players' dressing room balcony, and he is absolutely ecstatic. Daryl Mitchell worked so hard for his 100, and he's got a couple of good grabs as well at slip.
That's a very good cop, because it went to his right, and even though he's a right-hander, you just wonder, am I too close, am I too wide, and is the gap okay? Well, as it proved that time, and it ball bounced from Sears. It actually didn't just hold its line and go to a normal height. It's hit the top of the Duckett bat, the outside edge, and it's carried quickly. And he's got it two hands. A two hands grab, always much safer, and then let go a roar of sort of delight that he's done that. So another wicket falls. 95, that's been pretty quick. So the run rate is up around between 6 and 7, I would think, at this stage. But it's come at a little cost. And now it looks like Emilio Gay is going to be joining Root. So we're going to have a left and right hand combination. But both players are not quite the same level of hitters that we've seen so far. So whether New Zealand is able to just take control of a run rate and pull that back, we'll just have to wait and see, but that is a possibility too.
Well, with 4 minutes to go till the close of play, we are going to have our first over of spin. It'll be bowled by left armer Mitchell Santner. Joe Root has 8. He has played a reverse scoop already against Nathan Smith, and actually he plays the shot very well, plays it often, and the field did lend itself to playing that shot, so that wasn't as outrageous. I mean, he would not regard it as a particularly high-risk shot because there was nobody back there. Here is Mitchell Santner to bowling to Joe Root, and again he flicks it away through the leg side. He runs the first quite hard. Will Young coming charging onto the in from deep mid-wicket. Will O'Rourke is sitting on the players' balcony without his boots on, looking a little glum. The very first ball that he bowled to Ben Stokes was smashed back at him. He tried to field it with his right hand, and I don't know what the extent of the injury was. There wasn't blood, so I'm suspecting it was a dislocation. Was there blood?
Oh, yes. Yeah, right onto his trousers and so on. And whether it was the first digit or the second, we're not sure. Both had blood on them, and then leaking onto his trousers. And that's why he had to go off. He went back on with a bandage, and the umpire sent him off again straight away. So he hasn't been back since then.
3 men around the bat for Emilio Gay, and a short catching mid-wicket. So slip, leg slip, short leg. Here is Santner bowls a long way outside the off stump, and Emilio Gay plays a reverse sweep, and there's some interest being shown by the New Zealand fielders. Devon Conway at backward point made an outstanding contribution at the Oval by insisting on a review, and when he was the only man, he was fielding in that position as well at backward point, and so everybody now is kind of looking towards him thinking, we didn't hear anything, did you, Dev? He says no, not this time, so they opt against the review. 96 for 4. Emilio Gay. That was his first ball, playing a reverse sweep. Here's Mitchell Santner again. Emilio Gay on the back foot. Little bit of width outside the off stump. That's a gift. 4 runs. Brings the 100 up. Chopped away off the back foot for 4 through point.
Good shot. Plenty of time to play it, of course, because Santner's dragged it way down short, looking for that target. But that's not hitting that either. He's got to get that line and length if he's going to be bowling. He's got to remember there are only just 4 bowlers.
Santner in again, and that one is a very fine delivery. It's quicker, and it hits the outside edge of Emilio Gay's bat, and it is run away towards the third man boundary. It doesn't reach it, and it's a good chase from Devon Conway at backward point, and they go through for a couple. Emilio Gay has 6.
So they're New Zealand at the moment attacking the defensive game of Emilio Gay. A slip, a leg slip, and a bat pad on the leg side.
Here is Santner again, and this one is flicked away, turned into the left-hander, and he's glanced it towards leg slip. Henry Nicholls momentarily thought that he could have the possibility of a catch, but did it come off the pad?
No, it's no signal so far from Nitesh Menon.
Well, I'm not sure that it carried. Did it carry to Henry Nicholls? Was that a catch? Was that a chance? I think it was leg buys, wasn't it?
Yeah,
just a very quick signal from...
Yeah, leg by.
Gosh, it's been...
but he's got 2 in the right place there, hasn't he?
Yeah, his first 3 deliveries were all over the place, weren't they? Here is Santner again, bowls, and forward comes Joe Root. He is stretching forward to that one. Guides it away out towards extra cover for no run, dot ball. And that concludes an extraordinary day. I know that Jon Norman will use the word extraordinary any number of occasions during the following on podcast to sum up a day which was absorbing throughout in entirely for different reasons through the first half of it, while Daryl Mitchell ground his way to a 6th Test match 100 in the most gritty and orthodox way. 241 balls for his unbeaten 100, which contained just 10 fours and 1 6. Eventually New Zealand declaring on 288 for 9. Ben Stokes' retirement from international cricket opened the batting, departed for 30 from just 20 balls. England's target of 373 in about 118 overs, and they finished the day. Oops, the score's gone. What was it? 104.
103.
103 for 4.
Yes.
103 for 4. Jerry Coney will be with Jon Norman and Steve Harmison in the shortest of moments. I need to go out and have a lie down after that day.
Or a rub down as well.
A rub down would be good, but
yes.
a lie down definitely. And Jon Norman and the boys will be back in just a moment with a summary of the day. Very best of luck to Jon Norman. He won't have had a harder day to summarise in his long and distinguished career. Back in a moment.
Hello and welcome to Following On from talkSPORT. I'm Jon Norman, talkSPORT's cricket editor, alongside Jeremy Coney, former New Zealand captain and also the double Ashes winner and Durham legend, Steve Harmison. It's a day which we will never ever forget. The thousands that have turned up to Trent Bridge on day 4, and those assembled in the press boxes and commentary booths. A day that kind of followed a well-worn plan, I suppose. It was just a normal day really, until it was just a normal day with New Zealand inching towards setting England a target, taking time out of the game, runs being added to their score. Daryl Mitchell batting one of the most memorable innings in recent times at this ground. A proud Kiwi who came to the game late and has played every single second of his time as a black cap, as though he has truly appreciated every single second. And then, just as we were getting to a point where we felt England might be coming out to bat, we received a message from the ECB that has shocked and astonished us. The England captain, Ben Stokes, announcing his retirement from international cricket as of this Test match. And then what followed is something, Steve Harmison, that those that were present will never ever forget. With the end of the innings taking place amid raucous sounds and energy from the stands, as news spread around this famous old ground that Stokes was walking away from Test cricket. A wicket with the first ball after announcing his retirement. And then, when the New Zealand innings finally came to an end, thanks to a quite brilliant, unbeaten 100 from Daryl Mitchell, which spanned over 200 deliveries on a pitch which has looked unplayable at times, meaning England came out and would have to chase down the region of 370. Ben Stokes himself took it upon himself to open the batting for England. He strode out onto the field of play alongside Ben Duckett. Could have been out 3 times in 3 balls, and then went at New Zealand in a manner that we all remember from Headingley. He is about to speak as well. The fans have gathered around Stuart Broad and Ian Ward, who are about to conduct the post-match interview with Ben Stokes, which is not customary, but we were wondering whether he would speak today. And no doubt that will be put out there across the night. But before we hear from the man himself, Steve Harmison, well, let's hear from the other man. You've known Ben for a long, long time, and I suppose we can only wonder what has gone through his mind over the last 2 weeks, which has led to him announcing his retirement in the fashion that we've seen today.
Yeah, I mean, it's so. I'm mixed emotions when the first was announced, or we got it about 5 minutes early. So my overriding emotions at the minute is from seeing a 15-year-old come into the Durham dressing room from an academy player to develop into one of the greatest players that's ever played for the game. Huge heart, huge winner, never known he's beaten. My emotions is immense pride that I seen that happen from the very start all the way through. It's a great day to be here. So from that point of view, everybody at Durham, so pleased for the career that Ben Stokes has had. Now it's one day from being over from an international point of view. Another emotion is sadness that Ben Stokes' career is coming to an end, and it's come to an end before, 12 months before an Ashes series. I think frustration and anger is definitely going through me at this moment in time, because I don't think this is what Ben Stokes really wants. I think he wants to play that Ashes series next year. I think he wants to play for England. I think he wants to be England captain. But for whatever reason, over the course of the last 2 weeks, and we'll find out in a short period of time, he's given his reasons right now, and we'll find out what it is. But for me, I want to talk about the immense pride that I have sitting here, that a kid from Durham has gone on to be one of the greatest players that's ever played the game of cricket for England. He's captained England, and he has had an unbelievable career. And that, for me, is that's the overriding emotion, rather than frustration and anger on how and why he's got to this position.
But that isn't going to be good enough, is it? Because there is an overriding feeling of anger and frustration, and there are unanswered questions, and we haven't really heard the truth from a lot of people, including Ben. And a lot of the messages I was getting from people in the game, and when I say that, I mean the people that pay their tickets to come to the ground. And there's some people out there who are a little bit annoyed with the way that this match has been thrown away a little.
Yeah, I think if you want to deep delve into the game situation, I mean, it has been. Yeah, you're right. It has been. The guy that's going to take over has just played an innings of 9 balls for 21 runs, and the opposition wicketkeeper has laughed him off the field. He has. Tom Blundell has just laughed Harry Brook off the field for the innings he's just played. Harry Brook could find himself as England captain, all singing, all dancing, England captain, come the first Test match against Pakistan. So, are we throwing the game away? I didn't think for 1 minute England had a chance to chase in 373. They came out.
They didn't give themselves a chance. We've just seen Daryl Mitchell face 230 deliveries.
100%.
And Emilio Gay on a pair, first ball, tries to reverse lap scoop in the final over of the day. And Harry Brook hits the first 2 balls, 1 for 6 and 1 for 4, and Ben Stokes could have been out 3 times to the first 3 balls of his innings.
I'm going to 100% agree with you. It's a good job you're going home tonight because you're stealing me thought. I'm going to give tomorrow's tonight then, because the minute this Test match finishes,
well, it is finished.
McCullum's got to go with him. That's it. If we're gonna go through that conversation, John, McCullum's got to go with him. I've got a huge amount of respect for Brendan McCullum as a person, but this Bazball stuff that's not Test cricket. That's amateur hour. I'd love to know what Joe Root's thinking of this walking out to bat. I'd really love to know what Joe Root's thinking about this whole last 2-week period. But I think with Ben Stokes going now, Brendan McCullum's influence on this team now, I'm not convinced it's great for English cricket, especially in the Test match arena with an Ashes series less than 12 months away. If Ben Stokes is going, which he is confirmed this afternoon that he is going, then I think the ECB, the 2 Richards are right at the very top. If they're in control of English cricket, they've got to make a tough call now. And if it's Rob Key, if it's Brendan McCullum to go with Ben Stokes, then I think the right thing would be to start again, because the emotion of Ben walking out there, opening the baton, kamikaze style, second ball, trying to reverse sweep. I was angry when I seen that shot because I don't want your career to end that way, Ben. But he's come out, he's tried to win a game for his country, and he's played the way he's played, and that's fine. He wants to send a message. He sent a message in his very, very first Test match, and his first year as as England Test captain. But Harry Brook walks out, he chips a few, and then he chips one up in the air. If he is going to be our next England captain, then the game of Test match cricket, the way it should be played, unfortunately, that's just not it. That's not it.
Let's see if this is what Stokes is just saying to Sky. An interesting 4 or 5 weeks. There's relief, happiness, excitement, sadness. All of those sum it up. It's been tough. A lot of captains will understand it. I've spoken to Joe and he gets it. It's the best thing I've ever been asked to do. I'll never begrudge any moment. The greatest honour on your shoulders as a player. But there's another side that people don't see, don't understand what you go through emotionally, and it affects you in a negative way. One of those, the whole Lord's Test brought back some kind of negative feelings about where I was with my career. Put time and effort in and potentially burnt myself out. Week at Lord's was interesting and strange. Too much time on my hands is sometimes not the best thing for me. He's had a lot of that since the Ashes, by the way. I gave myself every opportunity to see if it was a blip. And on retirement, it kicks you straight in the face. Putting my pads on yesterday was the last nail in the coffin. The build-up at Lord's, walking off the field, sitting next to Joe, then another scenario. Nothing can ever be simple in my career. That was unfortunate. But I love cricket, being back at Durham. I found a new lease of life, but couldn't get that connection here, no matter how much I was trying. The decision is the best thing for me, allows me to still love this game. Playing for my boyhood club Durham, I was buzzing. There's a lot to unpick there, but that sounds like a man who has reached the well and can drink no more. He is exhausted and he is burnt out and he is spent, but he is also, I think, pretty angry.
Yeah, I think he's pretty angry, and the truth won't come out tonight. It won't come out tomorrow, and I think it will take a little bit of time to come out, but it will eventually come out. There's a stubbornness of Ben Stokes. There really is, and that's what makes him great. That's what makes greatness. The stubbornness that is. You put him in the echelons with the great all-rounders that we've produced. I knew one of them personally for a long, long time. You look at another one. Ben Stokes is watching his retirement reel on TV there, and you can see him welling up. You can see there's a tear in the eye. Talking about his boyhood club, talking about Durham in that fashion. I still think there's a story, and there's still an underlying story on why he's come to this decision. And that's one that might not be played out over the course of the next week, 2 weeks, whatever. But I still think there's another element to why Ben Stokes will never play cricket for England again.
Ben Stokes, your country needs you. I think that's the only way he comes back. Something happens that we can't foresee right now. Jeremy Coney is with us. I mean, New Zealand are on the verge of an historic victory here. And do you think that England have made it easier for them? It didn't seem to be about the test match for the last hour and a half, did it?
Well, it seemed a kind of a way that they felt they couldn't play properly and still get close to this target. And so they chose a way that they've used a bit on these pitches that makes batting in a normal kind of way. It rules it out, I just felt that said to me that England don't believe they could get this total batting properly. That they then chose to go from that idea to the other end of the spectrum, and so we're going to bat with a very high level of risk, and we're happy to do that. Now maybe it's the games like Melbourne that they felt that would be their best way of winning. I don't know. Mitchell, however, Daryl Mitchell's innings showed that with some grit and some ability and some determination, you could still play on this. It wasn't easy. He played a long, obdurate innings today. The first 50 took 170 balls. The second 50 took 71 balls, so it did get a bit easier as the longer you bat. But he battled his way through it all. Partnerships with Ravindra and with Blundell and Sears at the end, 19 off 40. So together, those players were able to post a total by playing what you would say is Test cricket. It is possible to bat on this and still get what they got, 290, something like that, didn't they? And then in total they had some runs from the first innings to get to that 370 target. So, and now England in 15 overs has scored a very high run rate, but they've lost 2/3 of their batsmen.
I thought it was,
and that's really what's.
I don't want to say that's gutless, but I'm very, very close to saying it's gutless, because you know what, Rachin Ravindra showed you can play positive on this wicket. He stood there with a straight bat and hit the ball down the ground. Bang. Had a plan, hit it down the ground. Mitchell showed bravery in getting hit, and he showed a bravery, but he got a lot of luck. Ball was hitting him, it was bouncing, it was going. Yeah, ball didn't bounce, it went along. Not one point did I see England's players trying to get through a little tough passage by just being out there. And do you know what makes it matters worse, because it gets close to the gutless bit, is they only had 3 bowlers. They only had 3 bowlers. From nearly the second over of the game, New Zealand had Nathan Smith, they had Folkes, and they had Santner and a bit of Ravindra. The rest at that point, the rest weren't in the game. And I come back to what I said right at the very start. The future England captain got 21 off 9 balls, and the wicketkeeper from the opposition laughed them off the field.
You're forgotten pretty quickly in this game, but the shadow of Ben Stokes is going to linger for a long time over this England team, isn't it?
Unbelievable. I mean, it lingered nearly, 15, 20 years to get from Botham to Flintoff. Wasn't so much longer. What was it, 4 or 5 years? From Freddie finishing in 2009 to Ben starting in 2013. I think it just showed you what this side is without Ben Stokes last week at the Oval on a half-decent pitch. So it is the shadow will linger because of not just the player, but the character and the moments that man has given us. That's what we'll miss. We'll miss everything. Everybody will talk the positivity about Ben Stokes, but the moments that he gives us, the realization of what it means to play cricket for England, and in big moments of Ashes, World Cups, Test match series defining big moments, never lets us down. And that's what we're going to miss.
Just before you speak, Jeremy, sorry, just a couple more quotes from Ben. There were some good times and bad times. The last 5 weeks, something else to overcome, but since the Ashes, I don't have any more fight. At 35, I have to do so much physical work, so much leans me towards knowing that was the right decision. I spoke to Rooty and Brookie last night and the team this morning. Let's crack on, see how the game goes. And it was a tactical decision for me to open the batting because of the wicket. And he says, as soon as it got announced, of course I'd have to take a wicket. Baz was like, bloody hell, you should have done that an hour earlier. You two both retired from cricket. When you know, you know? Is that how it ended for both of you?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, I think
Nothing
so.
else?
No, you know, I knew I probably had a little bit more in me, but I knew that I couldn't beat the moment I was retiring from. I was on a field in an Ashes series about to win the Ashes. I could have gone to Bangladesh or South Africa, possibly could have had the summer, but I didn't see it was. I get that what he's saying there is getting up for not getting up for the fight, getting up for the fitness fight, because that is sometimes a problem as you get older. The fight in you is not a problem. The minute you cross the white line, the fight comes, doesn't it, Jeremy? You're an experienced player, you know how to manage the fight, but the fitness fight to keep going to the world, to get ready for that arduous summer, that arduous winter, I think that's the fight that's when the candle burns out.
Well, I think for a fast bowler, that's absolutely, and I can understand that. And Harmy, you're quite a big fella, so you're
getting bigger.
No, you're not actually. But I can understand totally what you're saying about having to be ready, and that takes a hell of a lot of work and time. So, yep, I know exactly what you're talking about. I don't think they'll be able to replace Ben Stokes if you look at the number of just his test figures, and just talking about tests. 246, more than that now, wickets, is it? Yeah, it was over 250, wasn't it now?
There's only two men that have done that. Callis and I was about to say Flintoff. And Stokes.
Yeah, and then over the 7,200 runs. So I mean, they're kind of figures that say this man will not be replaced. Just even as not even as a captain. That's not even talking about that. That's just talking about an all-rounder in the team and what you can possibly offer that team. Who are they? We don't know at the moment. Maybe a Sam Curran kind of thing. But that's not going to be quite the same as Ben Stokes, is it? The catches that he took, slipped. Remember that catch off Stuart Broad?
Oh,
remember those sort of catches here?
Trent, 2015.
Unbelievable.
15.
I mean, he was a great player. The catch when he was on the boundary, going back with one hand. Was that in the World Cup?
Yeah, South Africa, 2019.
Fantastic player, and rose to occasions. So that kind of, I don't know Ben, I've never met him, but I've watched him play, and I've really disliked him as an opponent. But I've got to say that because he was so good, and he can change a game, and you don't get many of those players.
It has been a really, really strange day, and tomorrow it's going to feel a little bit like after the Lord's Mayor show from an English perspective, but let's not forget tomorrow could be the greatest day in the lives of some of these Kiwi cricketers. And
they've worked hard for it. They've showed great character. They've showed great bravery and belief that they can come back from 1-0 down.
Few gave them a prayer of that.
Nobody gave them a prayer of that
after Lords.
After Lords, they equivalently got beaten just over 2 days. To then come back from that, there was a lot of talk about their batters being aging, You know, they're all going to go at the same time. We probably would have been talking about a lot of New Zealand retirements if this series had gone the other way. And as it happens, by lunchtime tomorrow, we could be talking about, I think, the first team to win a 3-match series in England since 2012, and that is a great achievement for Tom Latham and his men. And they will have deserved it because Will O'Rourke's been fantastic. Their bowlers have been, superb. And Daryl Mitchell in this game showed what it takes to stand up and play Test match cricket when it's at its toughest.
Well, I think New Zealand showed us all today that the future is looking bright. The innings of Rachin Ravindra and the bowling of Zach Folkes, but it also leans on experience, and Daryl Mitchell's innings will live long in the memory for completely the other type of reasons that you would look back at some of Ben Stokes' greatest achievements.
Yeah, absolutely. I enjoyed the determination and his general all-round play. You're right, he did have a little bit of luck, but that was the pitch providing those difficulties for him. And he showed determination, obviously a very obdurate innings. That's a long time to battle your way through, being, as you say, hitting the arm a couple of times and so on. And he had partnerships with other players. He played second fiddle to Ravindra, and then he started to, once he got that to 50 or 60, he started to open up a little bit more, didn't he? And showed us the shots he could play. So that always happens too as a batsman. Once you've been on the pitch, even though it's not good, you get used to it after a while, and you start to be able to play well. So yeah, key part to New Zealand. We'll see if they win tomorrow. You guys are more, you know what I'm like.
Oh, well, we do.
And so I'm cautious about those things. Let's see how they go. And I'd like O'Rourke to be there if it's possible, if he's ready to go.
It's forecast to rain all day tomorrow. Do you know that?
Thanks.
Only joking. It's Ben Stokes. Well, you want to talk about it, Harmy?
Yeah, that's Ben Stokes, his wife Claire, his 2 kids. That's brilliant. It's brilliant. Lost for words. He's been embraced by his family. Obviously, a long-time friend, and Chris Wokes is there. But the 2 little ones, they've grown up. Ben Stokes, he's grown up into a wonderful leader, and to think that Ben Stokes will never captain or play for England again, I still can't quite get my head around that bit.
Gareth Copley's gone early with the book, hasn't he?
He has, yes. He might get one of his own by this game.
Well, it's the start of Gareth Copley's new book over the next 20 years. It starts with the retirement of Ben Stokes. Jeremy, thank you so much for your time over the last 4 days. You'll be back tomorrow, of course, to see whether New Zealand can fight back from the brink of defeat to beat England. Can they possibly take the last 6 wickets, or will England chase down the 270 that they need to win? Harmy, thanks so much for everything. You'll be on talkSPORT a lot, I imagine, over the next couple of days. But for me, Jon Norman, thank you, listeners and viewers, to the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel, and also on the following on podcast. A full recap of Day 5 will be available to you, and of course, a very special following on will be dropping into your inbox at some point over the next couple of days as well. But for now, thanks for joining us.